Welcome to Third Party Con, a celebration of the pipe.
Hello, this is James Beck from Eldritch Osiris Games. Eldritch Osiris Games is built on the foundation of giving voice to creative authors who don't normally have a roadmap into the publishing industry. We push for as a diverse set of voices in the company as we can, regardless of a person's identity. Part of the foundation is equality, with every person in the staff having an equal say on all important decisions the company makes. Being one of the first TTRPG co-ops, we are here to set an example that a workers' equality is not only possible, but instead become the industry standard. Basically, we're a group of nerdy friends who want to publish work for people to enjoy.
Third Party Con is sponsored in part by Pathfinder Infinite, part of the Drive-Thru RPG network. Whether it's adventures, settings, monsters, classes, or anything else that builds on the core game, Pathfinder Infinite allows talented creators like you to share your content and make money while you're at it. You can use the Pathfinder Lost Omens campaign setting and more as a launch pad for your own creations. Get recognized by the community, and you might even earn an invitation into the Infinite Masters Elite Creator Program. For more information, visit roll20.io/TPK. That's roll20.io/TPK.
Whoa! What's all this? I was thinking I could play as an Eldamon trainer. It's one of the new classes from Roll for Combat's Battle Zoo Eldamon book for Pathfinder and 5e. What the heck is an Eldamon? They're ancient elemental creatures. Like this cutie. This is Squirrel Ash, a fire Eldamon. There are over 160 different kinds. No way. I've already got the adventure and all the encounters prepped. I'm not changing all that to add these things in. You don't have to. The book has an easy random generation system, plus guidelines for how to integrate them into any setting, whether you want to tie them into the story or be completely hands-off. Okay, but doing all that just for your class is ridiculous. What about the rest of the party? They can befriend Eldamon too, and even duel each other for fun, but only the Eldamon trainer and elemental avatar classes can use Eldamon powers in combat. Yeah, no, I'm not running PvP Eldamon battles on top of regular combat. Oh, no, we can duel without you. You can take a break, get some food, kick back. You said it's on Kickstarter? Hang on, I'm pledging right now.
Third Party Con is sponsored in part by Legendary Games. Legendary Games brings you beautiful bestiaries, killer classes, and character options, marvelous magic items, amazing adventures, kingdoms, and mass combat, epic campaigns, and so much more. Whether you love Pathfinder 1st or 2nd edition, Starfinder, or D&D 5e, LG's books will make your game legendary. Third Party Con is sponsored in part by World Anvil. Don't just settle for keeping your amazing game scattered across an endless sea of notes and tools. World Anvil is the one tool to rule them all. Whether you're a game master, writer, or world builder, World Anvil is the ultimate companion to finally bring your world to life in one centralized location. Create characters, organize adventures, and build your campaign setting like a professional developer. Give World Anvil a try today using the code TPK2023 at checkout for 40% off any yearly subscription. Your world is waiting to be built with World Anvil. Our first show of Monday morning on Third Party Con. The Gallant Goblin goes over how to build your setting with World Anvil.
Hello and welcome back to Third Party Con. Today's session is called Build Your Setting with World Anvil. Now, if you haven't heard of World Anvil, you are in for a treat today. Or maybe you're like me and you've heard of it, but you've just been a little too intimidated to dive in. Introducing myself, I'm your host, Grady Wong. I'm a co-founder of the Gallant Goblin, a YouTube channel for TTRPG reviews. You can find more about our work and products at gallantgoblin.com. But to start, let's go over what is World Anvil. There's a variety of wikis and other online tools to help you track your campaign, from simple journals to elaborate websites with articles and media. Maybe you have a home game where you just want to keep everyone on the same page. Or maybe you're trying to build out an entire world of your own that you'd like to share with the broader TTRPG world. World Anvil is probably the biggest and most comprehensive tool for those purposes. It won the Gold Emmy for Best Digital Aid or Accessory in 2019, and it has only expanded since then. It also directly supports a variety of game systems, including Pathfinder. But as I said, I'm no expert. That's why joining us today are George and Madeline, who are experts. George is a professional game master and has built out his setting of Anhalt using World Anvil. And Madeline works at World Anvil as community liaison, and I'm not kidding here, she holds the official title of Queen of the Party. I will turn it over to them to introduce themselves further. Let's start with George. George, would you mind telling us a little bit more about yourself and what made you choose World Anvil to publish your work?
Yeah, in real life, I have a bed and breakfast, and I found myself with a little extra time with the pandemic. And I was looking for some friends. We connected. We started playing games online once a week. Wow, did the paperwork pile up? And I needed some kind of tool to keep things organized. And so quickly searching through, I'd been using Dungeon Fog, and I saw some ads about World Anvil. And it was a great find as I started to be able to get all my notes in one place and keep track of growing interest in writing and a whole bunch of other ways that I can interact with different media through World Anvil. So at this point, I've written short stories and flash fiction. I've submitted to a few literary journals, and continuing my effort with running games. Last year I ran 72 paid games, and it just kind of keeps growing. So it's it's amazing what things kind of like came out of it, and just being able to have the resource to back you up lets you do a lot of stuff. So yeah, that's where I'm at with World Anvil now.
That's incredible. Thank you, George.
Mm-hmm.
And Madeline, would you mind introducing yourself and maybe like what you enjoy about World Anvil?
Absolutely. So, hey, hi, hello, it's your neighborhood Moro to those who know me on the Twitch streams for World Anvil. Otherwise, hello, well-met traveler. I am Madeline, and I am, as already introduced, community liaison, which basically means you'll find me all over socials in the dark. I'm the equivalent of the guy behind the curtain and Wizard of Oz. I forget exactly, what's it called exactly? Someone knows. You'll tell me later. Someone in the con knows. But things that I enjoy about World Anvil, goodness, I have been using World Anvil since about 2019, and I have been building a small tabletop role-playing game that was, as most people start, originally inspired by Dungeons & Dragons, and then veered hard left after I discovered other narrative, various gameplays that you can incorporate into the system. And so I am now running around with a alpha test of a TTRPG that I'm still working on. But otherwise, I am here as your expert for World Anvil, and I am here to make everything a little less, what is it? You had a word that you said earlier, Grady, a little less frightening?
Intimidating?
Intimidating, that was it. A little less intimidating for World Anvil. I am here to support you, and as is a saying in the community, we are here to lift each other up, so let me know how I can do that.
Awesome. Thank you, Madeline. Before we continue, a few points of order. This session is pre-recorded, but we may have George or someone from World Anvil in the chat to answer your questions. So if someone is in the chat, this is your cue. Say hi now, and y'all can direct questions to that person if somebody popped in. Second, if you want to check out World Anvil for yourself, there's a few links that will be popping up on the screen kind of below throughout the stream. You can go to anhult.com, A-N-H-U-L-T, just like that coupon code, and that will show you what George has done with his world, or you can go straight to worldanvil.com to see the main World Anvil page, learn more about its features. If at any time during this session you're like, I'm sold, I want to sign up for more than the free tier of World Anvil, you can go to tinyurl.com/getworldanvil and enter coupon code ANHOLT to get 40% off your subscription, and that works all the way up to the annual tier. Now, I'm going to turn it over to George, and he's going to share his screen and tell us a little bit more about World Anvil.
Okay. All right, there we go. So this is my main screen for my world and my setting. And I start off with a little intro and a map. Yeah, I mean, you always got to have a map. And the three, I envision when I started doing World Anvil, I was mostly looking for places to store notes. But I quickly realized it is a way to organize all my content so I could use it for like a newsletter as a basis for keeping my notes together for a newsletter. I could use it for keeping all my short stories together. Um, I could put articles together for players that need tips about how to work into my setting. And then I could actually put game announcements on there too. So you see the three links across the bottom have a quick intro of 20 stories, a primer of my world in the middle, and on the right-hand side, you can see what games are coming up on the schedule. So from starting with very little, but as I started like piecing things together from World Anvil, it just kind of grew and grew and grew. And I think that is the trick to using World Anvil, is not to try to do all of it, but take one step at a time and keep going. There are all sorts of extra things you can do with linking in articles, and you can create subscriber groups. I have followers. I got it's 116 now instead of 115. That's exciting, and you can interact with your people that are interested in your setting, both players and people that are just like kind of spectating and following along. People that might just be readers, with discussion boards and Discord. You can set up a variety of those connections, different things.
Nice.
Yeah. So I think I'm gonna just switch to. Let's see here. If I can click the right link. This is my primer page. Oh, I wanted to go to this one. There we go.
I love the art that you have for each of these, especially the little border around the image.
Yeah, it's a great way to and some of this is just basic style sheets using web style sheets, but I don't have to know all of that. There's all these people on the World Anvil community that will share little pieces of code and tidbits for you, and you can just plug it in. On this page, I list events that are coming up. There's all sorts of tools that are built into World Anvil. You don't have to know HTML. You can learn shortcuts, BB code that lets you do hidden boxes and all sorts of other things. So you can run campaigns through here as well. I'm going to switch to showing this is my, so I run paid games, but this is my home game. This is my friends that we get together, and these are the ones that caused all the problem to start with. But you can track your games. You can put your link to Roll20 or whatever VTT you're using there. You can give your players like little tidbits, things that are happening for the next session. So this next Sunday, we're going to be finding the Firebird, and so I can kind of give everybody a hint at what's going on. I mentioned that you can actually use the writing side of World Anvil and create articles that relate to your character. So you can see there's a lore section that has a little bit of background about different parts of the setting, things that would be useful to them to know, especially new players coming in. So we'll click on one of these. So all this is linkable. Oops, there we go. And there it goes. Or did I go to another tab? Hold on.
Please hold.
Yeah, please hold. Technical. There you go. So the little box there behind it says it pops it up in another tab, so that way they don't lose their spot. But it's a little bit about what kind of environment are you coming into when you come into the Anhalt setting, and there's great navigation tools. So I can this whole folder.
Oh wow!
Is key things that you can go to. So you don't even have to click off of here. You can just. So there's two ways to get to the Anhalt. You can come up the long road to the north by the Anhalt Rise, or you could sail on through a ship through the Bay of Claws. And either is fraught with trouble and trials. So I
Just
think
the way
that's
I
a
like
pretty
my
quick.
adventure.
Yeah, that's a quick overview. And I have used World Anvil to actually, set up some of my not just the sessions, but take session notes afterwards. And so that's another great way to keep. I'm going to just pull that up here next, but so I stay on the right tab. There we go. On the back end, there we go, and we can see it here on the right hand side. On the back end, I can actually edit session reports. So I can just after we're done playing, I can pop in here, click that button, start typing 3 or 4 sentences, or I could go into. Sometimes it would end up being 2,000-3,000 words, because I was excited about the session.
Oh.
And I found what happened is every week when I was playing with my home group, I'd come in and it ended up being 1,000 words, 2,000 words, 3,000 words, and I started to do this cycle every week, and writing got easier. And I was like, wow, I like doing this writing thing. So then I tapped into the other resources that World Anvil has and other groups to explore more the writing side too. So kind of led to a lot from there.
Nice.
All right, what did I miss, Madeline? What did I miss?
You mentioned maps, but you didn't go into maps. I would love to see
Okay,
more about Anholt if there's anything else.
Yeah. Let me go to maps here, and I have a regional map. So you can have a lot of maps. So I have a couple maps for boats, because you can see all the place. I have the maps for the different forest villages. I have maps for buildings down to that scale. But this one is. I'm gonna click review. This one is like the whole region. Yeah, and this is a pretty good one. So it's not a real large area, but kind of gives you a good hint of what can happen with maps. And the cool thing about the maps is you can put your own pins on them. So there's that Bay of Claws, and if I click on this, it'll go to that article that I brought up before. So I can link everything together, and so people could actually navigate the world off the map. They can navigate the world off of timelines and chronicles. They can navigate the world through my actual articles that I kind of line up in the front too. Yeah.
That is so cool. So cool. This is one of the things I was interested in you touching on, specifically because interactive maps is an option available to Freeman. And so thank you so much for letting me pick your brain about that.
Yeah. I'm just looking at how I can.
If you zoom out,
Pictures are showing up. Yeah, the pictures were showing a little bit on the left. My screen was zoomed in there, so but like you can attach pictures to things, and it takes care of this formatting for you. So this is a picture I uploaded. I attached the article. I copied a code from that picture, pasted it into the article, and boom, the picture has its own page, and it's in the article too.
Mm-hmm.
So it's good tools.
It's honestly a really aesthetically pleasing bridge, no lie.
Yeah, that's a good bridge, huh? All right, let me go back.
I'm normally not one to judge these things, but.
All right, let me go to the actual dashboard too.
Nice.
Okay, here we go. All right, so this is where I might need to adjust my screen a little bit. Give it 1 second to catch up with me. Oops, I'm going the wrong way. Hold on. No, maybe not. All right, I can't quite get to the menu over here on the side, but I'm going to just pull up. So I'm going to my list of articles. So when I want to do a session note, I can come into here, or when I want to write a new short story, I can start working on it. And actually, this is one I'm doing right now. That little red dot means that it is a draft on that second one. but I've got a whole bunch of things I've been working on the last few weeks. Let's look at this quick. So when I edit something or want to add something to the site, it gives you a nice box that you can just type in. And we were talking about being able to use simple codes to coordinate everything that you need. It's got a toolbar in there. You can click it, spell check, and link it into tools like Grammarly or different editing tools that'll help you. So you don't have to know how to spell; it does it for you.
Nice.
Okay.
And as someone with dyslexia, this is super helpful unless you completely bork a word and then trial by flames.
Yeah. And you can't. I think the other great benefits of this is that I can use these articles. I can. You can just see it on the right hand side there. I can tag them. So if I'm running a campaign, I can tag it all with the same code. So that way I can find all the pieces of things that I need to for that whole campaign. You can tag resources for a session even, and put all of them together in one place. As we got our screen moved over here a little bit, you can also see the buttons down below that say notify followers. So you can kind of update everybody in your setting that's maybe just readers and things about things that are happening with your current games or new things you wrote, and it lets you really like stay in touch with your own community. And I think that's one of the best ways to build things. And the TTRPG space in general, we've thrived on community. So you need tools that actually let you do that too, and make it easy to do it.
And that integration with Discord becomes so useful because whenever you push an article that's done, I've seen people link it up so that their articles show up on their Discords, their private Discords, which they would host either for their systems or campaigns or what have you. So I agree.
I'll click on my alerts page. I save all of my everything everybody likes on my stuff. I just save them all because they like my thing. I want to save it. And I have exported them out once in a while, but I have 1,300 in there right now, and I just can't get rid of them all. But we're going to jump down to the bottom, and I'll show you a couple of those. So all the ones at the top are just things that are like general news, but here's an update from Mochi about an article that he just released. And he's the guy that's who followed my page recently. Yay!
Hey! Shout out to Mochi.
Right.
Hopefully this con.
Yeah. So you can get updates from people that you're following. You can send them updates. I'm going to scroll up just a little bit. I know I have an update that I shared out there. There we go. Every week I try to do a flash fiction article, and I'm doing the flash fiction February for the Storytelling Collective. So 28 flash fictions in 28 days. I'm going to see if I can keep up with it. And that's my first one. So I did my blurb about what's going on, and then a little blurb about the actual story that I wrote too. So, and these could be about game sessions. These could be about your whole new campaign. If you want to recruit from your player audience to fill some games, that's a great tool to be able to interact with people that are connected to you. I do have a Patreon, and I run some Patreon games so that as part of the process, I have them all connect to World Anvil, so I can send them game notifications and updates too. Yeah.
Nice.
All right. I'm going to jump down here one more time to the campaign section. And go to I think we did the campaign page, but
on that initial screen was a little tutorial that people can watch if they need more clarification on the tools themselves or what have you. And it doesn't redirect you away from your page, and you can use it to help you as you go along. Something that I like to do is to open URL in another tab, have the two screens side by side. That way I can follow along the tutorial. So if you're lost, we have resources for you. That is all. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that was one of the great things that when I started using World Anvil, there are a lot of YouTube how-to videos made by Janet and other people from World Anvil that give you all the little details of things you can tackle. So as you are learning to do things, and you're like, okay, I see that sessions button there, and I know I want to record my session notes. How do I do it? You can just type in how to use session notes on World Anvil, and it will find it on YouTube, so you can get more details from there. And in this case, it's right there on the screen. So, but I used that many times as I was learning how to use maps, and then learning how to use subscriber groups, learning how to use the discussion boards, all those types of things. Discussion boards even allow you to do the play by text as an option. You can roll dice. Yeah. So that's a whole other thing. You can put mini games in there. So you might be running a Pathfinder game or something like that, but a little side mini game for your spectators or your fans, and just kind of keep it growing, keep the community connected, people interacting, and just having fun. I mean, that's kind of the point of these games.
Yeah.
All right.
And if I may jump in for a moment before we continue, I know that Madeline, earlier you were talking about the features for the interactive map, and then also some of these tutorials that you were highlighting on that. So I was just wondering, so I know that World Anvil has a free option that's already pretty powerful, and then there's also paid options with tiers that add more features on top of that. Would you mind explaining kind of what they all mean and how someone new to World Anvil might choose how to start? And George, I don't know. I know the screen's been a little hard to navigate, so I don't know if you'll be able to pull up that screen to share.
I have that page.
We'll just talk.
I have the features list if you need it.
So yeah, well, maybe we can take a look at that, and then we can jump back into your campaign.
Heck yeah. Okay, perfect. Wonderful. So there are two versions of this page. We're running through the pricing page. We also have a codex article that you can look through, which will link you to the various guides for that particular feature. So to run through very quickly the most TLDR, for Freeman, you get a couple cool things. You get access to basic world building features and basic RPG features. This is things like maps and stat blocks and timelines. You have the ability to create 2 different worlds, 175 articles. And if you happen to run out of space, don't worry, we have you covered, because our master subscription gives you access to every single one of our tools that is expounded on. Aside from timelines, this is things like bloodlines. This is things like chronicles. Yes, this is my go-to. If anyone ever asks me for help, this is the page that I go to, because it also links you to the various kinds of article templates that you can use, which everyone has access to starting at the free tier. So Masters gives you access to Chronicles, the auto linker, and if you're curious about what these terms are, I really do recommend you take a look at this particular page on our codex. But in summation, anything that you could need, the Master tier has you covered. But say you're looking for a way to customize the rest of your world. Say you're looking to add color, pizzazz. Say you need more tools that maybe even helps you remove ads for anyone else looking at your site. Well, Grandmaster has you covered then. Anything that deals with greater customization on top of the tools that you already have is perfect, is done, yes. And then for Sage, finally, and this is, again, still part of the TLDR, this is as fast as we go, boys. The Sage is purely for those who are looking to monetize their work. And we, as World Anvil, actually seek to help you do this. If you are a part of this tier, we do, it's like once a month, a monthly monetization workshop where we look at different aspects of how to monetize your world. We pull examples from sages. George Sanders was on one of our seminars, and that was one where we took a look at primers and how to capture someone's interest immediately, I believe. That's as fast as I could run through that. How did I do, George?
That's a good quick summary. Yeah, no. I think the exciting thing is you can use a lot of the features. And for the first 2 months, I used World Anvil. I just did it as used it as a freeman. And
Nice.
because you can use unlimited articles, I think I had 25,000 words in 2 months.
Heck yeah.
in that first, and I remember that because it crossed over with World Ember, which is one of the contests that they run, and so I was keeping track of my words because, like, hey, I could actually get this goal in, and so it's kind of exciting to just do that. And then once that December and January came up, I was like, okay, I'm in, and then I was like, I know that I want to be doing this to make money, so I was like, a stage right away. So as a bed and breakfast owner, I've always looked for communities and networking groups. How can I connect online with like the online travel agencies and all that kind of stuff? And I was like, as soon as I saw the Sage option, I was like, oh, this is an amazing tool because you get a pre-built network. And I've connected with some other groups that do that really well, and it's amazing. Extra, I mean, you're getting the software tool, but you're also getting the extra network and community as well.
Yeah. And you know what? You actually mentioned something which our features don't cover. It's as part of the World Anvil community, we have all kinds of challenges and competitions that will go on throughout the year. We give out various prizes. We've given out vouchers to give people subscriptions. We've paired up with Kobold Press, Dungeon Fog, various other people in the TTRPG space so that we can give you the tools to run your various games at home. But yeah, these competitions, one that we're running right now is Bestiary February, where we're coming up with a whole bunch of creatures to fill out our campaigns. And that's just one of the many competitions we do. The whole reason this occurred to me is because, George, you mentioned World Ember, which is basically our writing competition, but people have used that for TTRPGs as well. Again, making monsters, making campaigns, the collaboration of minds. It's beautiful. Really, if there's one thing I recommend that you even just get a free membership for at World Anvil, it's the community. They're wonderful people. I mean, just look at George.
That's amazing. And I love how the community can also kind of help inspire different ideas, right? And then like your contests, like sometimes some of us just need a deadline or a little bit of a kick to actually start getting words down, right? So
I'm in this photo and I don't like it.
Yeah.
And I think like I saw on your front page too that like you have like little sections kind of guiding like what role are you, right? Are you a game master or a player or a publisher, Sage creator, right? And there's points you kind of towards these different options about what you can do to kind of really fulfill your needs specifically.
Absolutely.
And I have to
that can be why.
Popcorn, George, you go first.
We were all excited.
I know.
Well, I was thinking that, I think that's why it might seem World Anvil's a little overwhelming when you start, because it is fulfilling several roles. So you only need to do one thing at a time, but wow, all that power is right there at your fingertips. So once you get into it and use it, that's one of the best things that I saw, is that I really wanted to do immersive storytelling. I love the playing games and running TTRPG games. And I realized that, it wasn't a big step for me to start doing writing from that and to find other ways to do storytelling. So I'm excited that that's kind of like right at my fingertips now, and I can just expand, and I don't have to buy more tools. I can keep working from here. So working with other writing groups and communities and realizing, I can do poetry and I can do other stuff. And so that everything's there that I need to pull that off.
In the words of Senator Palpatine, unlimited power! But anyway, that aside, that moment is over with and done and is on the internet forever. But anyway, so we have several different use cases for... we have several different people that we have tools for. So whether you're, I don't want to sound like a marketer. My marketer hat just like fell on. It's like, no, get off. But if you're a world builder, we have suites that are just for you, our world building features, as I already have discussed the various tools available to you. Extensive. If you're a writer, if you happen to get the master subscription, of course, we already support you with the free tools, but we also have a manuscripts tool, which allows you to write and link your articles in its own little, tool. Presentation area, which is aside from your world, but still almost like Scrivener. Yes. Anyway, so that aside, and then if you're, of course, the RPG person, well, you're here. Hello. We're going over the tools presently. But yes. Oh, and Grady, you mentioned, I'm so sorry. You mentioned one other thing, which is people need community. And I forgot to mention this. On our Discord, one of the main ways that we serve our RPG community is having the ability for GMs to look for players. You have the community at your fingertips. Here is the ability for you to find people, and not only just like-minded individuals, but people who want to play the same games that you want to play. That's it. Here's my soapbox.
Yeah, I will say though that one thing in our games that we found handy is kind of making the players keep their own journals too, right? And having them take a certain amount of responsibility for tracking what they know rather than relying solely on the GM. And I guess like there's kind of, I saw like some of the tiers had like the collaboration and the ability for other users to kind of log in, right?
Mm-hmm. And that could be so useful to a GM.
One of my players does like to do that after each one of my Patreon players. So I made sure I got them connected with the tools on World Anvil so they could write session notes. And so they actually write it from the point of view of their character. And so it's kind of fun to see like that happening and collecting along the way. So
Yeah.
Now, George, I know that you had talked about, right, like when you start, take one step at a time, right? And that's something I'm gonna try to take to heart. Even though I see all these cool customization options and all these different ways to link things, and it's just so tempting. But I have to admit that I had a bit of an ulterior motive in inviting y'all here as well. We at the Gallant Goblin are planning to launch a Pathfinder actual play this summer on our YouTube channel. That's youtube.com/thegallantgoblin. And it will be a heavily modified playthrough of the Outlaws of Alkenstar adventure path. And so that's kind of a steampunky Western kind of themed, where you start as outlaws on the run because you crossed a corrupt official who kind of framed you for a crime. And it's going to be called Love and Hate in the Mana Wastes. And we have a cast of professional actors and improv comedians, and their performances are going to be supported by pre-recorded segments, animation, behind-the-scenes videos about getting into Pathfinder as a player, plus cool supplemental materials like Pathfinder-compatible new monsters, adventures, and more. We're offering some cool perks and products through a new crowdfunding site that's up. Check it out if you want some alternatives to Kickstarter. Especially, I know there was some concerns with NFTs and things like that, or blockchain and things, and so there's been some other options coming up. So it's a site called Crowdfunder, Crowdfunder, but without an E at the end, so fundr.com, and you can see our. You can kind of see how it's, and our actual play is set up as kind of almost like a storefront on there at crowdfunder.com/love8. And we're offering cool perks and products that you can purchase, and your proceeds go to pay our cast and produce more content. So yeah, you can definitely check that out. But yeah, George, what we wanted to do was we wanted to create a World Anvil site as one way to share our content with our viewers and help them follow the story of our actual play. And so, Madeline showed us some of the options to create the account. But once we've done that, what is next, right? You were kind of about to show us your campaign. What would be our first step to create something like that, to create a page for your storytelling purposes?
Yeah. Let me. I'm gonna bring up a page here, and one of the things that I was thinking about I have a couple different games going. So I realized that I actually could think about this from the point of view of like a user journey. So I could tell the story along with the web page. So people that are playing this is travel log is what I'm going to click on here on my page. They can get this, and this is where the temerity is the log of the player that's coming through here. So my first step is to build a landing spot for your players. Then you build a landing page for your audience, and you can start tossing in articles. And as you plan your story on the backside for your players, things pop up that you start adding in, like cool tables or cool pictures, and those you can share with your front audience as well as your players. And it kind of builds itself as you go along in your story. So I'd start with these 2 landing pages, and then World Anvil has these articles called plots. And so you can actually pick the plot article type, and you can use that as your pre-session notes, and then do your session notes afterwards. And then you have this nice chain of content that goes one step after another. And I have those for 2 years worth of stuff. And it's over 100,000 words now of just that section.
Man.
So that's only patrons get that content. But
Hey,
let's
you're super
click down in
fans.
here. Yeah, exactly. And so I have session notes that you can click on and just start reading through what's been happening.
Wow.
Chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3. So these are my main storylines I'm following. And while I'm here, the cool thing, we mentioned discussion boards. Well, I can link those discussion boards in other pages. And so everybody can see what's happening month by month, and all in one spot. So there's a couple of things, like the little steps would be like make these central pages that you can work from, these hubs, I guess would be a good way to describe them. And I've heard other people describe that in World Anvil. They use hubs to kind of like connect everything to, and then you can kind of build out from there.
Yeah.
How's that sound as a first step?
I think that's amazing.
Yeah.
Having a
Good,
place
good.
where people can land, specifically to create intrigue and interest, even to have a place to showcase what you're doing so that other people can follow along. It is a amazing journey to be on. And now I have to find your Patreon.
Yay. And I put all my the flash fiction collections in here. So like this is where it's over. I have 80 on there, but now it's over 100 because I just completed World Ember again. So I have 100 flash fiction stories that actually relate to all the flash fiction is parallel or secondary to the actual gameplay. And so you could learn more about NPCs, or you could learn more about like what's happening in the town when the heroes go away, if the players follow the stories too.
Yeah.
So that's my idea of like the immersive storytelling is that you don't just play the game, but you get these little tidbits. And next time you're back in town, you're like, hey, Harold in the blacksmith shop, what you been up to? And then we get into a whole little story with that. So.
Creating a living, breathing world that evolves in on itself. Wonderful.
Yeah. And it's always been fun with TTRPG because it's a shared storytelling experience, and to give players back more, along the side and around the corner, and pop it up over here and pop it up over there. So I like just that idea of the immersive experience. And it's not through just a video game, and I do like video games too. But this is my idea of like that whole shared storytelling experience. I'm trying to like bring it into the world and use storytelling as a creative force for good. and just like push all that out.
You have my sword.
Yay. All right.
How'd we do, Brady?
Yeah, that's fantastic. So like, I know. So you talked about like the having like a section that is for your patrons. Like, are there additional kind of like granular settings? So like, like your players can see this, but your viewer audience maybe can't, because there's part of the plot that maybe you're still trying to hide as a reveal, but you're working on that, or even individual players, right? Because like sometimes there's secret information. I don't encourage players to keep secrets from each other necessarily, but like sometimes for their plot it's relevant. Like what are those kinds of controls in terms of your articles, and like how you handle that?
Some of those controls are available. I'm pretty sure they're even available in Freeman. The spoiler tab, I think, right, Madeline?
I believe so. Hold up, I'm gonna check out the
check
code.
that, but,
I think so.
The spoiler option just like hides a section and expands it. That was on one of my pages I showed early on. That's one tool that I use a lot. That does allow people to jump in if they want, but I also do subscriber groups. And as you grow up in tiers, you can get more subscribers. So I have a Patreon subscriber group. I have a subscriber group for each of my games. And then I have the townsfolk subscriber group, which is the people that follow me. So each of those groups get extra info. Some of it overlaps. It kind of builds on each other. The Patreon members get everything. But the games can be parallel to each other. They don't overlap. So one table doesn't necessarily know everything the other table is doing. And the fun thing that happened this year is my original home game crossed over my Patreon game, and they had to deal with one of the player characters from my home game, and he was all excited to do it. So he's a high level wizard now, so he can be like the quest giver. And it was kind of fun to have that whole thing happen in the community. And they know each other in the Discord server, so now they're like harassing each other. And it's great. So I think subscriber groups is a great thing to do. And then the way you can integrate that is in World Anvil, containers can be hidden, or you can make a container on any box of text that will be dependent on the subscriber group that they're logged in as. So on a page, I could have my whole storyline written out, and at the very bottom there could be a whole nother chunk that you don't see if you're not logged in as one of the players. I do have one page that has that on it. Well, at least that we can see right now.
Secrets.
That is I'm logged in, so it's going to be everything. But I'll show you where you can see where it's at. It's one of my main articles, like how you get to the wildlands here. Oops, this one down here. So this is my origin story. And so it's about a group of heroes that lost a battle. I'm going to scroll the whole way down to the bottom. And down here in this epilogue, this whole section from where it says the townsfolk down, that is not viewable by somebody that's just logged into World Anvil. You actually have to be part of the townsfolk subscriber group to see that. And I try to write it into the storyline of, if you're a townsfolk of the Wildlands, you would know, and what actually happened, because these characters are your neighbors. And so there's a bunch of pages that have things like that on the back end. And so you can kind of get a feel for what's next and what extra things are happening and that type of thing. So it links to the next story in the series here for those people too. So I can really, for the casual reader, they can just kind of see the thing and it's all good. But for somebody who wants more, you follow the world and you got all these little blocks that pop in there. and it just happens, because it's assigned based on the user group. And then for the Patreon members, they get access to on my home page. You can't click that Patreon content button is not available if you're not logged in as one of the Patreon users. So I'm going to scroll down to that quick. This townsfolk content and the Patreon don't show up if you're not a follower. So you have to click the, it's not there now because I follow my own world. This would be a button, and you could follow the world, and then all of a sudden that townsfolk content button would show up above.
That's
So
cool.
that's kind of like how I work it around. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that.
Not
I love
only
that
are
you
there-
don't. It's not like Sorry. Go.
Oh, I was going to say, not only are there follower subscriber groups, but there are subscriber groups. So you can get as granular as you like with it, to have secrets be for particular species or different races, or have it be for classes if you wanted it, or just even a group of people. So it's really cool how you've incorporated that. That's all I was going to say.
Yeah, so you could see it was actually on pages. You could do just sections of pages, hide them, or you could hide a whole page. It wasn't just like, one, it's a little bit of each. So you can really get granular. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, at risk of drawing comparisons to MySpace, what sort of media does it support? Like, I see you've got like the images and the maps and things like that, but like if you had like music or video or sound, like what can you do? Like how interactive?
Let me be your champion. So funny you should bring this up. Well, I have the BB code commands all in front of me at the moment. One moment while I scroll all the way down just to make sure that I don't say anything out of turn here. But you can link a whole bunch of media players into World Anvil without having the reader, navigate away from the page. Thus far, the ones that I'm aware of, we support Spotify, we support YouTube, we support TikToks, we support SoundCloud, Libsyn, Bandcamp, Podbean, Anchor FM, Sketchfab, something called Kula, and also you could show your Discord in there and show who's online. All of this is necessarily so that if you want to create a particular vibe or a particular atmosphere for whatever sort of region you're going into, if it's Spooky Cave and you want to plug in Witcher 3 music or whatever you'd like, you can do that with various media players, as well as like links to your other articles and maps. All of our features are embeddable. I believe all of our features are embeddable. George, correct me if I'm wrong. Write it in. Yeah, all of our features are embeddable into one another. Nice. So.
Yeah, I had a violin song in my one article too that I put up. You can paste where you want it to show, whether it's in the top right corner or in the sidebar or down at the bottom. Or within the article, so you can move it around. And I had just a violin soloist part that I really liked because the bard hero was playing an amazing piece that won the battle, and to have that playing in the background was just the perfect thing for that. So I've seen people put their own music content up, like that they've written.
Yeah.
So it's a great way to tell, another way to tell storytelling. That could be a fun thing to get into. A whole other avenue of way to show your story.
It occurs to me, the biggest difference between MySpace and World Anvil is that the music does not and will not autoplay.
That's just a good thing.
That is a selling point. Now, George, back to kind of the storytelling and the community. Like, you put out content quite frequently. What kind of how do you decide what part of your world that you're going to explore or elaborate on next?
So they say that there's two types of writers, right? The pantser and the plotter. And sometimes I switch back and forth, so I'm not sure which one I am yet, but a lot of times I can pants it, and then I end up into a plot, and I come up the next couple steps. Um, uh, I think the key thing for that is finding your own writing style and figuring out a process that works for you. And groups like the Storytelling Collective have really helped me kind of like fine tune that. And also World Anvil, because those monthly Sage meetings, sometimes we go over topics that are really granular about like how to do some of these things. But for me, getting that content out regularly, I think was an extension of writing the session notes every week. It gave me a way to have a creative outlet. And if I didn't do that, I just didn't feel as good. So it didn't really, I think one of the things was important for me is I didn't focus on what I had to write. I focused on what I just needed to write. And so sometimes I would want to walk through the forest. And sometimes I wanted to be by the ocean, sailing on the ship. And so I would jump around. And I knew the general topics I wanted to do. So if you're doing a campaign and you know the general direction you want to go in the campaign, think a few sessions ahead and just, start creating some content. It's a great way to brainstorm for encounters. It's a great way to like know how are in modern TTRPGs, a lot of times we get help with NPCs about how they're going to react. There are things that they want to be able to do. Well, this is your chance to kind of do that for yourself. And so I kind of always saw all those things as stuff I needed anyway. And then I realized through these writing groups and through World Anvil, Jen in particular always says, get your content out. Don't just hoard it. The whole point of this is you want to share your story. Like we're writing these stories to share. And so I was like, okay, I got this. It sunk in. So every Tuesday I try to release a short fiction piece. I got to be writing, doing maps and writing new content for the adventurers. So every month I'm trying to do so many maps, and I have some goals in mind, but if I don't hit them, I don't punish myself either. So that's a good point to keep in mind. But those are some of the things that, and I think what's happened is I've settled on into a number that works for me. I found that I can get up to 2,000, 3,000 words a week, and sometimes I need a break then. But I'll do a flash fiction piece. I'll do part of a short story. I might add to one of the books I'm trying to like kind of put together as I go along, and all those pieces kind of take a bit of that total. And by jumping around, I get ideas, and I go back and this is something else I can add. So that works pretty good for me. And I think the process for other people may be different, but I do think that you just sitting down and just writing. And my home is the World Anvil article page. It has the vignette up, and that box is there just for me to put stuff in. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of how I
all hail the vignette
think about it. Yeah. And sometimes I've heard of people too that like to write their stories out and then type them up. So finding your process is important. But for me, I'm wondering a little bit here, but that's some of the things that kind of motivate me is like I want to walk in the world, and that's and I think that comes across then when I talk about immersive storytelling and what I want to sell to people. That's what they're getting because that's what I want to be doing. So,
yeah, absolutely. I know we've focused a lot on the tool set, but I like that we're kind of closing this out here with our inspirations, right? The reason that we want to do this is we have these stories to tell and share and collaboratively experience, right? So,
right.
Unfortunately, like I think we're basically in our last 5 minutes. So before we make way for the next segment of Third Party Con, let's just sign off with who we are, where people can follow us if they want to see more of our work. So yeah, George.
Yeah. So George Sanders, and I am a professional DM and storyteller. I'm an aspiring author and an innkeeper. You can find me on a bunch of social media, and the best way to locate me is if you go to anholt.com, scroll down to the bottom of the page, everything is across the bottom. My Patreon, my Twitter, Instagram, and everything else. Anholt.com.
Perfect.
Nice.
And Madeline?
I am all over World Anvil, goodness. So wherever the World Anvil community is, you will find me. My particular world does not have a custom URL, but it is www.worldanvil.com/w/chimera, as in the monster, hyphen D10, as in a 1d10, as in a 10-sided dice, because that is the tabletop role-playing game I am creating. So otherwise, it has been so lovely hanging out here with you folks. And I hope I'm in chat. I hope future me is in chat. And if she isn't, she's sleeping. Don't worry about it. And she'll catch up later.
Well, we don't quite have the schedule yet, but I'll share it as soon as we can. I think it may loop every 8 hours though, so you're not
that's
expected to stay up for the other.
No, I'm expected to stay up.
Yeah, and I am Grady Wong. If all goes as planned, we're possibly going to continue our discussion today on the Gallant Goblin YouTube channel with more episodes as we build our own World Anvil page for Pathfinder actual play, love and hate in the Mana Wastes. So come find us on our website at gallantgoblin.com or on YouTube at youtube.com/thegallantgoblin to see our playthrough of the Outlaws of Alkenstar Adventure Path or to dive deeper with us into World Anvil. We're also on at Gallant Goblin on Twitter, the Gallant Goblin pretty much everywhere else. And yeah, thank you, George and Madeline, for stopping by, sharing your knowledge. Thank you all for joining us. I hope you enjoy the rest of the con. And I hear that we have a traditional World Anvil sign-off. So Madeline, take it away.
As we say on the end of any of our World Anvil Twitch streams, it is grab your hammer and go world build. Take care, guys. Bye.
Bye.
Third Party Con is sponsored in part by Pathfinder Infinite, part of the Drive-Thru RPG network. Whether it's adventures, settings, monsters, classes, or anything else that builds on the core game, Pathfinder Infinite allows talented creators like you to share your content and make money while you're at it. You can use the Pathfinder Lost Omens campaign setting and more as a launch pad for your own creations. Get recognized by the community, and you might even earn an invitation into the Infinite Masters Elite Creator Program. For more information, visit roll20.io/TPK. That's roll20.io/TPK. Next up for Third Party Con, Oberon's Forge Press talks about how to publish on Pathfinder Infinite.
Hi, and welcome to TPKCon. My name is Helen Savor, also known as I'm a Paper Ninja, and I want to talk to you today about how to take what you've written and get it published on Pathfinder Infinite. Similar things for Drive-Thru RPG, but I'm focusing on Infinite because that's a large part of the community. Really, there are 3 key things we're going to focus on: editing your work, doing layout, I use Affinity for that, and uploading it into the one bookshelf ecosystem through the community content program. So buckle up, let's go along. Okay, let's talk about editing as well. We've all been readers, we produce TTRPG products, so we kind of know how the flow is, but whenever you're writing, you're gonna find your fingers are gonna type things you don't expect, and then when you're putting something together, there's certain niceties you're not necessarily thinking about. So when writing for game products, also there is a bit of a different grammar than writing for fiction. I know this is about gaming, but I do come from a background of fiction writing. I've done several novels, and they don't always match up, which makes sense. It's a different source of information. So what I do is I actually pop open this software, Pro Writing Aid. There are other things like it, Grammarly, and you can do this you can do your own self-editing in Word or Google Docs, wherever you're using. This is something that helps me, and I was able to get it for not a lot many years ago because of National Novel Writing Month. I got a coupon. A few things that I try to focus on, which is different for TTRPG, is the spelling because proper nouns are going to be very different. Going through spell check first thing, as you'll see, lots of proper nouns in there. So I nix all that off, but you do sometimes still find those spelling errors. I think lead up here was an issue. There's a few other great checks here, like spelling consistency between US and UK. In the gaming world, you sometimes got a few things that are more of the UK spelling, and I prefer Grey as well too. I drive my editors crazy with that. Capitalization consistency, because that will highlight issues in how you've written together rules versus prose. For instance, we're taking a look at, let's see, lumber, Isle of Kortos, that's proper, or at any point are we referring to an island in general. We've moved on to Orc. Oh, Orc license. We'll talk a little bit in other panels about why the open RPG creative license is so important. Council is interesting, governing bodies. It's proper when you're talking about the body, but it could be I'm just running a council. I may have scrolled off screen somehow, but here I'm doing some double checking on lore. Why is it capital or not? And the best thing to do is actually pop open a book that's very similar to what you're doing. We're working on a intro guide, so that is what I pulled up here. And you just search, and you're going to find consistency. Lore versus lore. It's lore when you're talking about a skill capitalized, and it's lowercase when we're talking about the lore of something. But you'll see a lot of that. Capitalization needs to be used in a very careful way. In the English language, as we type, want to use capitalization more than we should, need to reserve it for those specific moments, or you know what, it just isn't as useful. At this point, we've taken care of all kind of the side helper things out, but we're going to actually go through the prose now. There's still stuff highlighted. It's easier to check this out. Now, as a careful thing is that, it's going to recommend readability to make things simpler, but you need to be careful about was there specificity around those things. A lot of modifiers are used to clarify a situation or a rule. So you got to check on all those time. For instance, coming up, is this person experienced and wise? Well, experience and wisdom mean very different things in an RPG. Then I'm just kind of trying to say that this is a very special person in prose. Is known to meet is interesting because it's going to recommend meets as just something a little bit more clear, but it's indefinite, and this is the thing that comes up a lot. We're not saying that they're definitely meet there, it's known. It's something that people understand, or at least it's a rumor. It might not actually be true, especially until the gamers are playing. This is another interesting construction. Are particularly suitable, talking about backgrounds. And you're like, well, of course it's suitable. This is what we're making for the thing. But, is that too much? Are we saying too much? Are we using our words wise? But we go back to the source material and we do look, and there is similar language there. So why not just adopt that? There's a lot of just referencing what's come before. And especially for these like framing things, the more that there are similar phrases, the easier it is to pick up on the rules. It's part of the modularity that I love of Pathfinder 2e. As you can see, we're pretty much wrapped up here, just taking a few extraneous character turns, so this thing is as clean as possible for us to drop it in what we will be using to format, compile, format, and produce. We're making a PDF using Affinity Publisher. But before we get to that, we need to talk a little bit about art. This is an especially timely topic because new guidelines are out, and even further are rumored to come down about the use of AI art in TTRPG products. One Bookshelf, the host for DriveThruRPG and several other sites, including Pathfinder Infinite, has put out guidelines that there must be tagging around the use of AI-generated art, as demonstrated here. You can find this in the FAQs for One Bookshelf. However, each individual may also do further guidelines, and it is rumored that Paizo, and thus Pathfinder Infinite, will be putting some rather strict guidelines around the use or non-use of AI art. Agree or disagree, we're going to follow the guidelines of whatever it is so we can continue to publish our favorite works in our favorite spaces. So let's talk about where do we find art in general. here we go, right in the Pathfinder Infinite FAQ. It is discussed. And there is some that's released directly in Infinite itself. I'll show you that link. And what's important to realize here, and why it's really cool to publish in Infinite, is that you can use images released under the community use package in a commercial product. So we're going to show you how to find that stuff. There is a lot. Basically, if it has been in a Paizo blog post, those images are, I won't say free game, there are some limitations as said here. Character sheets, logos, photographs, definitely don't touch that. So that's a wealth of things. But if you want to go further out, stock art, you can buy stock art in various places, and you can find free stock art. Or you can commission it. There's a lot of great artists out there who are just other creators trying to have fun and get the job done. What I've been starting to do with some of my products is revenue share with other artists, so I don't necessarily need the funds up front, but if you have that, support your favorite artist friends. There's so many good stuff. So let's take a look. On Pathfinder Infinite, if we come over to Resources for Infinite Creators, we'll see a whole bevy of things. Actually, let's highlight not just the art. This is where you can find a lot of the templates that people have put together. I haven't put my style up there. Frankly, I think there's some better starting templates. So these are, well, some of the paid ones, but there are some freebie ones as well. But look at this art that people have provided that you can get access to. Some of these are just $1, $2, a whole pack for $10. So many great stuff in here. And all you got to do is hit Resources for Infinite Creators. And to show that there are some things that are on the cheaper side for people whose production budget is 0 right now. We have these packs that were provided to start, kind of some basic stuff. And people, if we scroll up, have been adding to some of these templates. So these are this is the Infinity template that I started with. And like I said, we're still seeing a lot of art. We've got the Starfinder resource here, some terrain packs. So if you're just getting started, there is stuff available here, art and otherwise. But like I said, community use images can be used by Infinite creators for Infinite products in the Infinite ecosystem. So take a look, get to the Pathfinder wiki, and you will find those images. Like we said, no headshots. Sorry, Jason Bowman. No covers, so sorry for these covers and logos. But there are so many characters and even items. Look at that nice avatar key over there. Got some glyphs, Absalom symbol, lots of stuff going on there. And there are several pages. So one thing I recommend to creatives, if you got 5 minutes, if you got your phone when you're sitting in the bathroom or somewhere, just browse stock art sites. Look for something that you think might help. Now, this is a great way to find it, but you could also go and say, hey, I am looking for orcs, because we just did and are working on an orc supplement. Oh, wow, this one's super convenient. I could just link to groups of orcs. Now, let's see. But you want to make sure that it does fall under the community use policy. So, okay, I like this orc scout. Let's take a look at them. And let's see what's going on. Okay, copyrighted image. It's part of the community use policy, unmodified use. And you can even see when it was used in the Paizo blog if you're feeling a little bit nervous that this was out there. So this is a great source for images. I come here a lot. Okay, where are other free sources for images? General stock sites. Pixabay that you will see integrated with some products. It's an Affinity. I believe Adobe uses them. But you can come and grab it yourself. So it might not be the exact thing. Okay, so this is kind of bland for what we're doing. So let's look for a witch. Oh, some of those are a little extra special. Now we're taking a look. These might be a little too realistic. Actually, I'm kind of liking this one down here. So some things you could do is illustration. I find searching on that really helps. It gets me a little closer to kind of what we're trying to do for RPG space. And if you want to get something, a little bit more upscale, it is going to lead you towards their associated paid site. This is iStock for the sponsor for Pixabay. while we're still on Pixabay, another great source, because we saw me working on those backgrounds and image templates before. Okay, maybe Witch is not great for this. Let's say Forest. So we can get the vector graphics are going to give you a little bit more cartoony, illustrated from not a detailed way. So these might be some good insets, like I was using this for backgrounds and such. And you might find, let's look for maybe a wand. I love wands. Oh, so there's also Pexels. It really is more photo driven. So I don't usually find as much useful stuff for this space, but I'd be remiss if I didn't mention another free site. Okay. And then we look for the more paid sites. iStockPhoto is associated with Pixabay, so you're going to see things there. I'm going to show you my... Okay, sorry. Roy Deposit Photos is another one. These all have, similar things. If I'm going to look for a... we should search for a warlock. If I'm going to search for a witch here, we're going to get much more richer response than we were getting on the other site. So we're looking for fun stuff. But I'm going to take a look over at Shutterstock, which has been my favorite so far. They give out coupons, I swear, every once in a while. So you just buy a few things and you'll find something. And look at this great art I found on this site. Now, yeah, these things do cost. So let's take a look at least this example. You want to just get some quick things. I know it costs a little bit here, but you could just go for, I just want to pay for a month and get, 10 images. It'll work my product. There's $50. What I'll usually do is use these for the cover images, the higher quality things. Oh, wait, that says AI generated images? Okay, I took a look off screen, and you can select whether you're doing AI versus other images, so you can still stick within the rules. But if we have some concerns that Shutterstock's doing AI images, let's take a look at Deposit Photos options instead. Okay. So here's some subscription costs. Always make sure to bug out of these subscriptions before it's too long. So you can see cost per image and how much you can get. And what I'd really focus on is these richer images for your covers and using kind of more of the free stock for your internal things. You can also get on demand and see what these things are here. Especially one thing you can do as you produce and do more, you can invest some of your stuff back in your art. So another place, if you want to get, this is RPG art. You can go over to DriveThruRPG in their publisher resources, and this is where you're going to, okay, of course, it's a very mappy day today, but you can find some great figures here for not that much. Ooh, this is a pay what you want set. Hold on a sec. I could use some roguey rogues. Okay. See, there. You might be able to find some great stuff. It just takes some browsing. So, art is a hot button topic right now, but it is part of what we're working on. Art can be a differentiator, but don't let it stop what you're doing. There's a lot of resources to find great art to offset your products. Free, maybe paid as you get a little bit more further in. So let's roll into what might be the second most intimidating thing about publishing products on Infinite. The first being the legalities and the OGL and the orc eventually in section 15. I'm going to go over that more at the end. But the second is actually putting together your product. So what I do have a template that I've started with. I actually picked up, well, I started with trying to convert a word base, and then I saw someone had kindly already done one on the Pathfinder Infinite site, and later in the video I'm going to show you how to find that. Over time, I have refined what I'm working on. It really helps if every time you work on a product, you pick one more thing to improve. And that's not about gaming or RPG writing. That's just kind of something in general. If you try to do it all at once, it's going to be a lot. And this is, oh gosh, how many products have I done now? Some of them are freebies though, so they don't all count. So it's been a while working on stuff. What you see here is I'm trying to get a border in place. Not everything needs a border, but when you pick up those Paizo books and you're like, oh, look at this artwork, the border is maybe the second piece of artwork that's going to stand out. Cover, of course, first, because you've been staring at that forever saying, when are you going to release or get my digital copy or hit my friendly local game store? So I do try to spend some time getting the border in place. I also, you got to be careful to make sure that the background the text on is, not too disruptive. If you ever have any questions about that, actually, we had a great discussion in the Infinite Discord. I think we have pinned we can go back to. But a little bit of texture actually looks good. You can see I'm putting some border, and yep, there's a little bit underneath to just give it a touch of something, but it's still really got to be readable. Personally, the D&D 5e handbook, I just can't read it. There's not enough difference between the text and the background. So another thing when you're using an editor like Affinity is you're going to have these master pages, but you have multiple you can work with. So you don't have to necessarily go in and customize everything. You just know what some of the things are. So once I get my base, I like to go in and get a few standards, like section headings. That division you can see there is kind of pretty popular to kick off things. So that'll be helpful. And this is where I always will inevitably mess something else up. I have flipped text backwards before, page numbers go away. It's pretty fun. So another thing I include in my master templates is the collections of spells, feats, descriptions, so that I have it actually pre-formatted and I can just kind of drop and paste those in. We're going to see it. There we go. It's going to flash so fast here. We'll see it again when we start doing more of the editing live. So now what I've actually done is I've started looking at similar guides as I put the text in. And this is where I realized where I flipped things or done something else and done something wrong. I am primarily going with the Pathfinder trade dress that they've provided in the templates for Pathfinder Infinite products. But the nice thing about using these styles, which I'm copying and pasting around, is I can actually make those edits later. You can see very quickly making some changes to what these things look like. And that's really cool. So I have a mixture of narrative text and here the stat block text. I'm trying to put together some backgrounds. This was simple enough that I didn't need to go back and kind of copy and paste from my standards, but I can just use this really helpful text style bar to kind of really get everything in the way I want it. So here you can see the flow controls as we go between pages. You've got that line that's saying, I want you to flow from here to there. That means as I mess around with things, then I don't have to necessarily copy and paste between the pages again. The text will flow around. As I start working on images, that's going to be pretty important. So here I'm flipping over to a similar thing, the Abomination Vaults Player's Guide, to see how I might want to put things in. So I'm working on Town Gazetteer. And so I'd actually picked out this graphic earlier of something that I think might be neat. It's not quite what I want yet, though. So this is where I've been playing with this a lot. I'm going to flip into the graphics form of the program. Affinity has a graphics form you can go back and forth and just do a little editing. I don't want those little tassels in there. I want to be able to put text on top of it. So a little here, a little there. And you notice, okay, so I'll point this out while we're looking at this. There's a lot of red squigglies in the background. I've already done my editing. You saw that before, so I'm not paying attention to spelling errors here, which actually might not be wise because I might introduce a new one. What I really should do at the end of this is go back and use pre-flight to go spell check. But for time purposes, you'll see I don't actually do that. So here's hoping I got it right. Okay, I'm getting this back into the text, and then I'm remembering, oh yeah, I don't actually have a pure white background because, again, we gave it a little bit of texture. But what we're going to do is we're going to start taking that away so it blends in better. But what we're seeing is we have text behind it. We don't want that text behind it. We need to be able to not interfere with the text. So we're going to see some examples. Oh, I guess we're going to do that part later. For first we're setting this up. And this is, again, I don't have a permanent settlement block, but I am borrowing some elements from that stat page to kind of set up how I do the standards here. I have a little table for traits, which has been very helpful. And again, we're going through and editing our styles. And then this is where you fuss, you fiddle. Is this the right size? How much can I get in there? Do I feel good about this? There's a lot of that, it feels like, in what we're doing. So I believe in a moment, we're going to switch over to where does this whole block actually fit. Oh yeah, and that's, sometimes you pick elegancy and sometimes you're like, I just need to put a simple line there. Don't let good enough be the enemy of great. I've reversed that. So now we're getting the text wrap like I was saying. So some products have tighter or looser wrap. You got to at least make sure there isn't text behind it. I'll mess around with it a lot because I'm too picky. I personally also don't like to have a lot of things split between pages. So you're going to see I'm like really looking around about where can I put this to maximize my page space. I always forget how much you actually see on a page. You're like, that's a lot of words until you go back and look at the real products. I'm sorry, maybe the Paizo products. Everything's real. Our third party is real as well. And you're like, yeah, they do fit a lot, but I guess you're just so excited to read it, you almost don't realize how much is there. And you see, doing again some resizing here. If I'd done those bars personally before, it would have come back better. And let's see. Now it's time for, oh yeah, let's put that map in there. So there's a whole other section we're putting together, and we're going to flip back and forth again. So this is a neat trick. You can pull in a picture from something else, just shrink it down so it's transparent so you can kind of see where you do layout. Now in this case, this wasn't that complicated. I decided to not do a special pull-out graphic for this, but what I am doing is I am editing that section instead of, so I've got the basic template, but I am messing around with it a little bit. But because I had the section header templates, it was a lot easier to just shift the text around. Okay, now everything's got to reflow again. Now that I'm putting that together, where do I want this to go? So there's a lot of fussing about that right now. While we're doing that, something to think about is your text styles. I'm showing how you can do it, but what do you want yours to be? We're working on a similar to Paizo trade dress, but you don't have to be there. I also like similar but distinct in a lot of cases. It still has to be familiar. Your stat blocks are probably going to want to still be similar enough, but it can be, unique in your own. Okay. This is a section we're actually going to go on to a little bit more later now, where we're working on our OGL, our section 17. I'm sorry, our section 15. I'll go do it slower later. Don't worry. Because I'm doing our finishing things. We've put this together. We're making sure our back matters correctly, which also is going to include credits. Now, I'm hesitating here a while because I'm really trying to be extra careful on the art, but I ended up doing my art description earlier, so we don't have to look at me fussing about getting the art credits right. Cover time. Covers are tough. For Infinite, you want to make sure you have that proper logo out there. We saw that. But then picking what you're going to put up. And again, we talked about art. So this is all stock that I found, and I put it together to get ready for this project. Most of it's stock. I do have a few art pieces from some artists I've worked with. We did end up not putting this guy in. We took him out to save him for something else. But Micah Draws does some great art, and Connor also did some of the art that you're going to see in the full product that this is previewing. So I guess I think I was putting this back in so I can get back to the cover. You got to make sure. Well, I like making sure the authors are on there, but that's not. It isn't actually you have to. You need that logo there, that Pathfinder Infinite logo. And if you're doing something on, say, drive-through, you're going to want that compatibility logo too. Okay, so this is where I'm actually pulling stock live out of the product. So Affinity has Pixabay and Pexels built right in. And this is where it's a little bit just mess around with. I want to pull a few things. I want to get a theme going here, but I don't want it to be just plain white. Maybe that's me. I think this actually would have looked fine just like that. So then it's fussing. It's kind of the best and the worst part because it's not the hard brain that's doing the math of things, and it's not 100% creative because you're working with building blocks instead of having to go and full create something new. But it does mean that we can just do a little fussing and see what might work with experimentation, and that feels pretty cool. And again, we talked about some of the art stuff earlier, which is what I was hesitating on about here. So I think we're rolling on to Fun with Fonts are coming up. So this template was put together in advance, but when we're looking at that cover, that's your chance where you're going to say, oh, is that what I really want? And one thing to be careful about when working on fonts is the fonts on your computer aren't necessarily ones that you can commercially use. Obviously, all of them have a personal license, but there's many fonts on the computer that's just there, it's stuck there, it's being annoying. We want to make sure we honor commercial release information. We're honoring all the other guidelines and licensing. Let's do this too. But the good news is there are a lot of places you can find free fonts. Sometimes there are deals to get a good guide. And you can just flip over to Google and double check, is this have a commercial license? And I think I'm going to flip over some good font sites here to check. 1000 Fonts, DI Fonts are also great places to kind of take a look for things. Okay, I think here I was just double checking some of the notes on the back matter as we're going back and forth. To recap, all of our text is in. It is readable. It is recognizable. It is in a package with pleasing art. We have a cover at the front. And now it's time to start going back to the back. Once we've put it all together, how do we make this into a PDF? One bookshelf does have a few guidelines, and we are going to follow those for our export. I'm ignoring pre-flight for time, but it's spelling, overlays, stuff like that. So actually, let's go over to section 15, or your OGL statement, which is what sparked all of this. I am not going to touch on the OGL issues because there are entire videos on that. But at least right now, Pathfinder Infinite is licensed under the Open Game License. You're going to see the Wizards references here. Basically, you're going to just pull in all the way through section 14 the standard verbiage. Again, I'm not going to go over what the OGL means. But this is when we get to 15 is when it gets interesting. So everybody's like, get your section 15 right. So, using Paizo Products itself, it references the OGL, the system's reference document. And if you're doing any Pathfinder work, you're most likely going to hit the core rulebook. What you have to do next is you have to go and find everything else this reference. This is only a simple player's guide, so the only thing that it references is Runes at Gauntlet. What I'm actually referencing is the adventure. I scrolled all the way to the back. No spoilers. Okay, there's a map real fast. Okay, here we go again. All the way down here, so this is their section 15. So we have to generally copy all that. But you know what? Okay, this is what I'll say. I'm referencing names of a few places, not referencing the Soul Eaters. So, I pick up all this, and then this is the name of the actual title. Okay, so that's what is brought back over here. I'm going to flip back to Affinity and see that's exactly what we brought over. But what we also need to do is put in this product's title. New Orcs on the Block Player's Guide. I think the block's actually capitalized. I should fix that. Authors Brian and Helen, that's us. If we were a company, we might put company information as well. And we need to do the reference up above, because this is this is actually the Pathfinder compatibility license info, and I need to make sure this is correct up at the section 16 as well. Section 15, excuse me. And it's going to be the same info. So this makes sure we takes care of our section 15. And then, like we said, we also have the Pathfinder compatibility license information. And that's what this is. So if for some reason, which is very, very unlikely, you are doing a guide that actually doesn't reference OGL content, but references Paizo content, you're going to come in and doing it here. And we're getting ready for export. So take a look at this, and I'll show you where you can get to this actually in Infinite. When we're going to go into Infinite and do some uploads here, and you're going to find the content guidelines, and it's going to go over, well, what you can include, but also down here, it's going to give you advice for how to put your material together. So there's a lot of great guides here. I just wanted to do my take on this for the conference. And it also gives you some great starting points for files. Affinity is not here. I will show you how to find a starting Affinity template. But these quick checklist is great to take a look at. Make sure we get everything covered. Yep, all images RGB, 150. Okay, cover files placed and numbered correctly. Let's go back and check that. File spaces. Oh, we haven't even named it, so there we go. See, it's good to double check things because you will find things, well, to double check. For instance, when recording, remembering to show the dialog box where you separate out the cover from the other sections to get the numbering correctly. So that's good. I can go over this stuff. But see, I had increased my DPI, and now you can tell there's a transparency here. If you have things go with transparency, it is going to look weird on several different readers. So make sure that there are no transparencies left. And it's very easy to go in, take a look, and I'm just going to put that white box all the way back there in the back. We set our DPI to 150. We want to make sure this is all pages and not all spreads. You could choose to only export some of it. It's good to know. I've used this to kind of control some other PDFs. Make sure, again, everything's above 150. And turn off JPEG compression. And we're in the RGB space. Okay. I do have hyperlinks, so I'm going to include those. I didn't do any bookmarks in here, so maybe another lesson for another time. You can link things around as a table of contents, and including layers so we can select on things. Okay, nice background there. And let's work on that export. Our lovely new player's guide. Here it is, folks. I think that's super big, and then I'm going to shrink it, so let's see how well that works. Okay. And it's out. Again, pop-ups are not working too well here. Let's see if I can grab that. Previewer status information. Okay, when you do the preview, I will take a look at general info, and I'm actually double checking that I've got my title and my author info correctly. We'll float back to the document and we'll look at that. But I'm looking at single page right now. We see that border coming back and forth. I can copy things out. I made sure we didn't flatten that text. Okay, this looks kind of weird going back and forth though. So this should work. I want to see 2 pages. And so, okay, we go back to the spread way of doing this. And then the cover is still here as something separate. Okay. There we go. And that's the player's handout that we were working on earlier. And don't forget to work on your credits of your folks. It's not just about your section 15. It's crediting everything and everyone that went into this. Just good to do. I'm gonna flip back because I realized that we didn't necessarily go over some of the data stuff. And over here is where we're going to find just the information about the PDF. Get your authors right and title right. I will continuously forget to put this in, and it'll say Affinity Publisher Backup. And I'm calling this one too because I got the new player's guide out there. Tells us number of pages. I've saved it 40 times. Save early, save often. Don't be afraid. Yeah. I don't really mess with these. Everything's all taken care of. But this is here. It's a small thing, but people will see the embedded PDF title. So I'm going to save and we're going to export this again. Let's not forget we need a cover too. Okay, like I said, we're going to make sure we are on current page because that's the cover. And we want to size this down to no more than 1,000 width. And this is where we're going to start playing with stuff because we cannot go over 400 kilobytes as the guidelines from one bookshelf. So we mess with quality or we mess with size. We're about 1.3 right now. And I found 90% is about fine. So that's the cover. Okay, and now that we got our PDF document all ready to go, it's time to actually put this into our Pathfinder Infinite ecosystem. If I'm focusing on Pathfinder Infinite, if you're doing drive-through for Pathfinder compatible products, that layout's a little different. I might come back to that if we have time, but let's just say similar at least. So, let's flow over here, and I want to enter a new community title. So these are community things. Pathfinder Infinite is licensed through Paizo for us to be able to use those products. So we are not the actual direct publisher. I'm using Pathfinder Infinite here. Infinite Masters is a program. Using Pathfinder Infinite here. Let's see, what did we call this again? It was the New Orcs on the Block Player's Guide. And this is actually not just by me. Brian Lane was the main author. And let's double check. Oh, I've used Sheppy several times, which is why he is automatically there. Sheppy's great. Go check out his artwork everywhere. A lot of Battle Zoo, and I'm using him for the cover for Vellum and Lace, of course. So, I spent all that time to get the artist right down. There's several different things. Let's grab, and I'm flipping here. Let's take a look at our PDF and get at least our specific artist here. You don't have to put everything. Like for using stock art, I'm not going to put that. It's like a primary artist, but I want to give Connor some credit here for some of the art he provided. He is a creator in this ecosystem. So I think that'll be great. Let's remember how many pages. So here is a bit of a guideline. People differ on this. I like to use the number of pages of content because there's a lot of ways you can get back matter for different things. In addition to the OGL, you might be showing off other products, or you might have extended credits. So I'm looking at the fact that we have about 6 pages of product. It's more like 5.5, but we're going to put down 6 here. Now, this is interesting because this is something I mean to be as a player's guide. Player's guides are generally available for free. I'm making it pay as you want. But say something, don't just make things for free, because give people the option to give you something for it. I am going to, the smallest you can do, because I've tried to do this before, I'll try to say 20 cents, and it'll remind me it needs to be at least 50 cents a list free. For products to get medal rankings, that means you've sold a certain amount. You need to at least, it needs to at least get 20 cents. So something like pay what you want, if somebody gives you at least 20 cents, it counts towards that. So I can't write down the minimum, but that'll qualify. So I'm going to at least put the minimum there as something to think about. Now, remember before we were talking about our sizes. Oh, when did they change to 900? So ignore everything I said about 1,000. And let's see if the 1,000 goes through, because I already did. And then we'll focus on doing this right next time. I don't think you see my upload windows the way OBS is set up right now. So when you see gray, that means I'm navigating somewhere else. I am sorry for that. So my products, my gaming products, and my work products. Let's upload that lovely cover we were talking about earlier. You see it's there. Only the images that you're putting into it you are going to see here. So I'm going to come back and do the description last. Let's check off some important stuff. This is a Pathfinder title. It is not aligned to Absalom City of Lost Omens works. There will be more storylines in the future. For instance, if there becomes a General Isle of Kortos, this actually does qualify for it. So here's the interesting thing. It actually is kind of adventurous. It's more of a player's guide for it, though. So, you know what? I'm going to at least check off low level. So if people are looking for something, they'll see it's there. And this is definitely a player's guide. It's not really class fee or spell skill options. GM's guides, that might come in later. So you're going to pick what's right here. It's accessories. Now I'm just going to double check some of these things. Gear, magic, and resources. Okay, we're going to come back to resources for infinite creators a little later. I wanted to wait until we were in this view to go over some of that stuff. This is where I would go if I was doing fiction stuff. This is not. This is 2nd edition, and we are providing in PDF. You can do other formats. Like for my fiction, I do EPUBs and MOBIs. MOBIs are kind of being cycled out, so let's not care about those. You can do what's called a phone PDF, where it's formatted to kind of be better for a phone screen instead of having to pinch in or out. And I am sorry we are not taking the time on this. But, in the future we might work on that more. Virtual tabletops, if you're doing things like integrations with Roll20 or Foundry. This is English. If I have clicked too many things, that will be the first thing I don't do, because I believe there is a limit. I think it's 10. When I get a little spicy with uploading stuff, I sometimes hit a lot of stuff. Okay. These, I'm going to unselect them, because until the thing gets loaded, it's not going to do a lot of stuff. Okay. So I've run out of stuff I can do pretty much. No VTT. Like I said, we got some Roll20 stuff. This is the community agreement. read through this on your own at some point. I'm not going to go through this here, but this does explain your publishing rights, how royalties are structured. Actually, that is a good point. On Pathfinder Infinite, you will receive a 50% royalty. The rest of it, a portion of it goes to One Bookshelf, Drive-Thru RPG, and a portion of it goes to Paizo. You can split that up as many ways as you want, but it will not go over 50%. If we were to upload this to Drive-Thru RPG, because there is not a Paizo involved as well, that percentage might be 65 or 70, depending if you are going to be just within that ecosystem. So that's worth mentioning, but please do read through this before you go so you fully understand what's going on. And I agree, I've done this a bunch of times, I certify that I have the rights to use all the art included in the title. Make sure you own your art. We went through this earlier, that you can get art from working with other artists in the community. You could do a royalty share, which we are doing for the main artwork in this piece. You can pay people for stock art. You can find a lot of it on Drive-Thru for other gaming stock art. There are, that's right. I said I went over art earlier. Just remember that you own it. Okay. So now let's come back up here. It feels like the hardest part is like, what do I talk about this thing? So, I'm going to usually look back to the guide. Lately, I've been smarter about including things to make this interesting. Here, let's see if I can flip over.
And we're back. Okay, you'll see in the meantime, I actually put some description in. Sorry, I did not have that prepped. Think about that in advance, but when you get here, that's when you'll be reminded I should say something about this. Again, you'll get a chance to look at this later, so I won't go over it. But I did want to wait to upload some stuff here. I want to at least get some fun imagery into this. So I'm hitting that upload button, and I think it was, I want to get some of these great graphics that Connor put together. Copied successfully, awesome. That might be a little big, or it might be just right. But let's take a look at how we're gonna edit graphics really fast. Oh, did it pop in a separate tab so you could actually see that? That's amazing for everything lately. Let's see, image description. Orc arm flexing with die. Always try to give your alt text. People appreciate that. Okay, where do we want this aligned within it? We're just going to put it in the bottom. I'm not going to mess with text, but you can kind of see over, I'm pointing with my finger, that doesn't help. You can see how it'll show where it'll be if you have text around it. What I want to do is probably constrain how big this is. I actually think it wasn't too big a ratio, but let's say 30 by 30. If I do that, it should come up. No special spacing here. And if we update that, yeah, I did shrink it down a little bit. So, okay. I'm just going to have a little bit of Orc Pride flag there. I don't think I'm going to add any other pictures, but sometimes a few different descriptions. In a run-up to something, you might already have people who've previewed it and can provide some quotes. We don't yet, but maybe we'll come back and add that. We actually did run this just last night, and you'll be able to see that too. Okay, so now we've got all the information about our product. Again, I didn't put the PDF preview stuff. It's just not going to render until we've uploaded our files. And you're like, wait a second, where do I put my files? Well, just wait. We'll get that chance once they make sure that this is set to go. So I agree, set up my title. Okay, wait for the process to complete. And we get scrolly. Let's take a look at how this looks in a document. Oh no, my arm went all the way over there. Okay, cool. That's how our cover looks here. I mean, we maximized it. I think we've got, at least some good text about the key thing. I always struggle because, it's fun to put stuff because you're usually going to look at it bigger, but you need the cover to be a good size while just browsing. Our information is correct. We've got our authors, artists, our pages, upload. You'll notice that it's still private. Nothing's happened yet, which is great because then we get a chance to fix our beefy orc arm. Did the beefy arm go to the end? Okay. All right. You saw kind of where we could do it there, but we can actually go here to upload our files. This is not hard at all. Make sure you're grabbing your correct file. And then you're like, wow, 17 megabytes, that's actually kind of a lot. And then you're going to say, wow, I did not mean that to be a lot. And remember, a piece of advice that they've given is that we should shrink our PDFs. And this is actually one that has been reminded. that was recommended. So remember, we did some options about dot per inch sizes and not wanting to redo pictures. Well, in doing that, it did become a little bigger. But if we do that and then they've recommended to shrink, then let's take a look. Then hopefully this should render still pretty well. That is not the folder I want to drop that in. Okay. And I opened it in browser, so you should be able to still see that. Excellent. Okay. Cover graphics still look pretty good. I can still select text. Colors are looking good. This graphic's looking okay. Town looks good. Yeah, I think that Shrinker does some sort of magic that we can't appreciate. And again, that was recommended in some of the docs, so I don't feel so bad about that. Okay. So that takes care of that. All right. Take 2 on the upload. We're going back over to here. And I'm going to grab my guide. That's looking better. Okay, 2.4. That's a bit better. Let's upload it. So we're going to name it V1 so we can keep track of it. But I want the customer to know it as just that name. As we upload other stuff, I want it so that they can always see one and not see every single rev. So that's me. I'm going to save that change. And this is a PDF. If we were doing other things, we'd select it. Man, I want to do some text recording of stuff someday. I think that would be a blast, but today is not that day. Different Roll20 for VTTs, people uploading images. So a whole bunch of things here. Oh, Foundry's up there too. Cool. But this is a PDF, and we are going to make it public. Okay. And this is now reminding me I have way too many files. But let's go back, because we're not done yet. We have uploaded our files now, and I want to go back and fix the PDF entering. Gosh, what did I call it? New Orcs on the Block. Okay, now we have some PDFs to actually mess with. So, I like to try to do both. We got a PDF of previews. We'll see what a preview is in a moment. So let's think about what page tells us something. The cover, you can already see the cover. It's not so bad. Now, maybe you don't want the first page to be what it is. It gives away too much. But for something like this, I think it's perfectly fine. Especially since it's giving us a description of what this is. And this is even a freebie. So this should be pretty simple. Page 1, page 2. And let's preview the listing. And then this is when we're going to hit. The refresh takes longer than you'd like sometimes. Okay, we got the preview there. Oh, see? There you go. Easy peasy. The PDF might take a lot longer to render. This is why you got to get the name right, because they are going to see it here and say, why does it say Helen's Infinite Template? And these have a nice watermark there, so you're taken care of. Okay, we've got our cover, we've got our title, we got all this stuff. It is even live. You can view it as a customer. But we're not done yet. I did this with a co-author. I would actually frankly say that Brian did the heavier lifting, but still, for simplicity and for demonstration purposes, let's go to managing royalties. Like I said, there can be multiple splits. You get 50% as an author in Infinite because 50% goes to both One Bookshelf and Paizo. But if you're shared on things, you can divide stuff further. So let's look. New Orcs on the Block. I want to split this. I know it's a freebie, but people are very nice. You'd be surprised. And oh, it's asking for an email. I don't want to show other people's emails. So I guess I will do this later. But trust me, it's right here. You do the percentage. It's set to go. I will show off all my information because I knew I was doing this demo. Okay, so then let's back it up. We're going to check. It does not refresh on the first page right away. Lots of great stuff here. Don't forget to check it out. But we can still find it in our library. So I want to find it because that link is live. So let's get that title. New Orcs on the Block. Okay. Oh, don't go slow on me now, browser. Don't go slow on me now. Okay. There we go. We're viewing it as a customer. Everything's here. And now that it's uploaded and it's live, we need to do the thing that authors hate most. No, not math, not taxes. That you do in, I guess it is February. Advertising. People need to know it's there. So let me just advise you a few places that are great to share your works. Love it or hate it, there is a Twitter button, so it's really easy to just drop in here. And what it also does for you is it appends your affiliate ID. By using the affiliate you have associated with your account, if someone buys off that and they use cash instead of, own money in the ecosystem, you get 8%. Not everybody follows those links, but it's a pretty cool thing that you can potentially get some more. And that's not just on your products. You can do that for anybody. Like, I might share a friend's thing, and if I can't remember off the top of their head what their affiliate is, I'll put my own in. I get, like 4 cents later. It's pretty cool. And there's this other thing you can do, is you can say the source. And I'll go show you where to look at this later. But I can say, like, this is from Twitter, or I say social media now, because I'm using, like, Mastodon quite a bit, too. Or if somebody else hit this link and got something, I'll say Paper Ninja. This is from me. So this is, even if you're not going to tweet it, this gets you the link really fast. Some other places that you want to check out is Reddit. You do need to be flared as a creator, but 2 places to check out. Pathfinder 2E Creations. That's a maker community. You're expected to be sharing stuff. It's a lot of homebrew, but it's also infinite products as well. And of course, we would be remiss if we did not mention the Pathfinder 2E subreddit, which is hosting the TPK event itself. And again, this is where the flaring is going to matter. You need to make sure you're already a contributor, you have at least 25 karma, and show that you are a person that is producing products. So there's going to be a little back and forth to get flared for that. But then you can go forth and post things. Coming back here, I don't have Discord loaded right now because I'm saving things. But hopefully you are participating in Discord. That's a great way to talk to the community. And the Infinite Discord and the Pathfinder 2E Discord both definitely have places for self-promotion. And several other ones will also have those. The community just might not be as active. So, we have uploaded. It's available. Time for sale. What do you think? Do you want to check this out? Thank you. I hope that this guide helped so that you can go from writing your product to being able to sell your product and share it with the greater community. If you have any questions, the best place to hit me up is in the Infinite Possibilities Discord. I go by Paper Ninja on Discord. You can find me on Twitter, Mastodon, Facebook, kind of, and on my website, currently oberonsforgepress.com, but I am rebranding to Paper Ninja Products, so hopefully I'll get that redirect coming up soon. Thank you so much, good luck, and I can't wait to see what you put together.
Whoa! What's all this? I was thinking I could play as an Eldamon trainer. It's one of the new classes from Roll for Combat's Battle Zoo Eldamon book for Pathfinder and 5e. What the heck is an Eldamon? They're ancient elemental creatures. Like this cutie. This is Squirrel Ash, a fire Eldamon. There are over 160 different kinds.
No way. I've already got the adventure and all the encounters prepped. I'm not changing all that to add these things in.
You don't have to. The book has an easy random generation system, plus guidelines for how to integrate them into any setting, whether you want to tie them into the story or be completely hands-off.
Okay, but doing all that just for your class is ridiculous. What about the rest of the party?
They can befriend Eldamon too, and even duel each other for fun, but only the Eldamon trainer and elemental avatar classes can use Eldamon powers in combat.
Yeah, no, I'm not running PvP Eldamon battles on top of regular combat.
Oh, no, we can duel without you. You can take a break, get some food, kick back.
You said it's on Kickstarter? Hang on, I'm pledging right now.
Next up on Third Party Con, RPG Sage, how to play by post with Discord bots.
Hello and welcome. My name is Derek Melenda from Knights of Last Call, and today I am joined by Randall. Randall, how you doing?
I'm doing good. It's a nice early morning on a Sunday.
Yeah, absolutely. So Randall, real quick, why don't you talk to us about what third-party utility or app or system that you are bringing to the Pathfinder 2 world and universe?
So I have a Discord bot that I have decided to pick the great name of RPG Sage because, well, it is a bot. It's all knowing. We do play RPGs, so that is great. It's not a unique bot. There are others like it. If you've heard of Tupper, then you know what I do. If you've heard of Roll'em, you know what I do. Why did I mention two different bots? Because, well, I do both of those things and more. It's actually, it started out as, so for people that aren't aware, I'm big into play-by-post gaming.
Got it.
Discord is my medium of choice. I've played on forums. I've played on chats. I've played in multiple places. But I spent a lot of time on Discord, and I got hooked into people playing on Discord, and that's where I started learning about the bots that are out there. Tupper, Roll'em. There's a bunch more. I cannot remember them.
Pretty sure we use Roll'em, I think so.
Most people do.
Yeah.
And actually, after a lot of people started using my bot, they were like, do you have a way to make your dice look like Roll'em does? So I actually have a dice setting called Roll'em.
Nice.
And so, I just copied their output and it helps transition.
Awesome. So we're going to get into what the feature set is and how that operates. So obviously this is intended towards someone who is using, Discord as the medium for their gaming. And it's funny that you mentioned that because, Nice Last Call, we have a Patreon and we have a Discord that's for our patrons only. The hottest growing section of our Discord, ever since they rolled out the forum posts, we have a new section in Discord called Play by Post. And it is, and it's really popular with what we call our slice of life gamers, right? Like they're not doing even adventure pass. They just want to kind of role play and, spend a day in the town and go to the tavern but still make checks and be playing Pathfinder 2. It has been tremendously, in terms of post count, in terms of activity, hugely popular.
That's awesome.
So it's fun. You're talking about how you are doing this as your preferred way of playing. I didn't know people still played like that.
Yeah, it's great. It's actually, it's gaining some ground. But I think everything's moving up as more and more people are gaming. More and more people are doing play by post. It's still a niche, area.
Absolutely. It used to not be, but.
Right. It needs more promotion. I do what I can on my Twitter here and there, remind people to check your games, which is funny because I actually have a game that's waiting on me right now. But hey, Yeah.
And so before we go too much deeper into all of this, Randall, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself, why you built this and rather how you, built this and what's your company? What's your name? How do people find this?
Yeah, so RPG Sage is the brand. RPGSage.io is the URL. That'll drop you in our full command guide, which maybe one of these days I should actually start on the feature guide, but there's a quick link to it. There's a big links button. You can find it. So my background is I am a software developer by day, heavy gamer by night. I actually got into Pathfinder 2, or I've been into Pathfinder for basically since its inception. I was one of the people that just didn't like 4E and jumped on the bandwagon.
Oh, gotcha. Going back to PF1.
Yes.
Got it.
And then around the time 1E was winding down, 2E was ramping up, was when I decided, you know what? I've got all this stuff I've been wanting to write forever. So I started to actually try to write.
Got it.
And that got me involved in No Direction. And when then I blogged for them for years, still occasionally do. And that got me in the community. And when I got dropped in the community, that's when I started learning about how big the play-by-post is in different places, their forums, other websites, and then Discord, of course. And once I started playing, that's when my developer came out and I was like, oh, I really wish this dice could do this, or I really wish I could do this with the dialogue. And the bots that are out there are really great, but my brain went deep dive. What if I integrated the dice and the dialogue? What if I added this? What if I added that?
Got it.
And it kind of grew from there. And what's funny is actually some of the core logic is pulled in from a Pathfinder 2E playtest character builder that I wrote.
Okay.
And so I had a bunch of logic in there that I pulled in, and so it just has spiraled from there.
Got it. And so when you're let's talk, because not a lot of people might not be really familiar with play by post. What is the play by post experience like? And what are some of the challenges that you think existed that help this, will help solve. And furthermore, like maybe just talk about the play by post experience, get people hyped for it because.
Yeah. So play by post is great. In your standard role playing experience, you're sitting at the table, you're talking to your friends, you're, sharing stuff, you jump out of character and you're talking about your jokes and your in jokes. When you get into your deep dives and you get into your role plays, no matter how great your group is, the deeper your role play, the more people at the table are left out. You have someone who's waiting and listening. Don't get me wrong, they're enjoying it, they're loving the story, but they're sitting by. And then there's the other problem of you have to get together at the table to do that.
Or even the virtual table.
Yes, exactly. even your virtual tables, you have to have the time, you have to have the freedom, you have to have the technology. And your play by post is, I don't want to say the opposite, but it's handling different things. You've got nothing but time. You have as much time to put into it as you can. You can, when you're sitting on the train, when you're sitting in that office meeting you're trying to avoid,
I'm just imagining somebody typing out their character's response while they're, sitting in some quarterly sales update meeting.
Hey, don't get me wrong. I patched a bug in a meeting one day. So, but yeah, it comes down to just sitting there and reading. And so many gamers are readers, so you find the time, you sit down, you read it. And because it's that medium where you type it up, you post it, and then the next person reads it. And so it's assuming your group is all into the long form post, you can post pages and pages, and nobody's sitting there at the table waiting for you to say it all. Yep. Nobody's waiting for the GM to respond and back and forth. None of that exists. You sit down and say, hey, there's an update, and you read through the update. Then you sit and formulate your plan. You're like, oh, okay, you know what? Oh, my guy's a poet. You know what? I'm going to go write a poem. You've got that day to go write that poem.
Yeah.
If it comes down to even in like combat encounters, you're not sitting there with an hour, a minute timer, clocking you. Hey, let's move on. You've got that time to be like, okay, it's my turn. Here's what happened. I'm going to go do the dishes.
I literally have this. So that when people are playing combat, I go, okay, you get 3 minutes. If you do not finish your actions in 3 minutes, okay, we pass. You ready or something, or you delay or something.
Yeah. No, I think my GM toolkit, I think, has a minute timer and like a 5 minute timer.
Yeah. So. Yeah, absolutely. And the other thing too, and this is something I've always been aware of this, and I think it's certainly a big advantage for play by post, which is, some people, especially, okay, I like Pathfinder 2, but I also play a lot of other games, as you might be able to tell from behind me. And, in some of these games, people want to play them, but I might have, like in a Powered by the Apocalypse game, you might make a roll about, hey, do we know who this person is? And you succeed. And I say, you do know who this person is. How do you know them? Or who are they?
My cousin Bob.
Yeah, exactly. People get put on the spot, and not everybody is, great at thinking on their feet immediately, or maybe they are. It just makes them a little uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And so this gives people a time to sit there and go, okay, like who is this person? How do I know this person? And it's almost like you can even have like a sidebar easily to be like, kind of, okay. And then we can go back and say, okay, this is the official post of, this is who this person is. And I think that part alone is fantastic.
Yeah, it's great. And that's one of the things I really love about Discord is especially since they added threading, the ability in a game to, and actually in most of the games that I play by post in Discord, I've got a thread with each of the players so that I can sidebar. Great. Hey, this is what you learned from this check. This is what you learned from, this is your background on this person. Yeah. And so, it gives you that luxury of sidebar, and you can sidebar with 5 people at the same time, and you're not eating up time at the table.
Right. Because you're not like chatting. Yeah. Right. These are posts and things like that. The other thing is, and again, I'm gushing here a little bit about play by post, because is that one of my personal complaints, and this is a psychological issue, is like in our game, like we all understand that fundamentally in a game like Pathfinder 2, when I jump over the pit, trap or the pit, I'm making an athletics check, and that's how far I'm jumping, and we get that. And like, but it feels like I'm the one that's doing the jumping, like my character, me. But whenever you make like a knowledge check and then the GM kind of tells everybody, right, at the table what I know, it doesn't really feel like I'm the one who knows that, right? It just feels like this omniscient knowledge comes from afar. But with play by post, I can make a check. Do I know this in a sidebar? The GM could send me that information privately, easily. There's no note passing at the table or anything like that. And it can even be extensive. And then in the game, it suddenly feels like this knowledge is coming from me because I can say like, I do recognize those markings. You know, those are ancient runes of Thessalonian origin. And everyone's like, oh, wow, it really feels like the wizard is the person who knows this.
Yeah, no, my favorite part about that is actually I will, when I do that information, I will make sure I drop in, here's the factual thing. So if I'm running from an AP, copy paste the factual stuff. And then I put something in between each sentence. So I add a little fluff between each sentence, maybe something to start it, something to end it. I give them something that they have. And not once has anyone copied and pasted it. They've always in character, but I love seeing which parts they share.
Oh, right. It's like a game of telephone, right? They're putting their take, their spin. It's almost like their actor's interpretation of the role of the dialogue on that information. And that's fantastic. Yeah, I love it. I love it so much. I've been thinking, you know, we have so many games going on because that's the other thing. I do have a lot of games going on and they are in person and I do have time for them, but I want more games. And I'm like, I don't think I could fit in another, you know, 4 or 5 hour session a week or even every 2 weeks. And monthly, it's like, it just doesn't feel like that's enough frequency. And I've really wanted to start a game of the new Avatar Legends RPG, which is powered by the Apocalypse and, you know, it's set in the Avatar, Last Airbender, Legend of Korra. And, you know, it's a fairly narrative game with a lot of moves that are narrative moves. They're not like, did you climb the wall? It's more like, did you find inner peace? Right? Like it's a very like storytelling type game. And I was like, man, I wonder, again, our Discord has this thriving, you know, play by post section. And I was like, man, maybe I should use that. So you sold me. I'm kind of excited.
Awesome. Hey, maybe we can talk offline and see what kind of dice features you need to run some Apocalypse.
To be fair, I was already thinking that. I was like, okay, I need to talk to this guy, especially since he's a developer. We can get this done.
No. I have actually pretty much patrons have come to me and said, hey, you know, I've been playing this game, you know, could you add dice for that? And I'm happy to do it. I'd never heard of Quest RPG, and someone was like, hey, it's a pretty simple dice engine. And I whipped it up in a couple of hours, threw it out there. They liked it. I polished it and called it good.
Perfect.
Currently we do, I mean, it's standard dice, you know, anyone can, you know, roll dice, you know, it is 1d6, 2d6 plus 3, you know, whatever. All dice spots are more or less the same. And I handle standard dice. You can greater than, less than, you can keep highest 2. But I have put some customized things in. So
you want to go over
the
the features and take a look at them?
Yeah, sure. So, you know, the dice is the foremost thing that people are using. And like I said, it actually spun off from me using Roll'em because most of the people were using Roll'em. Most of the Discord servers I was on was using Roll'em.
Yep.
And it works great. I'm not complaining about Roll'em. I just like to fidget and tweak and modify.
Yeah.
And so I started digging into my own stuff. And that's where I realized when you roll your dice, generally, you know, you can roll your. So if you're not familiar with play by post and specific with the dice spots in Discord, you post your stuff, and anywhere in your post that has square brackets around a dice pattern, 1d20.
Yep.
You know, 1d8 slashing damage. The bot will read that from the message, parse it, roll the dice, and then spit out a message that has what you rolled and basically the results, the total math results.
Right. And we can see that on screen here right now. So
awesome.
I'm just trying to look at this nomenclature here. So now you said it'll parse it like it's gonna like regexes it and like from the message.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and actually, I token. If you're a coder, I tokenize it.
Yes.
But it's actually a combination of a regex and then a tokenization and then a more regex. Like there's like nested. Anyway.
Nerd alert.
Yes. So it's very complex. But basically, any post you make. So in these examples, I just put the dice. But if you put your entire, you know, Bob the farmer is walking down the street and he sees a cat and he rolls a, an intimidation check, and then you put your 1d20 plus 2, and then he tries to run from the cat because he's scared. If you post all of that, it will see the die roll in the middle of it, pull it out, and then post the results for you. So you don't have to just post just the dice.
You don't have to do one. Yeah, you don't have to do one command at a time,
Yes,
and you can
correct.
and you can embed it naturally without having to call like a slash command, right? Because that's the way that we're used to dealing with it, right? And I like that just because it feels more integrated. It feels more natural. I like that a lot.
And what's funny is sidebar. I started Sage before slash commands. So I'm actually in the process of going through and redoing all of my configuration management commands to slash commands. But anyway, so with the dice, the one thing about like roll 'em is that any dice you put in the square brackets gets added together, lumped together, and summed
into the final.
So your attack and your damage were always separate brackets.
Got it.
And I wanted grouping. That was my key thing. I wanted to be able to say, here's my attack, here's my damage, put it in one result line so I don't have to
just fill spam. Yeah, exactly. It's that, right. You can see this right here, right? You have your 1d20 attack, you have your d8 damage. It shows you that you got a 12 on the attack roll on the d20, and you got a 7 on the damage roll from the d8.
Yep. Yeah. And to cut down on, spam on overall size in your chat, because a lot of people actually play on mobile. And that's another reason I got into this is there are a lot of people on mobile.
Oh yeah. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah. And so I actually do about 20% of my play by post on my phone.
Got it.
And so, I do it in a single line. Now I'm an options guy. I'm a coder. There are size options for your output from extra, extra small to extra, extra large.
Got it.
Plus roll them. So, you can modify it however you want, however your game, your table, your server, of course, options.
Yep.
If you set this up on your server, you can say by default, here's how I want the dice to look. By default, here's the game that people are playing. But when somebody opens up their own little channel and they start their game, they can specify in my game, I want this output. I want this. If you say I'm a Pathfinder 2 server and somebody's like, hey, I really want to play Pathfinder 1, they can change the game to Pathfinder 1.
Nice.
Now, I don't have any Pathfinder 1 features right now. Well, I take it back. I do. But that's a later one. You can currently I have a search feature. So if you are playing Paizo games, you can search and it will give you links to Archives of Nethys.
That's awesome. That is awesome. That's pretty cool. All right, yeah, let's go through this feature set. Okay, so obviously, like you say here, you've got dice, and at the most basic level, this is going to let you roll your standard polyhedrals. Can you roll non-standard polyhedrals? Can you roll
whatever numbers you put in there? It will try to figure out
D76.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And it does break at some point because it has to be an actual number. Somebody put 1D100000000, and they put too many zeros. It wasn't a number, and code-wise, it wasn't a number.
Yeah, like overflow. And then also I see that it accepts the algorithmic. You're right. You had the 1D4 piercing plus 2, right? Yes. So it's like.
Yes, and the examples there, the examples there show the descriptions on each one because there are lots of times you need to know the specifics. Hey, how much of that damage was holy? Things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is an example of where this is sort of currently configured mostly for the sort of D20 Pathfinder world, because it obviously keywording things like piercing and
so it actually in that example it doesn't keyword it so much as it just you type in the names and then the piercing there. If you look at it, and I think I even got that idea from Roll'em. The first non-die math text is what it calls the description.
Got it.
And that gets pulled out and put with the number. And so, depending on how you do things.
I see. The D20 plus 8 dagger attack becomes a 20 on the dagger attack. Okay, got it. Okay.
Yeah. And that's a whole thing. I've waffled back and forth on having other ways of doing that, but this is the more standard, and there are other features I'm working on that are way more important.
There you go. Okay.
So,
all right. So then after that we have dice macros.
Yes.
So it says
this is where it gets really interesting. And this has been the favored feature of everything that I do.
Okay.
Is that, and the pitch for here is if you have a dagger attack that does a D4 piercing and you have your 2 strength and you're doing a D6 sneak attack, that's a lot of copy and paste.
Absolutely.
And on a mobile, it's harder to copy and paste. And if you don't have it copied yet, that's going to be annoying because you have to type it all out. So we have a macro feature where you macro set, you give it a name, you put in your dice roll, And then from then on, you just say, in that example, sneak dagger, which is different than dagger. And so you can say dagger and it'll roll it. You know, you presumably have a dagger back row with no sneak.
Yeah. Does that store that locally, or do you have some sort of?
This is all run in the cloud.
Oh, okay.
And so I've got my own servers. Actually,
so you got like some AWS Azure thing set up or something?
Actually, I'm moving to AWS. And so,
Nerd alert.
No, but also I had, we just had our 5-month-old was born. And so I've spent a bunch of months not dealing with updating Sage. And so I was like, hey, I can do a bug fix here and there, but I didn't get moved to AWS like I had planned. I just remembered I was supposed to do that last week. Sorry.
Yeah. No, that's okay. No. So, and to be clear, so what we're seeing here is you can kind of see in the beginning that you have this standard attack pattern where, you're attacking with your dagger. And, in Foundry terms, if you're used to Foundry VTT, right, this is where you're attacking and you've got the little checkbox that says, target is flat footed because it means I'm going to apply my sneak attack, right?
Yes.
It's not just a dagger attack, it's a sneak dagger attack.
Yes.
And you have this equation where you're adding 8 and then you're doing your damage, but you're adding your additional D6 sneak attack damage. And you can see how it comes out. But you have macroed that into just sneak dagger, and you could call it whatever you want.
Absolutely.
And then whenever anybody, you're just you.
So when you make your macros, you have for you. Now I am working on.
Sorry about that. We lost you for a second. Repeat that.
Oh,
with the macro.
Yeah. So macros are yours. When you set them, they are yours. I actually have something I'm working on now. I've made a Google spreadsheet that lets me copy and paste an attack sequence from the bestiary into a single cell, and it parses it into one of these macros.
Nice.
So my plan is over the next few months with some help, to get all of the attack sequences from the bestiary into this so that...
So I can type like ogre hook and it'll like attack with the ogre hook. Got it.
Now, this is Pathfinder 2 for those of you that are not hip to what we're talking about.
It's TPK. I think we could probably safely assume that most people... Yeah, there we go. Nice.
So I am a Pathfinder geek. That's my game of choice, but I do play other games and I love other games, and I have users of other games. And so the bot itself is system neutral. The dice, the macros, the dialogue, my map feature. So it's system neutral, but I do deep dive into other games, specifically Pathfinder 2.
Got it. All right. So this is really great. I'm a big fan. I love the ability. I love the idea of, like you said, there being more integrated macros into the game that you're providing. And what a great feature ad for people as a sort of a future option. But I think I actually prefer the customizable ones better, right? Just because that way you can set up whatever you need for your group, for your character, and then you can just use it as you need it. So fantastic. All right.
And so one of the things that stands out a little bit, I don't know, I mean, if you're familiar with Foundry, you may understand this, but the dice macros here, this one shows... this shows us very simple. You have a macro called Sneak Dagger. You can actually make your macros with arguments. And so you can set up Sneak Dagger to allow an AC value. And so you can do Sneak Dagger AC equals 5. You can put any, and I actually made it so you can put any number of arguments into your macros, and you can do some weird nesting with macros. Call other macros.
Macros within the macro.
Yes. So the macro feature is quite extensive. It's fun. It was great to put together, and it has some tweaks it needs to be even better. But
now, I don't want to get distracted here, but as we look at this thing here on screen, I have a question. Why in the initial call to the just the macro of the D4 piercing 2 strength D6, it outputted it as 8? Oh, no, never mind. Okay, it always does that. Okay, it always shows you the breakdown, which is nice. Okay.
By default. So the default die output is what I call medium. And it shows this here. You have the number you rolled for each die next to the die. So if you had 2d20, it would show 12, whatever. Final result left first with the name of the result or the name of the die roll. And then you get the breakdown of everything. You can do, this is the medium mode. If you were to set it to small, you would just get, I don't know off the top of my head. I forget off the top of my head. I have a whole in the command guide, I have a whole output listing, shows all of the different modes.
Got it.
But yeah, so you can make it shorter and less. You can have it just spit out numbers, just the number and the name, or you can even do longer.
Yeah, fantastic, fantastic. Okay, all right. So dice are covered. So
Yes,
the next
dice are covered.
The next section here is dialogue, and obviously, you know, again, from my experience reading play by posts, there's a lot of dialogue, right?
Yes.
Like, and I would argue, and maybe you could disagree with me, that in a standard play by post game, I feel like now, of course, I'm actually wearing my Nice Last Call shirt, which on the back says FBT, which stands for Fluffy Bull Time, which is what we call role playing when you're not actually, you know what I mean? You're just, what'd you get to eat at the tavern? Oh, what kind of mead do you serve here at the Rusty Dragon Inn? Right. It's not really progressing the game or the story. Like, that's the type of stuff that would end up on the editing room floor in a movie, right? Because it's not progressing the story. Yeah. But that's that chewing the scenery type stuff. In my experience, play by post, people love that stuff.
Oh yeah, it's great. it's wonderful, and you can see by this. So most of the like Tupper and most of the other bots, they are simple and straightforward, which is great.
Yeah.
You have the name, you have their token, you know, that's posted. It's posted as, and it has their picture and it has their name, and then it has the contents. I specifically chose to break from that model because I grew up on the JRPGs of the 90s. And so Dragon Quest, Final Fantasy,
sure.
You get a face, you get a name, you get a dialogue box. And that's still how I envision this. And that's so I broke and went with that style. And using the embed feature here gives me a couple of options there. First, you can see
we got dialogue options for players and dialogue options for game masters. Okay.
Oh yeah, it's and you can do a lot with it. But as far as the output, you see, I've got a token and an avatar. The token is the little round image, which unfortunately Discord calls those avatars. Most sites do, but I broke it down. Those are the token. The avatar is your body head, your body bust shot.
Got it.
And that posts in the dialogue itself. And the other reason for doing embeds like this is, and an embed is a Discord term for embedding content into the post versus just the raw text.
Yep.
Because it allows me to do things like I can put links in embeds, but also you have the color bar next to it to show that it's kind of indented and sidebarred a little bit.
Yep. I love that. It's nice. It's not overwhelming. That's what I like about it.
Well, and I did that because I can choose the color for that. So the orange color you're seeing there is the default NPC color. And if as a GM, when you post NPC dialogue, if you I don't know if it's on the screen you got, but if you look at the guide, you just type in NPC : their name : and whatever you want to say.
Yeah, we got it right here. NPC : Mayor Cosgrove :
So now what's fun about that is I realized early on that NPCs, good, bad, indifferent. So by default, an NPC is orange.
Got it.
If instead of NPC, you can type enemy : and that bar will be red because this is an enemy. It's a quick visual.
Yeah. I mean, look,
gotcha.
These user design elements, right? They matter, right? They help us tie the thing together.
Yep.
When you're trying to visually parse this long blocks of text, right, to find like what's going on.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so likewise, if you put ally : there'll be a green bar on the side.
Yeah.
And customization as it is, you can go into your specific game and you can change those colors however you want.
Yeah. Because and I know this is subtle. And again, I mean, we just met. This is kind of the first time I'm seeing this stuff. Well, the one thing that I struggle with, even just typing in Discord, period, not role playing, just having conversations with people, is making sure that people get tone and they understand, body language, right? And that idea of like, what is this person reading or sounding like? Like, it's like in the English language, how we put exclamation marks at the end of our sentences instead of the front of our sentences, like Spanish. So you don't know, like, if it's a long sentence, you didn't know it was supposed to be exciting until you get to the end of it. So it's like when you write something and it's coded red, and right from the beginning, you get, this is a bad guy and they're talking to us. I think it puts it in your mind how to hear it. and how to feel it
bit.
and I think get that gist of it, because a lot of times, you know, I'll type something and I'm being sarcastic or I'm being kind of, you know, deadpan, and someone will take me seriously on Discord and I didn't add /s on everything, you know, and it's like, this medium could be frustrating. And I think having little, it seems silly, but having these little additional tool sets to just say, nope, this is a important NPC. No, this is just a minor NPC. We don't have to nudge, nudge, wink, wink, right? We can all just kind of keep it. This guard doesn't even have a name. That's why, you know, like they get the light gray background text, right? They just, the canned response when you talk, there's no cut scenes with this guard. It's just, you know, it's just, Baron will rise again. You know, that's whenever you talk to them. That's the only thing that they say.
Absolutely. Yeah, I actually have, and I'll at some point I'll be putting them up and putting links when I get my NPC, you know, stuff in there. But I've got some standard free off the internet, you know, clip art that's just like a shadow of someone in a hood, or the profile of server with a tray. Simple things like that you can drop in. Those are your hey, this is a throwaway NPC.
Right.
You know, and it's like I have plans to get a bunch of art like that specifically on my server, specifically for use with this, so that people don't have to go and, you know, 800 people are creating images of generic server.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. No. And also, I mean, that saves you server space. So.
Absolutely. Well, actually, so that's one of the things about this. These images here, I'm not hosting them.
Okay.
When you set up your characters, you give me a URL to the art.
Got it.
Discord does a wonderful thing. You can drop a piece of art into your DM chat with Discord. And so you can DM art to Sage, and it'll be on Discord's servers.
It's okay. So it's not stored on your server. It's stored on Discord server. And then you can link to that image via Discord. Okay. So you're using their space. Okay.
Yes. So, I mean, most players, what they do is they you know, you want to share your character. You're going to talk about your character. So most people end up dropping the art in the out of character chat anyway.
Yep.
And so then, yeah, you know, it's like, hey, I like this. What do you like? Do you like this image better? This image better? Which one captures me better?
Yeah.
You know, there's that conversation anyway.
Yeah.
So it's already in the Discord chat. Right. I promise you.
and by the way, I think you bring up an interesting thing. Again, I know we're talking about RPG Sage here. And again, you can find that at rpgsage.io if you're interested in trying this out, trying these features out. And I recommend that you do, especially, I mean, for me, obviously, Knights of the Last Call has a very active, I think we're one of the largest, if not the largest, private Pathfinder 2 Discord servers. So, and we've got people actually playing play by post. So like I'm sure this is going to be on our server by the end of like the weekend. But the thing about it is like, you know, you mentioned the out of character channel. Like there's a lot of cool advantages going back to just how you play by post, because you could see here in this example text, you know, this is in character. Now, look, you don't need to be an author to play by post, right? But this is in character. There's description. But what's beautiful about play by post is, as Randall said, you also are inevitably going to have a channel right below that called OOC, right? Out of character. And that's where you do all the normal bullshitting that you do during a normal game session. Mm-hmm. Except now it's like, it's two different channels, and you can kind of, you can segment it. You can compartmentalize it. And it just keeps the flow of the game so much better when you could just hop over to OOC and say something silly or, you know, like, or whatever, something stupid.
And that's where threads come in too, because in the in character stuff,
you want to explain for people who may not know what threads are in Discord?
So Discord's it's chat. You have channels. You know, here's our in character channel. We're going to talk in character only in this channel. Here's our out of character channel. Boom. A thread is basically a spinoff. Hey, starting from this message, let's have a sidebar, and that's all it is. It's a sidebar. And so with that, so with that, you know, you can spin off. Hey, you know, at this point, the guards are like, okay, you two over here, you two over here. The GM doesn't have to separate you from rooms. The GM can literally just new thread, you know, fighter wizard, rogue cleric. Boom. Here's the two threads. Boom. Sidebar. And then, you know, it's really fun if, say, you throw your party into cells. I don't know why they might be thrown into the dungeon, but if they get thrown in the dungeon, they might have some things to talk about while they're, you know, being rescued.
Right. And so, and again, there are things essentially that you can do in a play by post that you really cannot do at your main game table without being extremely obnoxious. Right. Like if you go back to like the old days, you would hear people saying like stories of like, well, the GM made us leave and go sit in the other room. And then, you know, she kept walking between rooms Oh,
I've done that.
no, we don't want to do that, people. Come on, people's time is. Listen, you've got 4 kids now. I bet you wouldn't be doing that now.
No, and actually, it was in my younger years, in the late '90s, early aughts.
Right.
And to be fair, at the time it was a multi-GM campaign.
Ooh.
We would, depending on what area we were in, was who was GMing.
Yeah.
And we had specifically, it was one specific encounter where some of the PCs got thrown to the other area, and so we just split the group and GM the 2 things. It was,
right.
But it gave that verisimilitude of I don't know what's going on with that.
Right, which is cool, and I love it. But like I said, it is for the most
part. At a table, it is very faux pas.
Yeah, it's very, and it's just inconvenient to run. And again, this gives you the best of both worlds, because you could put people into these situations.
No, again, it's one of the draws that got me into play by post. I can do those in character things that would be realistic without upsetting or inconveniencing the table.
Absolutely. All right, moving on. Now, you alluded to this earlier, so we finally arrived here at the feature set of the search functionality.
Yes. So it's fairly straightforward. You start your post with a question mark. Now, the command here does not show the prefix Sage. If you're familiar with bots in Discord, generally speaking, you have to give it a command word or code, or you have to mention the bot. Like with Tupper, I think it's TU or Tup or something like that. You start the command with it. Generally speaking, with Sage, you would say Sage and then your command. This here on my server, because it's really the only bot on my Discord, and I did my examples from my Discord, which I'll be redoing these images to show the standard.
Got it.
But yeah, so yeah, you ask Sage a question. In this example, hey, Sage, magic missile. And it will go and search Archives of Nethys, and it will say, here are the top 10 results.
Got it.
Linking back to Archives of Nethys, because they are the ultimate source. I would like to send people over there. However, some of them, as you can see in this particular one, it has a 0, because sometimes I can get 1 or 2, or sometimes I can get all 10 of them. I do have a lot of content actually loaded up in data that I can read. I am expanding that data, not constantly, but I'm always expanding that data. And so here, if you were to have clicked on that 0 emoji, you would then be shown the full spell magic missile right there in Discord.
Right there in Discord. Got it.
So you wouldn't doing that.
You could always just click on the link and go to the Archives of Nethys yourself. But in this case, you have the ability to, for some things, parse it right into the.
Yeah, and I'm adding more and more. It was a matter of data entry because of how I render and parse within Discord. I could use the way that like Archives renders their content, but they're rendering in HTML. And even just copying it and converting HTML into Markdown, which is what Discord uses.
Yep.
It's just not going to look right, because it's not made for that medium.
Yeah.
So I was doing a bunch of data entry. I have the entire core rulebook, Pathfinder 2e core rulebook. I think the entire core rulebook, all spells, all classes, all ancestries from the core rulebook. Most of the items, weapons, armor, etc., are right there. So you can view them right in Discord. And I did that because by formatting it my way, it allows me to output it my way, and you get a nice, concise view of it, made for Discord, made for that medium.
Yeah.
Separate from Archives. But I link everything to Archives because they are the place.
I mean, I think at this point, I think they are like the official repository for the SRD, for whatever we're calling it now.
So, and especially if you're looking for something and you're not sure what it is, you've got 10 results there. I don't know how many of them you want to look at. So
yeah, no,
you can click them, open them, go.
No, it's just great functionality.
And I did just recently get 1E and Starfinder. So you can now run searches of Pathfinder 1 and Starfinder. I don't have any of that data. I don't currently plan to. I mean,
but you can get the link.
You can get the link.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's fantastic. And again, like you said, on your server, it's just the question mark, but on other people's server, you might have to call Sage first before.
Actually, if you scroll up to the note about search versus find.
Yep, I got it right here. Yeah.
Sage question mark.
Yep, exactly. Okay, very cool. And again, something you may use, something you may not use. It's all about just like adding functionality, keeping you in one spot, being able to do what you need to do.
It's convenient.
Yep.
And it comes down.
It's the equivalent of having, that tablet at your table and someone brings up Archives of Nethys rather than flipping through 500 books.
Right. And I mean, it also, when you think about if you're playing on your Discord, some people are on their iPad, some people are on their phone, some people are on their desktop, some people are on their laptop. you being able to search and be like, hey, what's the rule for magic missile? If somebody is, somewhere where their bandwidth is lowered, being able to have somebody pull this up and pull up magic missile, boom. And then you just get a single post of text in your Discord versus pulling down the entire page website. It's convenient is the one there was another word, but convenience is the best word.
Yeah, exactly.
So, and it's all in one place. You're not here's a link to here, here's a link to there. No, it's right here.
Absolutely.
You can bookmark it, or pin it.
Yep, exactly.
So,
no, very, very, very cool. All right. So it looks like the last segment of the current development is maps, which you do say is a prototype. And I got to be honest with you. I was going to say, like, the one thing that I've heard from people who are a little bit gun shy is they say, I'm used to playing on like a Roll20 or a Foundry. I like the VTTs because I like the map. And, for a lot of people, it's not even necessarily like I need the full feature integration of being able to move my token square to square. And I mean, now Foundry now is like a freaking, it's scary.
Foundry's amazing.
It's like,
wonderful.
It knows you're flanking even though you didn't, right? Like, it's like, I applied a range penalty because your bow only has range 80. And you're like, I didn't even know that, but Foundry did. Thank you, Foundry. But I think that for a lot of people, they just want the ability to even see something, right? That's going on. So you meant, now this is a prototype. Disclaimer.
It's prototype. It was funny is it's I threw this together in hours because I'd been wanting to do this pretty much since day one. This is one of those on my to-do lists. It was never high priority, but I just at some point it clicked in my head. I was like, oh, if I do this and this, it might work. And I threw it together and it worked. Okay. So I threw it out on my beta bot and I played with it for about a week. And I have one of my patrons. He runs the beta on his server. Crazy man. And he checked it out and it seemed to work. And so I did a couple of tweaks to it and pushed it out. It is still prototype. It is still a little clumsy, I admit. The interface is clumsy, but it works. Okay. That's the key.
So let's talk about, because I see a lot of emojis here. So how does
those are
this
actually
work?
Buttons. So one of the things that Discord added after I started writing all of this code is that you can now have buttons in some of your posts.
Got it.
It's part of the embed form feature. And so, basically at this point, that particular map is from my March of the Dead campaign or game that I'm running that we're in this final encounter that I put on hold for 8 months because I had a baby. My wife had a baby.
Your family had a baby.
Yes, we did. And so basically what it comes down to is when you drop your map in, you have to put together a metadata file. It has the map image URL, the size of the map, the grid size of the map, little things like that.
So nothing that, I mean, if you're used to doing this in Foundry, right, you're used to doing the same thing, right? When you're setting the image resolution, the grid size, pixel density, right? You're doing all this stuff anyways in Foundry. Yeah.
And if you want, that's all you have to do is drop a map on here with its size and its image. Because to step back a little bit, one of the things that Sage does is we have this concept of, so your Discord server, Sage has server-wide settings that the server owner can set. Okay. So everybody on the server is Pathfinder 2. But then at a channel level, you can say, you know what, I'm Pathfinder 1. You can then say, you know what, I'm running a game. My game is these 3 channels. This is my GM channel. This is our in-character channel. This is our out-of-character channel.
Okay.
You tell Sage, hey, I'm creating a new game. These are my 3 channels. Here are my 4 players. I'm the GM.
Got it.
And then it knows within those channels, it will ignore anyone not in that list of players. It will know, okay, you know what? If the player says
no trolls. No.
Yeah, I can't control who posts in there, but I know who I'm listening to.
Right.
And then, there's features like with dice and the macros. If you include the word secret in your die roll, Sage knows, hey, this is a secret check.
Oh.
And by default, it won't do anything, but it knows it's secret. If you go in and say, hey, for secret checks, can you redact it? And it'll put the 2 bars around it. And so you have to click on the thing to see it. Most players.
The spoiler tags.
Spoiler, yes, thank you. Most players are going to say, hey, I didn't pass the check. I wasn't told to look at it yet, so I'll ignore it. But if you set it up, Sage will DM or post to the private GM channel the results.
Got it.
And not to post them in the main channel.
Okay.
Then you really don't know what's going on.
Right.
And so Sage has this concept of a game table. and the players of the game and the GM of the game and the NPCs the GM has created and the player characters the players have created. So for the maps at the basic level, if you just say, here's my map image and here's the size, when a player hits the little person icon, it'll look to see what players or which characters they have access to, because a player can have a companion, a familiar, a hireling,
sure,
whatever. It will, if you hit the person icon, it'll cycle your active token. If your token's not on the map, I will grab your character's round token, what I call the token, and drop it on the map.
Wow. Okay.
And then from there, you hit up, down, left, right, whatever, and it will move you one square at a time.
Using the metadata of the grid size to know how far to move the pixel.
Yes.
Wow.
It's simple image rendering.
No,
I have
this
one.
is fantastic.
And so it's super simple. So now that's the simplest way. And then the GM as well. The GM hits the person. It'll cycle through all PCs and all NPCs. So you cycle through to the one you want, and then you move it around.
I mean, for being an image file in a Discord channel, I mean, that is a way more functionality than I would have ever guessed that there would be.
Right?
Yeah, no.
Like I said, it took me a while to come up with this because I wasn't sure it would even work.
I'm legitimately impressed here.
Thank you. And so,
if you know who I am and what I'm like, that's actually saying something.
So, so the interface itself now,
that's great.
The interface will change. I've already come up with much better ways of managing it.
Yeah,
but again, this is first pass prototype.
Yeah, I mean,
you see the arrows. You can see which direction to move. You've got a mountain icon.
Yep, I see that.
As a GM, you can put terrain tiles on here. So if you wanted to, if you had a single background map, but if you're not an image editing person, you say, here's the map I want.
Got it.
But you know what? I want to put this pit trap here. I want to put this, tree here, things like that. You just grab those individual images. You include them in the metadata. Here's their X and Y. Boom, done. It'll get rendered.
This is, for those of you, this is equivalent of Foundry for tiles.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so, that mountain token will let you cycle through which is active, because you may want to move one for whatever reason.
Yeah, sure.
If whatever. There's I actually have auras. That's what the yellow circle is. So you can attach an aura to your PC. You can toggle it on and off. Then the on the far right, the up and the down, that's your Z index. If you're familiar, layering, which one's rendered on top, which one's rendered on bottom.
Yep.
And then of course the X, because you got to kill an NPC, right?
Delete it. Right. Okay.
Hopefully you're killing NPCs, not PCs.
I mean, this is again, for a beta prototype in a Discord bot, like, this is a fantastic level of interactability. I was not even close to expecting this. So that's great.
This is the bare bones feature set. So when I started talking about the integration of the game table, so that's where it gets Sage can go deeper into other things. I actually don't have it on my feature set yet because I have a couple of other things to put in place, but you can import your Path Builder 2 character.
Okay.
It will render in its own post. It will give you a drop down so you can select from your skill checks or your weapons. You can roll dice directly from the post.
Okay.
I'm looking at doing one of the pieces I have is integration right now. I'm trying to integrate the Path Builder import with the dice, with the dialogue, with the map.
Okay.
That's still an ongoing integration piece because it's a lot of moving parts.
Yeah.
But it will allow me to do a couple of extra things, like when you roll your dice, you'll be able to say, hey, I'm rolling that's one of the reasons on the import, you can just click the button and it'll roll for you.
Yeah.
You don't have to do the macros anymore.
Right.
And if you want to customize that even more, if you're building your dice macros, if you set your dice macro to have a category, and that category name is the same name as your PC, those dice macros will show up in the dropdown for your PC.
They just go right
from Path Builder.
Nice. They just link in there.
And then the next piece of integration with that will be in the dice, you'll be able to access AC. So the GM will be able to say, 1d20 plus 8 AC, and then they'll be able to put your PC's name in brackets.
Got it. And it will find it, extract it, and then put it
in there.
Got it.
Now, for the one reason I haven't gone super hard on that yet is that rendering the PC's AC in the output is fine. Rendering an NPC's AC is not so fine.
I mean,
we want to keep that secret.
It isn't. I tell all my players everything's AC stats anyways, but
I do too. So in my play by post, generally speaking, in my play by post, I just tell, they roll, they do their attack, they do their damage, and then I thumbs up and I thumbs down.
Oh, okay.
So if they hit, it's a thumbs up. If it's a crit, they get the bang. If it's a miss, it's thumbs down.
So you kind of have your own little Discord language of emojis.
And if you start using this at all, you'll see I've embedded that everywhere.
Okay.
So, but everything's customizable. Okay. I know people don't do things my way. Sure. So you can change any emoji that I use. You can change.
That's fantastic.
Any color that I use, you can change. And so, but then after the first couple of hits, after the first couple of rounds, then I'm like, hey, AC is this. And then that way the players can put the AC in their die roll.
They can just put it right in there.
And when I jump in, I get the notification from Discord, hey, someone's posted. I jump in, I see their attack. All I have to look, did they hit or miss? Okay, they hit, cool. Now I can do the math.
Yeah.
And so that's one of the integration pieces. Then the actual next big piece I'm working on now is I'm laying the groundwork now for an encounter tracker.
Okay.
So
like an initiative tracker, basically.
Yes.
Got it.
I'm calling it, it's one of those, it's kind of spiraling. I'm trying to keep the scope of it small.
Okay.
Because
scope creep's real.
Oh, it's massive. But one of the things that I do in my games is when you come to a decision point, in any play by post, this is the problem. This is the biggest problem with play by post that you do not have at a table. Okay. You've come to an intersection. Do you go left, straight, or right? You now have to wait an hour, 2, 4, 8 for everyone to come in and chime in, have that conversation.
Yep.
At the table, boom. Okay, let's go.
Yep.
So what I'm working on now is in my games, I post, here's where we're at. Here are your choices. And I emoji 1, the first choice, emoji 2, the second choice. And then I go in and I add the emoji to the thing. So the players can come in and click. And then I just jump in and was like, okay, we have it all. Problem is, I don't know when everyone's voted.
Right.
So I'm adding a small poll feature, for lack of a better term, polls, because that you can use that in a lot of places in gaming anyway.
Yeah.
So I'm building a little poll feature that will let me quickly and easily, as people vote, when everyone's voted, the GM will get a tag saying everyone's voted, come back, let's move on.
Some sort of push notification or something like that.
And so because the way polls work and the way chats work in games, another feature I'm adding as part of that is the ability for your post to constantly be the last post. So as people discuss it, it'll basically repost that. So it's always the newest one.
Oh, okay. Got it. So you don't have to pin it or get lost or anything like that.
And that's a core thing I want on my encounter tracker is the ability to have that post trailing.
Got it.
So you see that those two things are kind of interconnected. And I want the polls because if you're doing an encounter as part of setting up the encounter, as part of, do we want to run away? Do we want to do this? You're going to want to have the ability for people to quickly vote on things. So it's this kind of multifaceted thing. And it's one of the reasons I hadn't tackled it until recently, but I've kind of got it all worked out in my head now.
No.
I'll be adding an encounter tracker soon.
I mean, at that point, it's basically a VTT. So, I mean,
it is, but it's not.
It is what it is. And again, and I think the reality, and you've been very upfront with this. There are, as I said, we discussed this at the beginning of the show. There are advantages to play by post, right? If you're, as I was saying, if you're super busy, if you have other games, other commitments, if it's impossible for you to get a group of people together, this is a great way. Now, yes, the pacing is going to be slower than your traditional game, but I'll be honest with you. Let's all be honest with each other. You play RPGs once a week, most of the time. Like if you're lucky, you're getting together for 4, maybe 5 hours. You lose an hour and a half to 2 hours just to bullshitting. So you've got 3 hours. Then somebody wants to buy a new backpack in town, and you spend an hour doing that. And then when it finally comes down to it, maybe you get through 2 or 3 rooms. Maybe if you're lucky, you get through 2 encounters, and you're like, oh, but that was in 4 hours. No, that was in 1 week. So you got through 2 things in 1 week. You're not really getting through that much anyways, people. Play by post might actually allow you to move faster in some ways.
In some regards, yes. Yeah. And actually play by post is fun because of with the ability to sidebar. It makes flashbacks more interesting and more fun.
Yeah.
They're still fun and they're still interesting in person, but it makes them more manageable, I think.
Yeah, this is where I think we talked a little bit this before we got started, but this is where I want to levy for integration with Powered by the Apocalypse, Blaze in the Dark, right? Because these games, I think, are extremely well suited to a play-by-post system. And I mean, obviously they use core dice anyway, so you'd probably be set up here. But you know, like Blaze in the Dark does this thing where you roll a pool of d6, and what you're trying to find is what was the highest value that you rolled, not the sum. It's just like, what's the highest individual value out of that pool of d6? So, you know, there might be some feature set upgrades.
And that actually doesn't sound that difficult. I through someone through Ryan Costello at No Direction, I kind of started looking into Essence 20 gaming. If you're not familiar, the Transformers,
G.I. Joe,
Power Rangers,
we have a patron who's really into it, won some books for it, so I got a chance to look at a little bit of it.
So it was coming out, and I got on their Discord chat and was kind of chatting with them. I'm like, hey, I got this little bot I'm putting together. Would anyone here be interested in it? And a bunch of people jumped on it and started asking questions. And so I put in an entire dice engine just for Essence 20. So their upshift, downshift dice engine is pretty fun. I enjoy it. You can set in RPG Sage, you can set your game mode to E20, and hey, so let your patron know that I've got a full Essence 20 dice engine set up, and you can actually drag and drop your PDF character sheet from their website into Discord, and I will parse it into a character.
Well, that's fantastic. Awesome. Well, you know, we're coming up here on the end, so I do want to just real quick, if people are interested in this, if they want to learn more, where do they need to go? What do they need to do? And you know, is there any cost? Is there any prerequisites that they have to have before they get this started?
You need to know how, or have someone who knows how to add a bot to your Discord server. I have a URL for it, which is pretty straightforward. So generally speaking, it's easy. My website is rpgsage.io. At the top right, there's a blue button called links. And in those links, you will find a link to the feature guide, the main command guide, which is everything that we do, the quick start guide, which is a walkthrough of starting your first game.
Okay.
I even have a link to my Essence 20 demo thread that I did over on their server. I screen capped it all, put it up for people that want to see how that particular setup went.
Okay.
I have a link to invite Sage to your server, so you don't have to know the URL. If you want it, I have a redirect, invite.rpgsage.io. It doesn't work on all browsers for some reason, so I have the full URL in the page. I have a Patreon, patreon.com/RPGSage.
Got it.
If you just want to pop in and drop a buck, I've got a Ko-Fi RPG Sage as well. Twitter, RPG Sage Official. And I am on Discord 24/7. So if you want to join my Discord, there's a link to that as well. Correct. Discord.rpgsage.io.
Got it.
Come in, say hi, and let's get gaming.
Yeah. So if we head over to rpgsage.io, you can find everything you need, including links. You can download, you can get this thing working on your server free. If you want to throw Randall a couple of bucks to show your support and love, check out his Patreon or check out his Ko-Fi. But, as written, look at all this feature sets. You're getting all this, including some cloud storage, and you don't have to pay a dime for it. So, I think that's a pretty great deal, right? What's the value of infinite value on a $0? But of course, obviously, if you do enjoy this and you are interested in this, I of course, being someone with my own Patreon, I would encourage you to support him and creators like him, because that's, that enables us to, listen, no one's me. We're not quitting our day jobs on this, okay? Anytime we get money, all we do is we just put it back into the product every single time.
Absolutely. Yeah, the art that I have came from the first couple of months of Patreon.
Awesome.
And I am not going to tell you that this is the game, the style, the method for you.
Correct.
I would be happy to help you find other places to game. I know the Tangled Web is a great web-based one that people love. Heck, if you're a Paizo fan, you can play by post directly on their forums. They've got a whole setup for it. I mean, it's it is a basic forum-based stuff, but they've got whole channels and whole threads, and it's it's fairly active.
It is definitely a subculture, within the RPG culture. But I will say, if you really enjoy deep narrative storytelling, what we call FBT over here at Nice Last Call. If you really love chewing the scenery and you really love kind of that slice of lifestyle play, this could be a fantastic way to do it. If you're busy and you just don't have the ability to meet up regularly and you want to be able to sort of check in all the time. Hell, if you cannot stop getting constant feed of RPG addiction and you want to basically be playing RPGs 24/7, this is another great option, right?
Oh, and don't forget, if you have 2 hours to spare with two friends because one or two of your players did not show up and you just don't want to fire up the Foundry instance, or hey, the guy hosting the Foundry isn't there, you can open up a channel, drop Sage in, and just for dice and do your actual physical role play.
Yeah.
Whether you're at your table with Foundry on all your devices or you're playing online virtually, you don't have to play by post. Sage bought the dice, the dialogue. I mean, you don't need the dialogue, but I mean, dialogue's fun for the private stuff for the GM.
Sure.
Everyone talk. You can DM your stuff to the people in private, but just for dice for rolling and even importing your character or doing your map. Boom. You don't have to play by post to use Sage. That's the thing. And it is system neutral. All the core features are based around just dice, dialogue, maps, macros. The Pathfinder 2 integration is only that deep because I and most of my patrons are Pathfinder 2 players. I love other games. I love adding games. I think I have all of the logic for Coyote and Crow's dice coded up. I just haven't fully tested it yet. It's all about when I can get the time and what people bring to me what they want.
Absolutely. Yeah. So if anything, Randall has shown that he is more than willing to accommodate your type of request. So obviously, TPK is Pathfinder 2 focused. So you're in luck because that's kind of the core set that Randall's mostly using it for. And that's kind of where it's being built around. And I think as, the community, as Pathfinder 2 community grows, and we know it's growing, I think we're going to be able to continue to see awesome and, incredible new feature sets added to this. So
Absolutely.
Randall, listen, I am impressed. I think this is a fantastic app, and I pretty much can guarantee that this will be being used on the Knights of Last Call Patreon Discord again by the end of the week, for sure.
All right, I actually went to see if I could join your Discord and saw that it was not public, so I'll be picking that up here as soon as I can sort out the where I'm getting the money from.
Yes, I just want to say thanks again to Randall for joining us here, and thank you for hanging out with us tonight. If you, of course, TPK is going on the entire President's Day weekend, so make sure you stay tuned for future streams, and we've got a lot of really interesting creators with just fantastic stuff coming throughout the rest of the show.
I'm looking forward to seeing all the fun stuff.
Yeah, so awesome.
All the fun stuff. I had some things that I thought about doing. I'm like, no. This is my bread and butter right now. This is. Yeah, no, so, the convention is really cool.
Yes, absolutely. So again, that's rpgsage.io. Check it out. Get playing some play by post and definitely take a look at what Randall's building. Give him some feedback. Throw him a couple bucks, and we'll see where this whole interesting journey of role playing games takes us. So thanks, Randall. Appreciate it a lot.
Yep, thank you.
Third Party Con is sponsored in part by Legendary Games. Legendary Games brings you beautiful bestiaries, killer classes, and character options, marvelous magic items, amazing adventures, kingdoms, and mass combat, epic campaigns, and so much more. Whether you love Pathfinder 1st or 2nd edition, Starfinder, or D&D 5e, LG's books will make your game legendary. Next up on Third Party Con, Skald's Tale Entertainment presents The Dragon Rangers.
Mayday, mayday, mayday! It's me, Tommy. Sunrise is under attack. The Blood Phoenix is back. The Blood Phoenix is back. I know it's been a couple years. I know we haven't talked in such a long time, but I need you guys to come to Sunrise immediately. The Blood Phoenix is back. I need the Dragon Rangers! City of Sunrise is a place for artistic expression and a consistent light rain that constantly falls down. The denizens there often look towards the rain and the river as inspiration for their writing, for their arts, for the ceramics. And lately, they had a weird commission. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers to be made out of clay and stonework. Little did they know that these statues were going to be brought to life, and a sudden attack on the City of Sunrise by the Blood Phoenix has started. Luckily, due to a call from one known as Tommy, the White Dragon Ranger, help has been called. And as the camera comes down into that courtyard right in front of the Sunrise School of the Art, we see an encounter. Hundreds and hundreds of these bronze statues look to surround 3 figures.
Oh no, the statues are smashing the place.
Yeah. Suppose we should smash them, shouldn't we?
Okay. First up is Zachariah. What would you like to do?
Oh. These things can't be that tough, can they? Like, they're not even going to be half as necessary as us getting suited up. Let's just go punch them in the face and just immediately walk up and just start raw swinging at one of these things.
Roll it.
Let's see here. That's going to be a flat 30.
30 will hit.
Let's see here. That's going to be about 13 damage.
So you run forward, and you are able to take your fist and punch one. But right as that statue begins to fall, 3 others takes its place to begin to slowly surround you. What else do you have for me?
What more? Just more showing up here, or join in at any point. Just keep slamming fists both directions at the new ones that showed up.
Roll the hit.
That's going to be 15 on the die. That's pretty nice. That one's going to be a 28 total.
28 will hit.
Here. That's going to be 13 damage.
Consistent. And then one more?
That would be 1 action to move up and 2 swings.
Got it. Blue Ranger, you're up.
Seeing the Black Ranger struggling to kill him fast enough, the Blue Ranger steps up and takes his place holding the line against these clay statues. It looks like they're not here to play after all. And he kind of takes a dragon stance, as it were, and goes to punch the one in front of him. Ooh, that's a very, very nice roll there. That's going to be a 40 to hit for 23 damage.
It'll be crit.
Oh, then we'll just double that. Or 23, so 46 damage.
Nice. So 1 action to move, 1 action to stance, 1 action to swing?
Yes, that's my 3.
All right. Blue Ranger, you're up. Sorry. Red Ranger, you're up.
Red. All right. They will kind of look at the other 2, see that they've got the other area kind of held down, and move up. Actually, I'm in range. Won't even move up. Takes their hands and kind of flays them out as these large crystalline claws appear, and just starts going to town, just slashing right, left, going through the crowd with a 33 to hit.
33 hits.
Okay, that will be a total of 9 slashing and an additional 5 piercing.
Alright.
And with the last action, they are going to kind of take a defensive stance as they cast Shield on themselves.
As you get into position, these creatures begin to move into a formation, and they slowly begin to surround you guys. Both are going to spend one action to move, one action to raise their shields, and one action to strike as one, encompassing and completely surrounding you. Will all three of you give me a reflex saving throw, please?
Sure. Let's see. That's going to be a 25. Big guy is not fast.
That'll be a 34 from the little guy.
A little closer to the bottom there, 26 for the Blue Ranger.
All right. Black Ranger and Blue Ranger fail. Red Ranger is able to duck and weave, only taking half damage. Because I've only invested one action to this, you are only going to take 14 total. Or 7 if you succeeded. As you begin to get surrounded. Now, go ahead and roll me a perception check at the start of this round.
$31.
16 on the die, plus 18. 34.
Only a 22 here. A little too distracted by the bobbing and weaving, you know?
Yeah, perhaps it's the other way around. The Black Ranger and the Blue Ranger are more distracted about what's going on past them as they look up and they can see the sun making its way past the rain clouds. But the sun looks a little different. In fact, it's just a little redder than normal. A sure sign of the Blood Phoenix. Now, as you guys begin to prepare your next round of combat, let's go ahead and get character descriptions at this point. Black Ranger, you're up.
Daggerath is a much larger of the Rangers here. Honestly, about twice the size of most of the other Rangers. Kind of difficulty getting through the base and such, but he is the powerhouse of the group here. Just raw muscle, scales shining solid black. Just bulk incarnate. He is here to stand in the front and make sure the others don't get hit. You don't mess with my friends! Okay, look, we can mess with each other. Jokes are fine. But you don't hit them. That's not okay.
What would you like to do?
Well, first action here. Still a bunch of these guys. Hey, Gilly! Watch out! He just brings his head back and flame starts to broil on both sides. I'm gonna do a Dragon's Breath here. A just broiling flame from both sides of his mouth. Brings it back and slams down. Just almost brings his head to the ground. A 5-foot burst of flame going out. That's gonna be a reflex save from these troops. DC is 31.
Left one pass, right one fails.
It's only going to be on the one on the right. It's a 5-foot burst. Can't hit both without also hitting the Blue Ranger here. Gonna be 21 damage total.
Alright, we're gonna put that on the right one then. Which is the one you've been focusing on. I think that makes the most sense. And this is area damage, which means it is going to take more of it. Doing a nice big chunk of damage.
That's only 2 actions. The third one, just gonna bring his head back after he lets that flame out, still dripping some flame and bits here and there, and just, well, bring it on! Come on! I'm not finished yet! And gonna go for a Demoralize on the remaining troops.
Got it. Classic.
That is going to be a 16 plus 21, so that is a 37 to Intimidate.
When you take a look at that and you try to intimidate, they do appear to be constructs.
Doesn't change what he's trying.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's been often in the past that both Killy and Kilk have seen Zakarath just yelling at anything he can mid-combat, really. That's not them.
Over to the left, you just hear the Kilk yell, "You know, they can't hear you, right? Come on!"
I'm pretty sure they can. I was very loud.
Just punch them!
But that's all three actions.
Blue Ranger, you're up.
Oh, you see the Blue Ranger kind of heave a sigh, seeing the Black Ranger taking, surprisingly, not just brute force attack. Ironically, this is the one time in which he should. But the Blue Ranger does look to be in stark contrast standing next to the Black Ranger, because as opposed to the large, beefy, bulky Black Ranger, the Blue Ranger is rather lithe. Doesn't appear to be somebody you'd expect to see in combat. Almost scrawny at times, wearing a set of nerdy glasses and a overlarge shirt. Maybe he's the ranger that uses his head instead of his fist. But unfortunately, what this moment calls for is the fist. So he's just going to punch. Got one of the clay statues next to him, and he's going to. Oh wow! Well, he's going to try to punch anyway. That's a 26.
26 will miss.
Yeah, that was pretty brutal right there. So he's going to try it again and see if he gets better. He's going to miss even worse. I won't even do the math on that one. And then he's going to do the most inefficient thing you can do in Pathfinder 2nd Edition and swing away for the third attack. And of course, that is when the die actually comes in my favor. That's actually going to work out to be a 33, though. So my best roll is the one with the biggest multi-attack.
33 will hit.
33 is going to hit. I rolled fairly low on the damage, unfortunately. It's only 9 bludgeoning.
As you reach forward to try to punch these things, you punch one, you aren't able to break through any of the statues. Punch again, unable to. And the third time, you think you have a good kick to one of their heads to cause that head to fall off. They raise the shield and use their shield block reaction, negating the entire 9 points of damage.
For a mindless construct, they seem to be very clever.
Red Ranger.
I mean, they're just putting more clay in the way, aren't they? Just hit them harder, that'll break too.
I don't know how to slay clay.
Kill, little help here. How do we kill clay?
Oh, boys, let me show you how it's done. And to describe Kilk, they are a very kind of slender, tall but thin, and you can see that they take very good care of themselves. Even now, they seem to have come from a relatively good event, wearing very nice clothes to this, seemingly caught out of nowhere. As they take their hand and you see the claws grow and grow and grow, and they sweep across a bunch of the statues using True Strike and Gouging Claw for, oh my god, I rolled the same on the dice, for a total of 30 to hit.
30 will miss. Wait. 30 will hit.
No.
Sorry. 30 will hit.
30 will hit.
Oh, yeah.
Perfect. Hey! As that deals a total... Sorry. A total 30 slashing and... not a critical success. Never mind. 30 slashing damage as she just tears through several of the statues in front of them.
Alright. Well, as this happens, you're still surrounded and they're still ganging up on you. I need another reflex save, please.
Be 14 on the die. A lot faster this go around. Zacharias is going to get a 34.
Kilk will be right behind you with a 33.
Unfortunately, that surprising sequence of events last round has left Hilly a little stunned, and he's going to only have a 24 on that as he forgets to even try to dodge.
Hilly, no.
Hilly,
No.
take 22 damage. The rest of you can take 11. As you are slowly getting pummeled, and they're going to spend their third action to raise their shield once more. Despite all that you are doing, it doesn't appear that there are any less of them yet. Black Ranger, you're up.
Just kind of wince a little bit, getting knocked around here in the battlefield by a couple of these things. See Killy get pretty covered heavily and just lock eyes with the area around them. Oh no. You don't hurt my friends! And Zakareth will just bulk up even larger, claws gripping out on his hands, the jaw getting a bit heavier, and just full rage. A much scarier looking individual now, just raking claws through these things. It's going to go for 2 straight attacks after raging as 2 wings fly off his back, had previously been folded up, and just hovers up above the ground a couple of inches, raining these blows down. First attack, going to be a 19 on the die. That is a...
Jesus Christ.
It's a crit.
First star.
I'm pretty sure it's a crit. It's like a 40...
It's a crit.
It's like a 42.
Yeah, that's a crit.
So... This is going to be plus 15 damage. Actually, plus 30 because it's a crit. So that is 8 and 11. So 19 plus 30, 49 damage. And that is bludgeoning and mental damage, unfortunately.
How much mental damage?
That would be 16 is mental.
Alright. It's still enough to cause... finally a dent within the crew as you continue to flip and twirl into the air, entering your rage. Do you have a second attack for me?
That was the first one. Let me give you the second here.
That was the
That's going to be a
first one,
17 on the die. The first one was a crit, and that was a big hit. 17 on the die, though, on the second. Minus 4 here. It'll be a 36.
36 will be a regular hit.
Alright. I'm assuming just don't give me the mental damage.
No.
Okay. Gonna be 12 on the die plus 7, so 19.
Alright, we are going to go ahead and block 12 of them. As we are going to use a shield block reaction. And the shield's still strong, they're going to take some damage, but they're a little more prepared for the second attack here.
Just roaring through, ripping into these guys.
Blue
Kelly,
Ranger.
put me between you and them.
Blue Ranger, you're up.
All right, hearing that utterance from the Black Ranger, the Blue Ranger is going to step back a little bit, try to get some room, some distance, the space that he desperately needs to try to fight as he shakes off. It's been a while since he's been called to any sort of action. Well, it's coming back slowly. But he's going to go ahead and try to come up with a wild kick at the head of one of these statues. That's not going to be great. That's only a 28 to hit. Doom is a miss.
You're in
Oh my
flat
goodness.
foot. You're in flat foot right now, so that will hit.
That will hit. All right, then that is going to be a whopping 13 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And then my second attack, third action, will miss. Rolled pretty low on that.
Alright. Red Ranger.
Question. Can I use their shields to jump off of with wall jump?
Absolutely. No question.
Alright, let's go. So, they are going to try and long jump, kind of over onto one of their shields and propel themselves towards the Blue Ranger. I'm assuming I'm going to need an athletics check for that.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Call it DC 29.
That is a 29 on the dot.
That's it. That's a success.
All right. You see them kick off of one of the shields that's raised in front of them as they do a front flip, landing next to the Blue Ranger. Looking over, they just say, "Are you doing okay? You don't look so good."
That's a nice flip you did there, Hill. I'm impressed. These guys are tougher than I thought.
Oh, don't worry. They're not going to be tough for long. And they are going to try and give them a little bit of what our boy Zachariah did, using the Dragon's Breath. So I'm going to need a reflex save from the one on the left.
Fail.
Oof. All right.
Dare I say, what's your DC?
Oh, that DC is, I believe, 31.
That's a 30.
All right. So this is going to be... Oh, that's a lot of dice.
Sorry. That's a 20. That's what I meant to say.
Oh, then that is a critical fail. All right.
That's a lot more dice.
Damage.
That's a lot more dice. All right, so I need to roll... How many D4s is this?
We'll find out after this commercial break how the Rangers do.
Right.
Buy our merchandise.
36 piercing damage, I believe, from the crystal heritage.
Hey.
Nice. One action to move, one action to jump and scream. This one on the left that still hasn't reduced in size at all. There's still hundreds of them swarming.
They're going to look over at Killy and say, "Can you maybe just help with me a little bit? Try to hit them this time."
I'm trying, but these are dangerous foes. They seem to just keep coming. There's no end to them.
Worry about the bigger crowd. I've got this one.
Alright. As you say that, you're going to see the same formation you just jumped out of begin to swarm you and begin to swarm Kilk and Killy. I need all three of you once more to roll me a reflex save.
Oh. It finally rolled well on these.
My dice are loving me today. That is... Oh, well, it's a 21, or 31.
Another 34.
Killy got a 36.
Alright, all three of you pass. You're going to take 22 cut in half to 11 as you have made your basic reflex save.
Is any of that piercing damage?
Oh, I should have been asking that.
Slashing, sorry.
Okay.
Slashing.
No.
Surprisingly, even with those blows coming in, don't seem to be bothering Zakareth that much, not even chewing through the temp HP from all that rage. Well, they're a bit tougher than I thought. We say we actually get this done so we can figure out where the Blood Phoenix is at and take care of that idiot. I think it's Dragon Morphin time. And just brings his hands together and these scales start to blow out and glow, some of them growing larger, shifting out into like a large, almost V-shaped vest, huge shoulder pads made of dragon scale, gleaming a slightly different shade of color, particularly on Zakareth, a much more red kind of hue to them than the black he's usually colored in. Large pieces of his scales on his face extending out into like a pieced visor that just covers his eyes and leaves the jaw wider and heavier. Just bulking full plate. Fist coming down after the end of it with a massive halberd in one hand, bringing it up ready to swing.
Alright.
That is a
Blue
full
Ranger.
round action.
Yeah, Blue Ranger.
So the camera pans over and you see the Blue Ranger. You realize that it is definitely morphin time. And his armor begins to appear in much a similar manner as the Black Ranger, but the one major difference is that weapon. Instead of just that bare knuckle brawling, you see a blue power lance appear in his arms, just glistening with electricity. That just react.
Red Ranger.
And as they look over, see their other two companions morphin, they say, "All right, let's get this done. It's morphin time." As she claps her hands together, and you see her back, or just start sprouting crystals, these ruby crystals, almost like a porcupine. As you see all of their arms just get covered in these needles. As they pull their hands apart, their hands have been replaced with just razor-sharp claws. And that's that.
As you guys morph into the Dragon Rangers, these are going to take another swipe at you guys. Go ahead and give me another reflex save.
34?
It'll be a 30.
That's a 22. Ouch.
Ooh.
Not a crit fail.
I rolled almost a nat one.
All right, 31 to
See,
the
some
red.
of them got...
31 to the Red Ranger, 15 to everyone else.
Ooh.
But now you are ready. Black Ranger, you are up.
Zakhareth is just going to roar out, "Don't get caught up in them! Oh, I'm gonna finish these guys off fast!" And just brings his head back and starts full just ripping and tearing as much as he can through all of the remaining ones around him. All 3 actions on a single attack. Let's see here what we got. That is an 18 on the die for a 41.
That's a crit.
Oh, buddy,
We
this
love
is
that.
gonna hurt. Ooh. So off of this, 15 less. That is 101 damage as Zakhareth just flails claws and jaws slamming into these things, seemingly just tearing almost the air itself where his jaws rip through and just rending through what is around him in a raw, draconic fury.
Yeah. This will take out this entire troop unit, taking down 70, 80 of them in a single 6-second round.
This is why you don't mess with the Rangers!
Blue Ranger.
All right, the Blue Ranger looks over at the Black Ranger. He feels emboldened by what his friend has done. And even though he was struggling before, he knows that now with his armor, with his trusty power lance, that he too has the power of the Ranger. And he takes that lance and twirls it around in very dramatic fashion, stabs it into the ground as sparks of electricity come out, and uses it almost as a pole to flip around. And again, going forward with a kick, but instead he pulls his leg back in, and his tail flies out to its furthest extent and kind of whips around, smacking as many of them as he possibly can, which is really just going to be one. As he rolls a gigaton strike, what is that going to be? That is a 36 to hit. Or 39.
If I
damage?
consider this creature flat-footed, that's a crit. And of course, I'm going to give you flat-footed.
Okay. Well, then that 39 can double to, what is that, 78?
Somewhere around there.
Just crackling with energy as the shock damage there just kind of filters its way through as many of them as possible, just exploding the clay statues into pieces and fragments.
Pretty great. What's the action economy on that?
So that is actually just 2. That's a gigaton strike. theoretically, they have a chance of being pushed back, but since it's a swarm, I wasn't going to worry about that too much.
Okay. So 1 action left?
There is an action left, and let's go ahead and make a regular attack. That's going to do a little less damage, and the full MAP applies on that. So that is only a 20... No, sorry. That is a 29 to hit.
I'll hit.
14 damage is the damage. Bludgeoning.
Cool. Great. Red Ranger, if you get a crit, I'm going to quit.
Well, then why don't I make you roll it then? So, the Red Ranger is going to take the spikes on their back, tear some of them off, and just start throwing them into the ground, causing spikes to pull up from the ground and start impaling some of the statues, casting Impaling Spike. I need you to roll me a reflex save.
I love this one. It makes them real easy to hit.
Tell me what you rolled, Chris.
That's a critical fail. That's a botch.
Oh no!
He didn't roll a crit.
Yeah, he did not roll a crit.
Hey, yep, not a crit, but
this is clearly on you, Christopher.
That's going to be 66 piercing damage. Is it still alive? Because there's other things.
No, it's really not.
Okay.
It's not.
Well, it would be flat-footed, and there's other. But you're good. You're good. Go.
And we've really pulverized this pottery.
With their last action, they'll move towards kind of their friends, trying to keep in between the two of them.
As the dust settles, you look left and right, and there is just a massacre of broken stone statues around you. You look around, and your attention finally moves up to the thing that Zacharias and Hilly noticed before. The blood moon, a sure tell sign that the blood phoenix is back. Can mean a few things. Someone has inherited the power to summon the blood phoenix, or maybe the blood phoenix is back on its own volition, leading to an uncontrollable power. As you slowly unmorph out of your armor, you take a look and realize this is bad, this is trouble, and this is the battleground. If you don't stop this now, it's just going to spread. What would you like to do?
Oh no! Look at the moon! Clearly the blood phoenix is back. If we don't stop this now, it's gonna... Oh, wait a minute.
Did we all share that premonition? I think we did, right?
No, it doesn't seem good. And these guys were enough of a hassle until we actually bothered trying for once, so... probably be better stop it before anything worse has happened. Anyone know where Tommy ended up?
Oh, they did send us that message. Oh, are they okay?
Tommy usually handles himself pretty fine, but,
he seemed very concerned, though, in that message.
Yeah, probably best to check on him, Plus, well, I really don't feel like cleaning all this up. A lot of dust and kind of... It's gonna take forever to wash out.
They ruined my best robes. I was at a dinner before I came here.
What were you having?
Oh, well, someone was taking me out. Italian place.
Oh,
we have
just gonna get mutton again.
We need to do. We can talk about my date later.
Oh.
I mean, if you want to, sure, that's fine. I was just curious.
That's a
You're
good idea.
always curious about it, aren't you?
I mean, a little. Look, I want to make sure they're not going to hurt you, okay?
I believe the Red Ranger can take care of themselves. Now let's, pushes the glasses up, go find Tommy.
Oh yeah, Tommy, we should do that.
You going into the city then?
Yes, let's wander further in and see if we can figure out what's going on.
All right, we should probably make sure the townsfolk are okay too. There was a bunch here, but there might have been.
So, out of character, do we sprout wings and fly? Or are we walking?
Walking. For sure.
I
do
have
all
to
you
get
guys
mad
have
to
wings?
fly. The wings, they don't like to work if I'm not mad.
Oh,
I forgot.
You can't
I
just
forgot
do
your
this.
dragons. You actually can fly.
Yeah. It's like the music starts. You're like, you can tell by the way we wear our walk. We're dragon kind. No time to talk.
There
God.
goes our DMCA. So,
It was less than
You
5
try-
seconds. We're fine. We're
Oh
fine.
no! Oh no! Oh no!
go ahead and roll me a survival check or perception check, whatever's higher.
Not me.
I'll even take a society check for that matter.
Oh God!
I got some eyes, and that's about it. It's gonna be a 27 total for a perception.
Killy, however, is very smart. He's the nerd of the group, knows things. That's a 31.
Killy, I don't think anyone who's smart describes themselves as very smart.
Well, they do
I
in a
would.
campy TV show.
True,
Yeah,
true.
Kelly's super smart. What are you talking about?
You don't want to know what I rolled.
Okay.
You don't want to know.
No.
And did you roll society?
I rolled perception, and it wasn't good.
Kelly, did you roll society?
Yes, I rolled society. I can do survival, but I'm better at society.
So, thinking back on it, you decided to take the intelligent approach, and you looked at that recording, and you thought back on that recording that you saw, and looked for a backdrop. You think about some of the images, and you do remember that there is a sunrise tavern that was somewhere in the background, and you begin to head that direction, trying to figure out if you can kind of piece together where Tommy may have went. At this point, you see a handful of these clay statues broken in the ground, maybe about 20 or 30 of them, and you see a small blood trail that you can follow.
Oh no!
Oh, that
I
ain't
hope
good.
Tommy's okay.
I mean,
I
he's
swear
probably
he hurt himself.
It probably, yeah. The clay things probably didn't hurt him. That was probably self-inflicted on accident. Probably another flip attempt off one of their heads. We know how that ended last time.
Let's
It was
move in
still
farther.
awesome.
Everything Tommy does is awesome.
That's true. Yep. I can't fault the guy. Pretty great.
Let's follow that blood trail and see what we find.
You walk about 20, 30 feet, turn the corner, and you can see this white figure leaning up against the inn. Tommy, a white dragon, sits there with almost this silvery shimmer to his scales. He is also in his full ranger uniform, with his helmet and his weird vest that is accented with this grayish color. And in his right hand, he is holding this long, curved sword. But his other hand is around his side. He is bleeding out, staining both his armor and the ground with this bright red color. He seems to be going in and out of consciousness. Surrounding him is more corpses of these clay statues.
Oh no, Tommy!
Tommy,
We got you, bud. Don't worry. Just start rushing over.
When you get over to him, he looks at you with almost this glaze in his eyes, because you got the message. You came.
Yeah, don't worry, bud. We dealt with a lot of these things. We'll get you patched up. Don't worry. We got you.
Are you okay? Where are you hurt? And they kind of run up and try to inspect where they got injured.
It doesn't matter. You have to infiltrate the keep. You have to get to Pietra Propulsa before it's too late.
Or what, Tommy? What's gonna happen?
where the Blood Phoenix is going to come back. She's returned from the sun, the moon, wherever we banished her last time. She's back. It has to stop now.
Oh no! We must stop the Blood Phoenix.
We gotta get Tommy back first. He can't be left here. There's more of those things that could show up at any time.
Tommy, we're not leaving you like this. We can't.
There is no more time. You have to go.
Okay, but we're coming back for you as soon as we're done.
And I'll be waiting.
You better.
Before we leave, Kilk will kind of grab him and cast Stone Skin as some of their scales kind of morph onto him and try to protect him as best they can. And they just whisper, "Don't do anything stupid."
It's Tommy. He never does anything stupid.
I mean, he tried to fight me once, but that was, kind of anyone doing that stupid, so there's a little bit in there.
Tommy's clearly the bestest of all the Rangers.
I don't know. Kilk's pretty cool, too.
I saw a stat sheet that says Ryder's on his side in the feet section.
That is pretty cool.
It's a very
Can't argue with that.
Nah. Yeah, yep. Kelly, you got me there.
We have a couple options going forward. As you guys have this conversation, as you're running off to Alton's Keep, which is the city hall of this area. It's a stone and wood keep that's actually only about 3 stories tall, maybe the size of a mansion as we would think of it, but nowhere near the castles and the keeps or cathedrals that some of the other lords of the land may have. It is surrounded by a wall. Wall is about 15 feet tall, and as you begin to approach this wall, you see hundreds of these warriors surrounding the top. And while you guys have proven you can fight these warriors, you wonder that if Pietro Propulsa is back, maybe you should consider how you spend your resources moving forward. We are going to go into a couple of options here. One, we can kind of enter a skills challenge where you break through the main gates, or we can go through an infiltration subsystem if you want to try to infiltrate the area, or if you guys have any other ideas, perhaps we can implement those as well.
Do you honestly think Zachariah can infiltrate somewhere? Like,
look,
stealthily?
I'm not stealthy, but I can definitely get over those walls. And by far, I don't think those things' knees can bend. So, good luck with them climbing.
Good point. I didn't think about that.
Magic.
So, an infiltration subsystem does not mean you need to stealth the whole way. You can justify other skills to be able to get infiltration points, like climbing or busting heads.
I mean, she's got
climbing.
minions that aren't made of clay. These are kind of new. I can just scare the other ones to shut up and make sure they don't tell her we're here. That's pretty easy.
Yes, the age-old... Sorry for interrupting.
There's just enough lag to cause that, but I'm good with either system. I'm pretty skilled out either way. So, whatever is best for the Black Ranger and the Red Ranger.
I say we try to sneak in. Like, it's not normally my style to sneak, but that's a lot of guys, and really we need to get back to Tommy. So, probably best we deal with Peter just fast as possible, and then, put the Blood Phoenix back in wherever we put the Blood Phoenix last time. I honestly don't remember. And then from there, we just, go hang out at the tavern with Tommy, and make sure that he stops trying to swing the sword and everything.
I just have this image of the large dragon creature doing like some sort of Disney-esque on the tiptoes, sneaking around and hiding behind like the telephone pole, even though it's clearly comically too large to do so.
Full croc.
Yeah.
I'll make this easier for all of us, okay? And they touch both myself and you, Zacharath, and kind of take some of the crystals that are on their body and plate them on your scales, casting invisibility on you. As the light kind of like, goes through you instead.
Oh, this is awesome. Wait. Okay, slight problem. I don't know where I am now.
Oh no. I forgot about this.
Well,
the last time we did this happened. You forgot where you were.
Well, yeah, I mean, I can see, but I can't see me, so it's... I have bad depth perception, alright?
Well, we got a couple options going forward here. Your first goal is either to get over the wall or through the gate. What would you like to do?
Hilk is going to choose over the wall if possible.
Oh, I can give a shot over the wall. I got some good acrobatics here.
To the wall!
I would argue this is an athletics check.
I have wall
That's
jump,
even better.
So...
Alright. So, we need to
Kelly,
begin...
you gonna be good going over?
Yeah, I should be good.
If you need a boost, let me know.
Alright. So you guys find a place on the wall to begin to climb up. I think this is either an athletics or a stealth check. This is an individual check. Please note that in this subsystem, your goal is to get infiltration points moving forward, and every roll you fail gives the guards awareness points. If we become aware, you are overwhelmed and potentially lose.
So, I got a 43? If I can math correct, 42? 42. I can't math.
The Blue Ranger got a 29.
Going to be a 38 for the Black Ranger.
Alright. Both the... I forgot your colors for a second.
Red.
Both the red and the Black Ranger are able to critically succeed and get past the wall without any issues, obtaining the 2 infiltration points that you need. Our Blue Ranger, however, is only able to get 1 infiltration point and is currently at the top of the wall, and there are guards approaching him. What would Killy like to do?
If there's anything very kind of cool that I can do, I make more sense. And these are more of the clay guards.
There are clay guards on the... Yes. The answer is yes.
Okay, yeah, I'm not coming up with any brilliant ideas for distraction. However, I'm going to try to slip over the wall very quietly and maybe blend in with some of the moving shadows from the clouds and stuff that are moving in over the area and blocking some of that blood moon, blood moon. That's the word I'm trying to say. Try to time out the shadows so it looks just like the movement of the clouds. As I get a little further over the wall, that is a pretty good roll, so that's a 31.
Yeah, you're able to get over to the other side, obtaining your second infiltration point. As you begin to, all 3 of you, climb down the other side of the wall, you find an open courtyard. There are some cherry blossom trees scattered throughout, but within this area are these large, shadowy-looking creatures that have a tint of red. They almost look like a blurry Venom symbiote type creature. But with a reddish tint, probably closer to Carnage, if we're thinking the Marvel references. There's maybe 18 to 20 of them, and you fought these things before. They're pretty rough. This is standard Blood Phoenix type creatures. However, I don't know if you have been able to fight this many of them without your full team before.
The legally distinct carnage?
The legally distinct carnage, yes.
Non-trademarked carnage?
They're called blood shadows, is what I have in my notes.
So, Zacharath and I are still invisible, so we're okay-ish. I think Kilk will whisper over to the other two and say, I don't want to fight these two things. Or these things. That they're far too powerful for us right now, alone. Is there any way for us to get around these?
Also of note, they have a blood sense of 10 feet.
Don't get too close, or they'll be able to sense the living creatures are nearby.
They did try, when they hit me, they did try to drink a little bit, and that was really weird. I'm not huge on that.
Well, there must be another way in. Let's look around, but quietly and quickly.
This sounds like group infiltration to try to search for entryways, I guess. So that's your goal. How do you want to solve this problem? We'll say you need 3 infiltration points for this.
Can I try a perception, just like seeing where they're walking or patrolling and spaces we can get between them without that sense scratching us?
Sure. Go for it.
Ooh, 19 on the die plus 18, so that is a 37.
It is a regular success, so you are going to get 1 infiltration point.
We all need 1. Uh-oh.
Well, you need 3 total, so if you want to let the Black Ranger just take over the entire scenario, I guess that's okay. But it's also kind of BS, right?
Yeah. Why does he get all the spotlight?
I'm just looking around because there's a real urge in Zacharath, just like, I'm better than these things. I can fight 20 of them.
I'm very worried about that.
I'm invisible anyway. They can't see me.
Okay, if you're looking for a route, the best thing to do is to get closer to the keep is to stay near the wall. Particularly the wall that is shining sun. They seem to prefer to stay in the shadowed area on the other side. So you can kind of find maybe enough space to go that way, but you still have to get then from the wall to the keep is kind of the issue.
Is there any chance we could roll like some recall knowledge check to see if there's a way to somehow distract these things? Like, is there something that draws them to a location?
Arcana or Occult is appropriate.
I'll throw an Arcana check out.
I'll throw the Occultism.
I'm trained in Occultism, so I can give you 1 to try, but...
Just remember, if you fail, they also get scared away, so...
I got a 32 in Occultism.
30 in Arcana.
Yeah, both are passes.
Okay.
So,
I was debating on if I should roll.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
Well, in the past, you have distracted them by, like, throwing, like, rations or jerky at them, because they can kind of smell the meat of it, and they immediately get a little bit distracted. The other thing that you could do is you can also give off a little bit of heat. If you find a way to start a fire in one of the trees, they will naturally recoil from it, but then also look to put it out pretty quickly.
Zacharath, can't you breathe fire? Could you?
Oh yeah, pretty regularly.
I don't usually tell you to start fires, but I might actually tell you to start a fire just right now. Over there.
Okay, just immediately start seeing him, like, just look at the ground exactly in front of him.
No, there.
We need to start something on fire, not just have fire.
Just gonna kind of look around at where there's an open space where not a lot of them are already around, and just, it's got a good bit of range to it here. Just lean his head back and just almost spitball a little bolt of flame that catches and then bursts out where it hits.
A big flaming loogie.
Pretty much.
the forbidden flaming loogie.
So,
Look, you said it was gross when I did it, so I stopped. But if you want me to do it, I can do it.
No, that is quite enough. Never again, please.
So this action is going to set up our next phase, which is now that you have a path, you need to get to the keep. So it looks like you are setting up deception and stealth rolls to try to be able to do this. You're providing the created aversion action, right? To be able to set up. Will this break stealth?
Will it?
So is this the stealth that if you do an attack, it breaks it? Or invisibility, sorry. Does it break invisibility?
Oof. Yeah, let me check real quick.
Did you cast it at second or fourth?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Luckily, I have it slotted as 2 4th levels.
Okay.
So,
still
you're
invisible.
lucky today.
Okay, sounds good. How long will it last?
10 minutes, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
Let me just... Oh, 1 minute.
That's...
Sorry.
Oh, okay. So this is probably it. Once you start getting past this section of the infiltration, you're probably out of it.
Once we get inside, it won't be a problem. I can just make the guards be quiet.
Hayden... Sorry,
yes.
Red Ranger, since this is your idea, why don't you go ahead and roll that deception check? Since you're directing...
Let's do it.
Sacros. Each player needs 3 infiltration points to pass, so we'll see what happens.
That's very worn out. That is only a +9, so 28? 28, yes.
Okay. So that's enough to get 1 success. 28 is your DC for this particular check. You're able to create a distraction. Red Ranger has obtained 1 infiltration point.
If you want, Blue Ranger, being the one that's not invisible, could have kind of been in a better position so when the distraction starts, he can shimmy across first, very stealthily, and try to take the most advantage of the flaming distraction.
Go for it.
Flaming loogie. You can call it what it is, Killy.
I did pretty well, so that's a 33.
All right, that is a success. You begin to move aside the wall, and now you just have to make that gap between the wall and the keep.
And I imagine that stealth, instead of being like creeping along, it's the way the Rangers would do it, where just as everybody turns their head, they do like a very quiet, silent backflip, and like a cartwheel, and get back into the little crevice just at the right moment in time.
Yeah,
the least silent maneuver possible.
Yeah,
that somehow is completely no sound.
But it has the little air wispy silent sound effect, so they did it quietly. Yeah,
the swoosh.
That's exactly what. Yes.
Yeah, I can't get the sound to register on my microphone because it's so quiet.
What's next?
Well, unfortunate news. Untrained in both stealth and deception, so I'm invisible for a very small amount of time. But
find a way to use your other skills to help solve the problem.
So now we have to get down the stairs? Is that the next part of the challenge?
Yeah.
I mean, I could just... I know this invisibility isn't going to last long from what Hilk has told me here, and just... Okay, we gotta go, and just go to full sprint while still invisible, not trying to be silent at all, and just get out of there as fast as possible before these things start taking notice.
Yeah, I'm going to increase your DC, but yeah, you do that.
Alrighty, let's see here.
You're beating these creatures' passive perception.
What am I rolling here? Athletics or acrobatics? Okay.
Athletics for sure.
Alrighty. Plus 23 on that. Let's say 39. 16 on the die.
Alright, you have received your infiltration point. And I think I'm already over this particular part of it. So you get down to the bottom. Now you just have to get to the front of the keep. And we take a look in that direction. You can see your old nemesis, Pietra Proposa, with this large red staff with this weird, sickly-looking fire at the top of it, wearing this ridiculous white hair dress, and scale armor, certainly from your fallen dragon brethren.
Oh no! They're wearing the armor.
Alright, that's just disrespectful.
You're going to pay for this.
How do you get
We're just going
to...
in.
You're just gonna run?
Yeah.
Zagreus is gonna see her in that armor, just like, yeah, no, I'm done with the quiet stuff. That's not gonna stand.
As you guys jettison forward, deciding to forgo stealth at this point, you enter into this keep. We see these white stone walls, these wooden structures holding up this rather beautiful looking castle in front of you. But when you take a look as you enter in, you see two of these red Carnage looking guys, the legally usable Carnage, as well as Pietra Propulsa sitting there with this red staff. You're too late! It comes! It comes! And go ahead and roll me an athletics initiative.
Gonna be a 37 for the Black Ranger.
35 for the Red Ranger.
But only a 27 for the Blue Ranger.
Alright, sounds good. We'll go with that. So, Black Ranger, you're leading the charge going forward, sitting there within your dragon form self. Would you guys like to morph?
Of course we want to morph. Are you kidding me?
Alright.
Oh yeah.
You guys sit there, raise out one of your hands, bring it to the center of your chest as you pull out a small gem crystal and place it out in front of you. And you guys, what do you say?
It's morphing time! As we're morphing, I'm asking this as a GM allowance. Barbarian Mighty Range is typically a 1 or 2 action. Could I count going into my range as part of morphing?
Sure.
Fantastic. Just going to immediately have those wings burst out his back, raise the halberd up and point at Repulsa and just, oh, I've been waiting to put you back in the ground for a while. And immediately just beat wings straight up and far out of the reach of the two Carnage creatures, just flying up above her, and go to bring down a full halberd swing on her head.
Okay.
Let's see here. That's going to be a 36 to hit.
36 is the regular hit.
Alright. That is going to be... with the halberd, a total of 39 damage.
Okay.
Some of that is mental if she is able to take that.
She will take it. She seems to have some resistance to the physical part of it, but she will take the full mental damage. As you do this, you come into this... as you swing your halberd, you come into this weird blackish energy that is suddenly surrounding her as this almost red-looking goo shoots out at you. I need a wisdom saving throw, a will saving throw, because I'm playing Pathfinder.
That's going to be a 35, 15 on the die.
Okay. You can feel this symbiote begin to enter into your scales, getting through your armor, but you're able to shake off the effects.
No, not this time. You're mine, not the other way around.
Don't let it get you, Black Ranger.
And just her swing comes down, less than 40 feet of movement to get to her, so it's only one move action, and bring another one straight around, back up, just tearing through the floor underneath as I pull it back. Second attack, gonna be a 30.
30 will miss.
Ooh. Just raw power, no aim behind these swings, just trying to beat through that energy.
Nice. Red Ranger, you're up.
Question for Zacharath. Are you huge right now?
I am I'm only large. Large is as big as I get.
Perfect. So, Kilk will take one of the gems, the ruby gems that they have, and just yell out to Zacharath saying, "Quick, catch!" As she throws it forward. And as you touch the crystal, they cast enlarge on you, growing you to huge. And you gain a +4 status bonus to damage.
I'll take more damage. I ain't gonna say no to that and just... Oh, you're in for it now!
And with their last action, they will just pull their hands back like they did with their original morph and pull out those claws.
Alright.
And that is their turn.
That being said, one of these knights... that being said, one of these blood shadows are going to move towards the Red Ranger, reaching out and taking a touch attack onto your AC.
Oh, don't touch me.
39.
Ooh. It's not going to be a crit. Because of blood magic. I have a 30 to my AC.
Take 12 damage, Wiz.
Alright.
Sorry, take 15 damage.
Oh, okay.
That is their first attack. We're gonna go ahead and take a second attack real quick. At 27 hit?
No, does not hit. Bounces off the crystals.
Sounds good. The woman in front of you, this ghastly figure, reaches out with her hand to try to touch the Black Ranger with a 43 to hit.
Oh, come on. Go ahead. Touch me if you want. That's a crit. Wow.
That is going to be 44 damage. This is negative damage. And I need you to roll me a fortitude save.
Uh-oh.
Alrighty.
I'm glad the barbarian's rolling that.
Give me 28 damage after it gets through temp HP.
Okay.
Just for your knowledge. And a fortitude save. That is a 17 on the die, so that is a 41.
Yeah. But you feel yourself beginning to stiffen as if you were being paralyzed, but you're able to resist all of my status effects.
You really think I'm gonna fall for that a second time? I put extra scales there, dummy!
With this, she hits the staff and she is surrounded in this shadow blood armor, getting the effect of several spells, including Fire Shields, Mirror Image, and Mage Armor. That will be 2 actions there. This takes us to the Blue Ranger.
Did the other minion not do anything?
Has not had a turn yet.
Oh, okay. What does the Blue Ranger want to do? The Blue Ranger is going to help out the Red Ranger because we definitely need her Red Ranger magic in this fight as much as possible. So I'm going to do a really cool flip just in place for no real practical reason, but just do a random flip. And then jump into the air using his dragon wings to flap around and get into flank. And then he is going to whip around with his power lance and smack this guy in the backside. Decent roll there. That is 37 to hit, and I should be flanked.
37 to hit will be a normal hit.
For 39 points of damage to the bludgeoning and electricity. And,
Real quick, as you take this hit with your lance, both this symbiote and the other symbiote seem to be affected by it.
Ooh.
And yeah, I'm not. That's just going to be a megaton strike because I'm not worried about moving it. So that is a 1 to move, 1 to attack, and then I will make a regular attack. Oh no, sorry, megaton strike is 2 act. I apologize.
Okay.
So that's my 3.
All right. We are going to go ahead and this one is going to look towards the enlarged creature. I didn't think he would be able to hit it, but I feel like with the enlargement, I am now kind of in range for that. So we're going to go
That's
ahead
your call.
and roll.
Sorry, Zacharath.
We're just gonna do a cone attack anyway. So with 2 actions, he's gonna raise up their hands and do a cone of cold energy. You can go ahead and roll me a reflex save, please.
Oh, that's a 19 on the die, but my reflex is only 20, so that's a 39.
That's a crit save. You take no damage.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Just kind of... I've gotten big enough where this guy's almost able to hit me and just kind of like boot a foot down and just knock him off his aim and just...
Yeah.
I'm dealing with her. Go away.
Like he goes to breathe something on you, you just stick your foot in the way.
He is gonna roll a
Foot
42
in his
to
mouth.
do a regular hit, though. A 42 on a regular hit, though.
That's going to be a crit.
All right.
Rage AC.
34
Rage
damage.
AC is fun.
But it will be your turn.
Get him, Black Ranger.
Just going to kind of flap his wings back to move up out of the reach of the guy below him and also away from Rita slightly. And just sort of... You really think those old tricks of yours are going to work? See, unlike your minions, I learn a little bit now and again. I think it's time you learn. You're the one who should be afraid of us. And just rear his head back. No flames on the mouth this time. See, I think what's really wrong is you want all this power from the Phoenix because you're afraid. And just a blast of black and red energy seeping from his mouth goes over her. I'm going to need a will save. Not reflex, a will save on this.
36. I'm rolling really well.
That is a normal success. So she is going to get half damage from this mental nightmare breath that is washing over her. Zacharath, we fought her before in the past. She's used this little, oh, there's multiple of me's now trick. No. I can just blast all of you. So that is going to be... Let's see here. That's going to be 19 damage halved to 10.
Okay.
And that'll be 3 actions, 1 to move back, to step back out of range of the guy, and then breath attack 2 actions.
All right. Red Ranger, you're up.
Seeing Killy kind of take over this kind of creature in front of us, Kilk is going to look at Killy and say, handle this one for me. I'm going to help Black Ranger. And they are going to sprout dragon wings as they use 2 actions to cast dragon wings. And they are going to then fly up and over here. And I believe that is their turn.
All right. Unfortunately, that leaves Killy up on the ground with this one right there. So we are going to do the same thing as the other one. We are going to reach around, and a cone of cold is going to spread out in front of them. This is a reflex save.
That's a 40.
That is a critical success. You take no damage.
Oh,
I am going to try to punch you, though, for 38 to hit.
38's a hit. For, what is it, 20 damage?
20 damage.
Got it.
Can you all stop critting? Like, you're really making me look bad.
Alright. So that's going to end that turn as Pietro Popolsa. I'm laughing at my own name. Is going to cast a spell. Do you have attack of opportunity?
I do not.
Okay.
I also don't have counterspell.
As a chain lightning comes out of
that's
her
not good.
staff. So, you discharge a powerful lightning. I can arc the electricity to someone within 30 feet of the target. I can hit all three of you. I need a reflex save, DC 36.
Ooh, big money, no whammies. Oh, there we go. 38 for the Blue Ranger.
Who's she targeting first?
Targeting you first.
I was really hoping you'd say that.
Oh,
you got something?
What is this?
A nat 20.
Yeah!
What happens on Chain Lightning when someone nat 20s it? Or what critically succeeds against it?
Pathfinder's easy, all you have to do is roll well.
The chain ends if any one of the targets critically succeeds at its save. Congratulations, you have completely resisted this attack.
Oh yeah!
How does that
Just
work?
goes to hit him in the chest and just max it out of the air with the polar arm and just, what did I say about your tricks? We're done!
That's pretty cool.
So the Blue Ranger, looking around the battlefield, analyzing as best as he can, realizes that these minions are just distraction. And we need to not waste time. We've got to take this alliterative villain down and do the best we can. So he just leaves the villain in the dust, flying up to... We're going to fly all the way to there? No, that's not right. We want to fly to there. We're going to jump in and, of course, you know, the dragon wings, it's not necessarily a straight up flight. It doesn't just launch himself into the air. Definitely has to do the acrobatics and the in the air, the aerial acrobatics, as it were, flipping around, doing a somersault, and then landing very gracefully on the other side of this villain. And as he does, that power lance comes down into the ground, and a large amount of electricity gets burst around in all directions as an explosion of electricity damage and a 5-foot emanation. So I need a reflex save, DC 31, please. And I will roll a lot of D6.
Okay.
Love that sound.
Oh, it's a great sound.
Just all those D6s. Reminds me of Shadowrun.
It's a great sound when it's on the player side. When the GM does it, I don't like it.
Correct. You are 100% correct.
Now all he's got to do is take that reflex save and we'll be great.
I rolled a 35.
All right, 35 is going to be a success, so you're only going to take half of 47.
23.
It's a basic
Still a lot of
reflex
damage.
save.
Still good damage.
Yeah.
Still good damage.
Explode is actually the best part of the inventor. It's really great.
All right. This as you enter in, much like the Black Ranger, you also are going to have to make a will save.
Ooh. Totally rocking these saves. What is my will? That is 39 for the will save.
Nice.
Nice, but you still fail.
Yeah, I can't
So
roll.
that's what I feel like Chris was leading up with right there.
I can't roll an attack for anything, but my saving throws are great.
Nice. Well, this symbiote here is going to use a ranged attack. As this giant black Dragon Ranger is standing in front. We are going to see if we hit for a 35 on a ranged weapon.
It's a normal hit.
All right, you're going to take 16 damage. It is going to reload and try again.
Is that piercing damage?
It is piercing damage.
I'm going to take 7 less.
Okay.
From Raging Resistance.
Sounds good. But it'll be a 29 on the second attack.
29 does not hit, even Raging.
Nice. So, that is that's turn. We are at the Black Ranger.
Doesn't even, process that something has been shot at him from behind. Focus is laser forward. And just, oh, look! Billy's behind you! And takes full advantage of the brief distraction of some awesome flips. And just, man, I love when you do this, because you always get them looking your way. And just massive dragon jaws unhinge from that helmet and go to snap around her midsection. This is a natural attack, but it is going to be a big chomp.
Alright.
This is an 18 on the die for a 41 total with flanking.
Alright, so as you go to this chomp, you hit one of the images, causing it to disintegrate.
And just head still down there, just goes to slam it to the side for a second attack. Let's see what this is. I even hit. That is going to be a 26 on the second attack. Not a very good roll.
That is going to miss. I'm going to go for broke.
That's 2 actions for the bite, and then another attack is 1, so that's 3.
Rough.
The bite hurts a lot if it lands.
Yeah, true. Red Ranger.
So, Red Ranger is going to call out and say, "You know, you're not the only one with fancy tricks up your sleeve," as they also cast a spell. This time, sending a beam of red energy from one of their claws, casting Disintegrate.
Ooh,
and we are going to True Strike Disintegrate this. Or put it all down on this spell.
I always love seeing the big old beams.
Okay. Alright, it's an 18. So let's it's a 39, I believe. Yes, 39 to hit. And let me guess.
I'm thinking
mirror image?
Yeah.
Checking that mirror image roll. On the upside, that is the third image.
Yes.
So that's gone now.
They're gone. Kilk will just say, "Oh, so close."
Rough. Yeah. I feel bad. All right, moving on.
Don't worry, we just wasted our most powerful abilities.
We are going to take a couple ranged attacks at Kilk for 32 to hit on the first one.
Hits.
And a 30 on the second one.
That also hits.
Alright, go ahead and take... this is piercing damage. You're going to take 20 piercing and 18 piercing. I don't know if you have anything for that.
So I have resistance equal to my level, I believe, because of the heritage. So it's minus 12. So 2 and 3. I take 5.
Okay. Easy.
Not bad.
Well, this Lich is going to try a spell again.
How dare you. This didn't work out the first time. You stop trying and just lay down.
Give up, foul creature. You can't beat us. You've never beaten us before, and it won't happen now.
We overpower you and outnumber you.
Plus, I'm pretty sure I can throw her to the moon from here.
And we're better looking, too.
That's a
good point. There is that one.
He is going to center a 20-foot burst around herself. Casting Cloud Kill. This is going to affect the Black Ranger and the Blue Ranger. Please give me a fortitude save.
Ooh, not as amazing as the last rolls. I only have a 29 on that one.
That is a 37. 13 on the die.
All right, so you take 11 poison, and this should have happened. This should have happened at the start of your turn, but we'll hand wave that for now. 11 damage, Black Ranger. 22, Blue Ranger. Next time we'll have this set up at the beginning of your initiative. And then for a third action, we are going to reach and try to attack the Blue Ranger for a nat 1. All right. Blue Ranger,
Look, I said you had to be. Oh, really? Did you just
Blue
do
Ranger.
what I think you did?
No.
I'm not that scary.
Blue
I'm
Ranger.
scary, but not that scary.
That part is, I
and-
think I've actually got the highest AC, so I'm the
You
hardest.
probably
hit.
do. I'm
but
sitting on a.
The Blue Ranger is going to go ahead and use its Dragon Breath, which, interestingly enough, for a Sky Dragon, is a 10-foot burst. And so I should be able to get her and not the Black Ranger.
Yeah, I'm 15 foot up.
So that is going to be another reflex save from her, DC 31.
I nat 1'd again.
Oh, really? Oh my goodness! Oh wow!
Wow, that's not good.
I almost want to turn my camera on for that, just to prove that that's because that's 4 of those are 6s.
Can't you do that?
What's that?
Can't you show the?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I can.
Oh,
For the most
I gotta
part.
push him into.
ouch.
It's a pretty solid roll.
Fine, I believe you. What's the damage?
There. 9, 34, 35, 41, and then if you crit failed because it's a basic save,
Double.
so
80.
double it. Yeah, so 82 electricity damage.
That's rough. That's rough,
That's
buddy.
a big hit. That's a
That
real
is a
big hit.
That would kill me.
82.
That would make me not have bones anymore.
Still standing. That was a real good hit.
I do have. I can just take a regular attack. Which, yeah, I only have one action left, but it has to just be a regular attack. Oh, look at that die roll right there. That it's going to be a 41 to hit.
Oh, I didn't cast shield. That's a crit.
Or,
That's what you get.
18 plus 4, so 22 damage because 22 damage plus if it's a crit, then that is 44.
All right.
That's going to be bludgeoning.
Still
100 some odd damage this turn.
The Blue
That's-
Ranger looks very pleased with himself for some odd reason.
Pilly, you were saving it all for this. You didn't hit in the first combat because you were saving it for this.
I've got
You
her
knew what would
measured
matter.
now. You can't defeat us. You will lose, as
Wait a minute.
always.
as you reach and punch, critically punch Pietro Proposa. How do you want to do this?
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
The way I see it happening is, since this is all, the electricity damage from the dragon breath is still kind of there. So it's that scene where as it's coursing through them, you can actually see like the skeletal structure as it's kind of flashing in and out as the electricity damage is finding a place to go, almost frying her from the inside. And just as that happens, Killy does a amazing backflip, coming around with the tail on the back end of that flip, and just almost slices her clean in half. It's meant to be a tail thwack, but because of the fluidity of all that electricity damage, you can just see that tail almost carved into her form as she crumples to the ground.
And in classic 1990s graphics, a little bit of light shimmers in front of her as she disappears. And you look up to the sky as she suddenly begins to grow in size, becoming the Blood Phoenix though. Pietro Proposa goes up into the sky and starts turning into the Blood Phoenix. You do notice that the blood shadows on the ground begin to disintegrate into small globs of goo. But your guys are in trouble. No matter how fast you can fly, no matter what you can do, in your current state, you cannot reach that Phoenix. And that Phoenix is leaving to spread their blight all across this land. What would you like to do?
Time.
I think it's
You
time.
think? I don't know, we've not done it with 3 for a while. We'll manage. We got this.
All right, team. To the Dragon Zord.
As you say that, you pull out a little device from your armor. Pull it out. Call the Dragon Zords. As we begin to see these 3 large creatures appear into the sky. A black dragon, a black nightmare dragon, a sky dragon, and a red crystal dragon. And they begin to shift into different forms. How does this look like?
Taking off the bottom, just a massive, hugely bulky, swift pair of chunky black scaled legs and a beating pair of wings coming to lock in on the backside of the chest, please.
Two red arms kind of clasp onto the chest piece, one with basically a huge claw hand and the other with just a blade for the arm form next.
And last but not least, a blue helmety looking head pops onto the top of the Dragon Sword as the camera is spinning around in a really cool maneuver, catching all of these pieces linking up. Just as the head pops up, the Dragon Sword looks at its foe, pushes its glasses up. It's time.
And you guys are suddenly teleported into the Dragon Zord itself, into a little control panel with 3 dragon head steering wheels at your command.
Pretty roomy in here with only 3.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can control 2 arms at the same time. I've never done this before.
Now we'll manage. We got this.
We
Just
believe
one
in you.
Phoenix.
Unfortunately, though, we are going to keep the same initiative, and I've added the Blood Phoenix to the initiative, and they have rolled above the party, as it is going to do a flaming strafe as its first action.
Stand up to things.
For this, I need the Red Ranger to give me a reflex save.
Only a 30. I rolled a 10. It's average.
Alright. Your Dragon Zord is going to take 29 necrotic damage as the Blood Phoenix strays forward, causing all sorts of damage to the semi-draconic, semi-robotic Zord. And as it does this, it lands behind you, and it creates two weak attacks right onto the chest piece. Uh, 35 will hit. You're going to take 17 piercing, 10 necrotic, and you are currently suffering from weird necrotic virus within the dragon chassis that will do some damage at the beginning of your turn. The thing is going to make a second attack for a 29, which I believe will miss.
Just barely, but that does miss.
Yeah, just barely.
Almost.
A 5
Real close.
and 5 and a 4 there. Just FYI.
Yeah, just barely misses on second attack on a 4.
Yeah. Heck somewhere else, you winged villain.
the legs of the dragon sword. The black dragon sword. Your first act in this weird.
legs
One
of
of
the
the
torso.
wings just full spins out to one side, forcing the other to kind of cup in and spin us around to face this thing as fast as possible. But at the same time, that motion is going to try to, like, push off that virus with just a gust of wind as it goes. First action is going to be to try and help get rid of that burning sensation on the front of our massive sword here. And then the second is just going to be that same wing that jutted around, going down to slam into it for a melee attack. Which is, I believe, a 22 in our mech form.
Yes.
So,
I have a 22 written down.
that's going to be a 40 to hit with an 18 on the die.
That is a normal hit.
Wow.
Oh my god.
That's a normal hit.
That is
we
a
need a hard
normal hit,
20 to
Chris
crit.
says.
That is going to be on here. Let me find it. 2d12 piercing and 2d6 fire damage plus 6. So,
I trust you to give me a total.
just that wing cutting through hard into this phoenix for 20 damage.
Nice. Good hit there. Anything else?
Gonna be a third swing to come around and try to end that persistent damage as it goes through. Gonna be another 1d20 plus 22, minus 5. 1d20 plus 17. Only a 26 for the second swing.
26 will miss. Go ahead and take 10 necrotic damage and go ahead and roll your flat d20 check to see if you get rid of the persistent.
Should be hopefully down to a 10 with that action spent, but only rolled a 6.
Unfortunate. Red dragon sword arm claw thing.
Alright. Red dragon sword arm thing. Kilk will yell out. It seems to have been infected with something. It's messing with the controls. As they try and slice twice at the Phoenix. So the first one being only a 32.
32 hits.
Is that? Oh, all right.
Yes.
That is good to hear. I did not expect that to hit. That is going to be 9, 14 piercing, and 16 plus 4, 20 more piercing damage. So 34 piercing damage in total.
Nice.
As Kilk just drives the kind of sword arm in at the Phoenix. The second attack is going to come through. A 19 on the die, 22 minus 5 plus 17.
That hits.
That hit. Okay.
36.
36.
Yep.
Okay. That is going to be... So that was 10 plus 16, 26 piercing damage on that one.
Okay.
And with the last one, Kilk is going to try to, mess with the steering wheel they have and check under the components and see if there's like a virus or something in here to try to use the last action to lower that DC.
Okay. Well, take 18 necrotic damage. Negative damage, necrotic, negative. One of the
negative?
two.
Negative.
One of the two.
Negative.
And go ahead and roll the flat check.
Yes. I'll roll that on 20 here. Oh.
No. Doesn't get worse, thankfully, but
no, that's...
I wasted my nat 1. That's fine.
That's
roll
a
the nat
perfect
1 on a
roll to
recovery
roll it
check.
on.
100%.
Blue ranger head sword.
All right. Well, since
Ranger
the
heads.
Black Ranger used its wings, the Red Ranger used its claws. I guess the Blue Ranger will use his head. And with that, the Blue Ranger is going to just headbutt the Blood Phoenix as best as it can. At the slightly above average roll, so 34 to hit.
34 will hit.
All right, let's see on the damage here.
This is awesome. We should make him the head more often.
You know we're in here, right?
Yeah, it's fine. Just grab on tight.
That's 32 damage. And then I'm going to
I assume
take
bludgeoning, right?
Yes, sorry, that is bludgeoning.
I would hope so.
Nice.
I'm a melee guy. And then I'm going to take an action to try to, look down and see what I can do. Typing away furiously. Suddenly a trench coat appears and a pair of sunglasses as the Blue Ranger tries to hack away and lower that flat check.
Full hacker, man.
It's a black trench coat too. This is definitely not a brown trench coat situation. And
I like the color.
And I flubbed that miserably. Not as bad as the last one, but I only rolled a 7, so never mind.
All right.
So we are not going to get rid of that easily.
Very effective.
We didn't have an antivirus, and I think that was our biggest mistake.
We forgot.
That's usually White Ranger.
I should have said yes when I installed that malware.
If he was here.
He does have access to the corporate card.
Yeah.
We are going to spread blood magic all around.
Well, that doesn't sound very
Creating
nice.
A blood
Sounds terrible.
strike. Red Ranger, I need a reflex save.
Man, you're just gonna throw those reflex saves at us. Go away! It's a nat 20.
Yeah.
40.
For a total of what?
Yeah.
40. So
That'll do that.
We just barely.
Succeed. Oh my gosh.
We succeed with a 20 and then crit succeed because it's a nat 20.
Correct.
Wow.
Nice.
Let's go.
Well, I'm gonna
You
assist
can't
you with
use
the 41.
fire on a red dragon.
It's this is necrotic damage.
Oh, that's not fun.
So he's gonna do that as the blood the blood strike does not invade your computer dragon Zord. It is able to take advantage of an opening and attack the head, dealing for a crit. I imagine 41
That's a crit, yeah.
Yeah, AC's 30.
Yeah, if we're using the generic AC, then it is.
Yeah, so you're gonna take 56 negative damage, and you are still being affected by a virus. Black Ranger Zord, you're up.
We're still doing pretty good here. Just gonna rear his head back and... Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna try something here, Killy. Just hang on. And pulls a bunch of levers and just randomly, seemingly going everywhere and just punching out buttons, just full fist. Think this one. And just the Zord's mouth opens up and a black and red mist just flies out towards this phoenix. That's going to be a breath attack. And I believe the breath weapons are a basic save. It would be will for this one.
Will.
Will they succeed?
And the DC is, just have it listed in here, against your DC. So that'd be 31, I believe.
I think everyone's class DC is pretty much the same.
Yeah, 31.
Roll a 2 plus 28. 30.
That's a 30, so it fails
Thank
by
God.
1. So that is going to be a wash of 44 mental damage.
Okay.
I like that you do mental damage. You're like the big
Nightmare
brute.
Dragon, I'm scary.
I like this
I
idea
want
that you grow and you yell, really like as if you're loudly, but then their head just explodes. There's no sound.
Yeah, I think Zakarrath's like damage is that he's just yelling really stupid stuff, and it hurts people's head to listen to. They're like, why?
Why would you do that? Because it works.
Yeah. 4 times rock equals the square root of tree. What?
You just did mental damage to me.
Oh wow,
third action.
Perfect example.
Do you have a third action?
And then third action, because that worked so well, just gonna be another wing swipe coming in for a 22, because the breath attack is not a weapon swing. It's only a 3 on the die, so that wing attack's gonna fly wide.
Alright. With that being said, go and roll flat d20.
Yeah.
So you take 10 more
9
negative damage.
So close. Oh well, no, it's a 15.
I didn't take the action that turn.
Yeah.
Red Ranger Zord.
They are going to. I think the way the breath weapon works for this, because they're the arms, is that like claw hand. They're gonna hold it out, and it's gonna like shoot out spikes from the claws. Because apparently my breath weapon does piercing damage. So I need a reflex save from the Phoenix.
I like a needler.
Yeah, it's like a needler.
Reflex save, unfortunately, is its highest save, so it's going to be 7 plus 31. 40.
Oh my gosh.
So it needs a nat 1 to fail.
Yeah, you need a nat 1 to fail. Just
wow.
Yeah, wow.
So that's a normal success.
We're not... Normal success
have damage
is 30. Yeah, it's okay. Let me pull that up. That is only...
I think they're 10d6 in the...
Oh, is it 10d6? My bad.
It depends on what type of weapon you have. I just picked the closest for mine, because Nightmare's not one of the base dragon form things.
I believe mine is similar.
They're either 10d6 or 8d8.
I think I chose 10d6. I have it written down as 10d6.
Mine is.
So
21.
22 piercing damage.
Okay. 1 action left.
With the last action, they're gonna look at their team and say, "I'm going to try to get this virus out." As they kind of like duck under into the hardware, and they start opening up panels.
Don't worry, I got the arms while you're doing that, and just full, like, spread arm out, grabbing 2 steering wheels at once.
Alright. You succeed, but you still will take 6 negative damage.
Oh, nice. Good job.
Blue Ranger. Zord.
Alright, so since the Black Ranger did a breath attack, the Blue Ranger is going to reach down and grab another set of controls and take control of the other arm, not the one that the Red Ranger used, but the free arm, thinking that maybe it'll, buffalo this guy in the Blood Phoenix into not realizing that both hands can attack. It comes around with a wild punch. That is 32 to hit?
32 hits it exactly.
Whew, okay, goodness.
We know it's AC.
That was not an amazing roll, so I was nervous there for a second.
It's a nat 20 to crit.
25, so 29 damage.
Good hit.
So I get on that, and I do get a second one. That's a 2-action attack, so this is single action. Never mind. That I rolled a doesn't matter. So we won't even calculate that as he faints with the third action.
It was totally a feint.
Yeah, it was a bluff.
Wait, you're supposed to feint before the attack, not after.
Hillock will say,
No, but
"Give
if you
me back my arms! You missed!"
Alright. Black Ranger Zord, I need a fortitude save. Blue Ranger Zord, I need a will save.
I can give you that.
Oh god.
Oh, much better. That's a 40 on the will save.
That is also a 40 on the fortitude save.
Yes.
We're in sync.
That is a success as,
Jesus.
That's a success.
It's the big bad. I mean, I'm happy with the success.
Yeah.
I'll take it. Wow.
As you notice that something begins to latch up the head, around the head, almost causing you this blindness, and you can feel that this virus that you guys were able to clear almost had a chance to get worse. Between both attacks, we are going to do 12 points of negative damage. With my third action, I am going to continue with my beak attack.
Wow.
I'm just going to go ahead and get the damage number ready.
Which will be 20 negative damage, and the virus is back.
Oh. No! Might not be worth it to keep spending those actions.
Yeah.
Black Ranger.
So I rolled a 1 on the cooldown of my breath weapon.
Oh, nice.
So it's back. I'm gonna just keep that mouth on the Zord open and just pouring this stuff. It's even closer now. So another will save.
32.
That succeeds, so 10d6 divided by 2. Gonna be 20 damage.
Okay.
And that is a mental. And then another wing swipe. Just, if you say so, if you don't think we're gonna be able to keep it going, Coke, let's just beat it down! And bring through another wing attack. For a 24, 2 on the die.
That will miss. Take 18 negative damage.
Zord's looking a bit beat up, but we're still in this.
Red Ranger Zord.
So, just a question here, Chris. We have Dragon's Breath, but Sorcerer also gets Dragon's Breath, but it's a different Dragon's Breath.
Yeah, what about it?
Spell.
Can I use that?
Sure.
Okay. It does more damage, that's why I'm asking.
Is it really?
Yes, it does 11d6.
Weirdly, the spell is better than a Dragon's Breath.
The spell is straight up better. With this, I'm going to need... Let's check, blah, blah, blah. This is a reflex save.
Okay.
Sad. But, yeah, roll me that reflex save as...
36.
Ooh. That just succeeds. You're still going to take half damage. So 34 divided by 2, 17 piercing damage.
Describe the kill.
As... Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Can I swap it up to, like... Let me describe how I want to do this. Kilk will kind of call out to Killy and say, I think we need to combo this, Killy. You use your breath weapon, I'll use mine. And the arm and the head change to lightning and piercing as the, needles come out of the arm, and the jaws, instead of this black miasma that Zakharath was spewing out, changes to this electric shock. As those two meet the Phoenix, it just eviscerates the creature, leaving almost nothing behind.
Yeah, as the Zord turns around, and over its shoulder, the big giant explosion happens.
Yes, the big giant explosion.
We do a slow walk away.
Slow air walking in the air.
Do you take off the glasses as you look away from the explosion? Yeah.
Why'd the visor go all blurry?
I believe the Phoenix is flamed out.
Yeah! With the Blood Phoenix destroyed, the party returns to check up on Tommy. And due to a PG rating, is still alive and kicking.
I would have benefit checked him if you didn't rush me out of there.
We come back and he's just practicing his high kicks.
But is this the return of the Dragon Rangers? Will we see more of them? Well, we'll find out at another time. Thank you so much for joining us in this one-shot adventure for Third Party Con. We didn't really do introductions, but we're going to go ahead and do our outros now. My name is Christopher Rondeau. I'm the owner of Skald Entertainment. We have a plethora of shows going on right now, particularly one on Monday night called Wyvern's Aria. If you ever wanted to know what would happen if we took a high fantasy world, had that world teleported through the multiverse, and ended up in Cyberpunk 2077, we get a cool plethora of a cyborg with a gun to a small mossy puppet creature working together to figure out what the heck is going on. We have a couple other shows coming out in the next couple of months, so you can follow me at twitter.com/SkaldStill, Instagram.com/SkaldStill, and I think there's a Facebook thing somewhere that I don't check, but someone else does for me. So you can find us at those places. And we have a couple of people that joined us today. Rich, why don't you tell us where we can find you and what you do?
Hey everybody, I'm Rich from The Adventurous Vault. You can find us at theadventurousvault.com, all the places where you find your podcast. We're at TAD Vault on Twitter. We just recently finished up our second campaign of Mountain Tale, which was a fantastic Pathfinder 2nd Edition campaign. Really loved that one. We're doing a one-shot of Lancer right now, so if you want to check out some stompy robot action, very Zord-like, I might add, that's going to be going on here for the next few weeks before we come back to some lovely Pathfinder 2nd Edition action with a new mini campaign we start here this year. So check us out, and thanks for the opportunity, Chris. It's a lot of fun.
All right. Red Ranger.
I'm Hayden. You can find me with Skald's Tale, really. It's been very fun. Thank you for having me.
Are you the one who does my Facebook?
No, I don't want to. Are you going to pay me for that?
I have to pay someone else for that. All right. And last but not least, Black Ranger.
Hi, I'm Arcadis. Devin, also, if you know my actual name. I am the lead technical showrunner and studio support for UGT Show. You can find us on Twitter at UGT Show, on Twitch at UGT Show. If you check the Twitter profile, there's a Linktree link in there that gives you all of our various social medias, from Instagram to TikTok to Discord, where most of our community is active, including all of our cast and crew. Currently, we've got a Starfinder campaign going on Saturdays from 3 to 6 p.m. EST, and that will be wrapping up in about 3-ish weeks. It's a short mini-series that we're going to be bringing back from time to time. And then starting March 11th, we are having a Pathfinder 2B conversion of Strange Aeons with a party that doesn't know what they're playing going in. So stay tuned for that. We've got a lot of other shows in the works in the pipeline right now, at least 2 more that are currently in development, and a lot more coming down the line from there. Keep an eye on Twitter and Facebook and everything for updates on those. We have the trailer for Strange Aeons up at the moment, if you want to go check that out.
All right. With that being said, thank you for Third Party Con for accepting our pitch, which we appreciate it. It doesn't always happen.
It was a fun pitch.
It was really fun.
It was a fun pitch. Make sure you check out Battlezoo Ancestries Dragons, and you can check out these ancestries that I've played, as well as some of the cool abilities. I believe the Black Ranger used one of the archetypes to help build out their character sheets.
Yes,
but with that,
was the Draconic Ravager dedication.
And it was brutal.
You didn't even get to see the big bite.
Oh no.
The big bite.
The big bite.
Sounds like a sandwich.
All right. With that being said, we are checking out. Ciao.
Hey, everybody.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Third Party Con is sponsored in part by Legendary Games. Legendary Games brings you beautiful bestiaries, killer classes, and character options, marvelous magic items, amazing adventures, kingdoms, and mass combat, epic campaigns, and so much more. Whether you love Pathfinder 1st or 2nd Edition, Starfinder, or D&D 5e, LG's books will make your game legendary. Next up on Third Party Con, Geek.io presents Exploding Dice.
Recon. This is Exploding Dice, the Devil's Dance. I am your host and game master for this ceremony, CJ. Joining me as always, or as will be in this game, sorry, this is a new campaign, is Nexus. Hello, Nexus.
I'm still alive, surprisingly.
We have the queen of Twitch chat, Lily. Hello, Lily.
Hello.
We have all the way from Israel, Gore. Hello, Gore.
Heyo.
We have... I can't think of anything creative because I don't know well enough. Benny. Hello, Benny.
Hello. Thank you for having me.
And we have the living music bot, Neonevik, Kevin. Hi, Kevin.
Hello, glad to be here.
He will be providing all of our music for this show by value of his own voice.
For those that don't get the joke, it's because when he first showed up, I thought it was a music bot.
And it's funny.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to try to get music going. Last time I didn't.
Neonivik, play Despacito.
Despacito.
Okay.
You don't know the song at all, huh?
Despacito, suave, suavecito, nos vamos pegando poquito a poquito. That's how it goes.
No, I like his version better.
Look, I'm an
It's the
AI
royalty-free
generated. Yeah, copyright free.
It's the AI bot version of it.
Say Despacito. He said Despacito.
Exactly, it's the AI bot version of it.
Okay,
That's
we gotta
not a
understand.
word.
Listen, you gotta understand. The bot only understands Google Translate in Spanish, and it's been Google translated from Spanish to English back to Spanish, and that's what the issue is.
I'm sorry, but if you ended up at Despacito, you must have passed that shit by Cyrillic language.
That too.
Mm.
Let's try this. No. What if I hit play on you? No, you just play on my computer, which will work for the stream.
Mm.
What exactly are you trying to do?
Trying to get the music bot to play music.
Which music bot?
Any of them.
Have you tried being not bad at it?
Have you tried putting them in rice?
Sacrifice a goat to the ghosts of YouTube.
Putting it in rice does tend to help sometimes.
Thought it was P
I don't like
exclamation
sand.
point link. It just deletes it.
Are you sure it's not one of those bots that don't allow YouTube links?
It's a Spotify link.
Are you sure it's not one of those bots that don't allow Spotify links?
It's multiple bots. Yeah, no, this bot just doesn't like Spotify though.
Maybe look it up on.
Because
On the
Jockey normally is...
Jockey's M.
Oh. MP. There we go.
Oh, please stop. This actually hurts me. Alright, that bot's going all the way down.
That sounds like something from Dead Ops Arcade.
It's a friend of mine, Professor Shy Guy.
I cannot handle chiptunes right now.
But I know I won't get in trouble for playing his stuff, and I like his stuff, so...
That's fair.
It's instrumental of all of his top stuff. So anyway, welcome to Springvale, everybody. This is a town that has been down on its luck for the last couple of decades now. But hey, it's home. You all wake up. It's every other day.
It sounds like the first line in any sitcom's opening theme.
You
Let the narrator narrate.
Now I have the Cheers theme song stuck in my head.
Good.
You all. Well, let's start off like Nexus likes to, and I'm gonna take a liking from. Why don't you all roll me a d20, please?
Everyone?
Everyone, please.
Having now learned the meaning of all.
Okay, not one.
Oh God! What did I do? Oh, sorry. That's why I'm not even logged in my own character.
Everyone has gross dice. Except for Bex.
Let's try that again.
Exit Bay.
Still bad.
Nat 20
You roll
with
another-
gross dice. Lorem, do you want to go first, or where do you want to go?
What?
Last.
Last? Alright. Reno. You wake up.
Oh, my bad. Yeah. Yes.
And in the city, it is pretty much apartment living throughout its entirety. The city has grown throughout the decades, and it's pretty much grown to its expansion outwards. It can only grow upwards from where it's at. To own a house is to be in the lap of luxury. You, like most others, have a roommate. Why don't you roll me a D4, please?
Will do.
I'm getting to know a D4, please.
I don't
not
think that's a
D6.
D4.
That's a D6. You are woken up by your early rising roommate, Kythus.
How does he wake me up? Or how does Kaifis wake me up?
I grab you by the shoulders and I start shaking.
I wake up like, stop! Jeez!
Calm down.
What time is it?
It's like
2 p.m.
It's like 7.
Yeah,
Which
no,
is late for him. But man, you gotta get to work.
Yeah, continue.
Yeah, you gotta get to work.
Yes.
And
One moment.
I shake him some more.
Stop. Okay. Look. Oh dear.
I would have just ran the alarm clock, but you already smashed it last night.
Did I? I think I did that. Ugh. All right. Fine. I'm sorry. I think. What do I have to do again today?
Taxes.
Go to work?
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Work. Oh dear.
And
Very
probably
well.
pick up a new alarm clock.
Again.
Mr. Reno would stand up from his bed, and he would probably go quickly at a very dogged pace towards the bathroom to wash himself up and, refreshen up, maybe comb his hair a little, and shower. He does take a shower. He probably takes some time doing his shower. He's a little late, but one must not skip out a shower, according to Reno.
Of course. Explain to us what Reno looks like.
Reno is a fair-looking 26, 27-year-old man. He has shoulder-length hair. He is light-skinned. He has dark eyes. He's got maybe a stubble going on. He tries to keep himself, kept and good, but in such a bad city, there's only so much time for freshening up oneself. But he tries his best to keep up appearances, as they would say.
Fair enough. And what would Reno be doing in a city like this? What is Reno's job?
Reno is a... Oh my dear, the picture popped out real quick. Alright, Reno is a smart fella. He got blessed with some form of intelligence, whichever that can be. And he also gifted he knows languages such as, well, according here, Russian and Elven. So he's probably has some sort of administrative 9-to-5 job somewhere. Not something too high, but not something so low. And clearly it has some sort of toll on him according to how his sleep schedule and how his partner, Kaifis, has to wake him up.
The Fae work weird hours, and sometimes so must you.
That is correct. Being a human, well, he doesn't have the same benefits as other races, but since he's a human, he tries his best.
Just as you're getting ready to get into the shower, your phone rings.
I take a look at the phone. Who's the caller?
It's an unknown number.
Can I roll an intelligence check to see, it probably has an area code. Maybe I can detect from where the code is coming from?
It literally says unknown number on the call.
It says unknown number.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Okay.
Set the
Very well. I go ahead, and while it's ringing, I probably go get my personal belongings so I can get into the shower and do my thing. I pick up the phone and I put it on speaker. Hello, Reno speaking.
Mr. Gorvas.
That is affirmative. Who am I speaking to?
My name is Arist. I've spoken to your father, and I need to speak with you.
My father is a long way from me, and I haven't seen him in a while. I'm pretty sure if you have any important business, my father will be the one to have that sort of, importance.
I need you and your roommate to come down to the office that you will receive the address in text message no later than 2 p.m. You will meet a group of people. You are to arrive with them at the same time. Should you come alone or not, should you come separate from them, consequences will happen.
Are you one of the higher ups where I'm working at? Like, is this important? I got work in like an hour or so, and I don't even know if today I'll leave at 2.
You will find Alec and Associates will not miss you today.
Are you sure? I haven't received the memo of the sort.
Text message comes up.
I look at the message. What does it say?
Hey, we've got Carson to take care of your take care of your shift today. Hope you're feeling better. Man, that sucks. It's from your boss.
That's oddly nice of him. And what a fortuitous turn of events. Well, I guess my schedule has been opened up, Mr. or Mrs. Arists.
Mr. It's a male voice on the line.
Okay.
Or at least it's seemingly male.
Alright. Well, my schedule has opened up. Fortuitous, I must say. Well, Mr. Arist, I guess if you're looking for a business proposal with the company, I will be looking forward to our meeting at 2. Thank you.
Click.
That was the strangest business call. You didn't have to be so. As I enter the shower, I close the curtain eyes, turn on the water, and I speak up. Hey, Guyface!
Yeah!
Do you also work today?
No! I don't have a job.
What?
Trust one, baby.
Well, okay, listen. I just got a break from today's work, and some guy told me that he wants to meet us. I think it's some important dude that has to do with, my job. You wouldn't happen to have any, good clothes on you? Fashionable clothes? Something that makes you look not like a workless bum? No offense?
Let me see. Yes, I have something.
Okay. Well,
I
hop
was
in the
saving
shower, clean yourself up a bit. Let's go get breakfast, and let's see if we can meet this individual. He said to meet at a location that's here on my phone. I didn't look at it. Around 2 p.m.
Yes.
Is that all right with you?
Yes. I was saving this clothes for the Renaissance Fair, but I think it will work well here, too.
Renaissance Fair?
Oh, no.
I honestly thought you had a girlfriend.
No, for the last time, she's not my girlfriend. She's my summoner.
Whatever you say, buddy.
And
I continue my shower.
Yeah, and I don't work for her. She just gives me an allowance in exchange for doing things for her.
She's sugar mama.
Specify doing things for her and not to her.
She's a summoner / bard.
Wait, is he playing as the Avalon instead of the summoner?
Confirmed. So yeah, it's so now that that's happening, we'll go ahead and switch over to Kythus. Kythus, who I did not see. You're next anyway. So
that's convenient.
So Kythus, You on your phone don't receive a call. You receive a very long text message.
Alright.
In Ancient Draconic, which is different than regular Draconic because it's ancient.
Okay.
So you have to run this through Ling
Google
Translate.
Bling Translate, of course.
Right. Oh no.
Boogle. More naturally, Boogle.
Boogle Translate. Got it.
That is boo, descended from the Latin boo, meaning I'm screaming at you.
So your phone starts yelling at you because it is descended from boo, which is to yell.
I really wish Google would change their policy, but they do have a decent translation service.
Yeah, your phone can't comprehend languages.
Lord Kythus! Your presence is mandatory at 2-ish p.m.-ish.
PM-ish.
Come with your roommate. Bring pizza. Come to addresses.
Ish.
Listed below or above. Pizza is pepperoni.
How much of these recaps is going to be jabs at me?
Do not scimitar your hand off.
No, of course not. It's pepperoni. I'd never lose my hands.
Your eye is red.
They must have just transcribed this by voice.
Hey! I got the same message!
I'm sorry, what?
I got the same message as you on the phone!
Huh. Well, that's an oddly... Is today a Monday?
Is today a Monday?
Today is, in fact, a Wednesday.
No! You slept through Monday and Tuesday. It's Wednesday now.
Come on, you don't have to exaggerate like that, but... Okay, yeah, that kind of feels like a Wednesday. Well, I'm gonna finish up here in a bit. Let's get ready to, well, see through this.
Is there anything?
Okay.
Is there anything Kythus would be doing outside of this to prepare for the day?
Ordering a pizza. Probably
telling his improv group he's not going to show up today.
He probably will need 5 pizzas. Pepperoni.
Don't forget the cheesy bread.
Okay, and a side of cheesy bread.
Now we got
2 sides of cheesy bread.
Oh, wait, are they all pepperoni pizza? Just 5
That's
pepperoni
what the message. Well, okay, fine. I get an assortment, but one of them has to be pepperoni pizza.
Look, one is pepperoni, one's Canadian bacon, one's regular bacon, one's ham, and one's mushroom.
God damn, can it just be like a cheese pizza?
No, that's for cowards.
Just pick off the mushrooms.
Gore has never hit me so directly before. It's baked in. The fucking pork juice is baked into the pizza now. There's no point.
I also call my mistress.
What the fuck?
I don't. What? Fine, my summoner.
Hey, I don't judge. I don't judge.
No
Are you
kink
sure
shaming.
it's not
Making any
judgy?
better.
That was pretty judgy, Gore.
I call her and I say, no, I can't come over today.
What do you
Help you
mean?
with
I
your-
did the incense and everything.
We put the rose petals down.
My parents aren't home.
Yeah, she is a teenager. Anyway.
My parents aren't home. I did the incense and everything. That means you have to come. That's
I
in
can't.
the contract.
I can't.
Every single one of us had to hold back on that one.
I'm gonna. Man, people sure would like to know my backstory. They'll have to wait. No, there's no. Okay, I'm getting messages. No, there's no unfortunate implications. It's all by the level. Anyway.
Yeah, but you.
I can't.
But you have to.
I know I have to. Just let me have this day off.
But
I know
I'll
you
tell
need help
on you.
with your. Oof. No! Look, I know I have to help you with band practice.
You're giving me far too much ammunition, my guy.
Why did you say it like that?
But
I could hear the air quotes.
Fine. But you're losing your allowance for the day.
Oh, okay. That sounds fair.
And maybe tomorrow.
But fine.
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 Click.
Also, oh well. I was gonna buy her a pizza, but no. Anyway, I guess that, and then I put on the outfit you can see in my character sheet. That's what he's wearing, a very ostentatious robe that he hopes he can get away with.
He was supposed to be a backup dancer during band practice.
There's the picture.
Yeah. It's a rather ostentatious outfit that he's wearing. But it's the fanciest clothing he has. And with the pizzas complete, he is now prepared.
Alright, pizzas will be there in 15 to 20 minutes.
Or your money back.
And the 2 sides of cheesy bread.
And 1 soda.
Wait, what kind of soda was it?
Mepsi Do.
Mepsi Do.
And breadsticks.
You had to cheap out on the soda of all things?
More bread on top of the fine. And we ordered the breadsticks with it. And while
he's
carbo loading. Damn it, you got it. You got it first. I'll give you that.
And we get a 12-pack of Mepsi.
No, guys. It's DC Cola.
DC Cola, fine. 6 packs of DC Cola. And some Hilly Dew.
I don't get that reference, but okay.
Mountain Dew.
Oh.
Not sponsor us, please sponsor us.
Monster Dew, then.
Yeah, right, Monster Dew.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah.
At least he's not ordering gamers down. You don't get the reference, you're better off for it.
Alright, so we're gonna move on to Bex. Hi, Bex.
Hello.
The dreary morning for you has already begun. You're dealing with already another case. But it is another morning. You already have your coffee. And you're working over your paperwork on your computer, and it seems to be fine.
Good morning.
You work out of your home office because why would you even try and bother renting an office space in this city, in this economy?
Exactly.
Why don't you go ahead and roll me a D2, please. Like how it landed on its side for a moment.
That was pitiful.
Even computer generated dice will spite you, CJ.
Yeah,
That's the real
right.
lesson.
It just stays on its side. You motherfucker.
How could it just the roll is 1.5? Like
Yeah,
really?
It stays 0.5. I'm like, you know what? You know what? Fine. You live with both of them.
I'm down for a throuple.
Oh god.
Actually, you know what? Screw it. Your roommates, Sebastian and Lorem, leave you alone for the most part during the workday because they understand that your work is important. Also, you scare them sometimes. It's the whole
That's
really little thing.
That's valid.
But they understand also that you're working on a case right now. You're working over it and you get an email that pops up. It seemingly takes over your entire screen. It just says, "Dear Bex, I've been watching you for some time.
Ooh.
This case..."
I check for hidden cameras immediately.
This case that you're trying to solve is much more than you think it is.
Okay.
I have what you're looking for. Your hidden clue. You're chasing red herrings right now. Come to this address. "666 Dr. Starling Street. Come with your roommates at 2 p.m. sharp. There will be 2 others waiting there. Enter the building specifically with them, all 5 of you, at the same time."
That's oddly specific.
Should you not enter at the same time, there will be consequences to be paid. You will not regret this choice.
Mm-hmm.
Should you not choose to come with this, the consequences will be even more dire. Signed, with nothing but love in my heart, Arist.
What's the email address it's sent from?
It is one of those anonymized ones.
Like throwaways.
And if you do a search on it, it comes back as a down the rabbit hole email address. So dark web level.
Okay. Well, first I check for hidden cameras in my office. Just in case.
Go ahead and give me a perception check then, please.
Yeah, perception. 0.
You find no hidden cameras in your office. But you do realize that you have your webcam open.
I turn it off and I put some
Scotch
black tape on it.
You hear a click.
Click. Where does it come from?
The camera.
Oof. They took a picture.
You got caught in 4K.
What the hell?
Don't worry, it's going straight to black.com, but I'm just... Anyway. Because it's electrical tape. Okay, fine.
Oh, you forgot to change your character in the name in the token, so it still says Jezebel.
Why don't you explain to us what Bex looks like?
Bex looks like a very dapper and it's a dapper is right with red folk with glasses, a three-piece suit, a hat, and everything a PI needs for their investigation. And he's maybe 30 years old, which is average for a rat folk. And three and a half foot tall.
Okay. I just put the address and the spelling of the name in Discord for you.
No, thank you.
Mm-hmm. All of you have the name of the place and the spelling of the name as well.
Awesome.
And all of these are happening simultaneously. So what do you do with this information?
I go to the common area of the apartment to see if my roommates are at home.
Alright. Well, then we will go ahead and hop over to Gore then.
Sebastian would be currently going up the stairs, just getting home after a night of work.
What does Sebastian do for work?
Well, publicly, Sebastian happens to run a sort of medium business. He helps people that feel like they want to get in contact with their loved ones or feel like there's weird, shady ghost stuff happening. At least that's what he pretends is actually happening. What actually happening is that Sebastian is good at spotting when there's like weird supernatural shit going on. He can't actually talk to ghosts or spirits or any of that shit, but he's really good at stabbing them and making them go away or knowing exactly what to put in a house. So random fae that's messing with somebody just leaves and starts messing with another house. And he's a good enough actor to convince people that he's like put the spirits to rest and so on. He's not scamming people. He is providing a service. It's just not the service he claims he's providing. Sebastian would look really, really tired. He spent most of the night dealing with a particularly obnoxious poltergeist that thought that it was the height of comedy to just leave patches of oil in the path of whoever was walking in that specific apartment. The owner was convinced that it was the ghost of their younger cousin who liked playing pranks. No, it was just an asshole poltergeist. But now he's an asshole poltergeist annoying somebody that didn't pay Sebastian.
Fun.
Yeah. He is wearing relatively nice clothes. Like those clothes are probably the most expensive thing he owns. They are fancy blue with like gold accents, and he's wearing a lot of jewelry that at first glance looks really like mysterious and exotic, but if you look a little bit closer, it's very much mall kiosk kind of shit. He is a catfolk with a pair of long whiskers going out, and his fur is a shade of twilight blue. And he is actually wearing contact lenses that make his eyes look like a field of stars without impeding his vision. If you remove them, he just has like regular cat eyes.
As you're walking up the stairs, tired, exhausted, just wanting to go to bed, your phone rings.
Ugh, what now? I reach into the phone, I look it.
It is a private number.
You have reached the offices of the conduit, Sebastian. Please, how may I help you?
It's a feminine voice. Mr. Paw?
Yes?
I've heard that you had an issue with a non-paying client this afternoon.
Well, given that it is 7 in the morning, that would be yesterday afternoon. And yes, the asshole did not pay me.
Semantics. How would you like to earn their money plus a significant portion more?
Okay, this is not the first time I've been approached for this kind of thing. To be clear, I do not provide those services. That's not what medium means.
I'm calling you from the offices of Arist and Associates. You and your roommates are being made well aware of a arrival time of 2 p.m. at the address of 666 Dr. Starling Street today. Your appointment is 2 p.m. on the nose, as it were.
Rather ominous address. What is this job?
You will be alerted with more when you arrive. Your roommate Bex has more information. They will be awaiting for you up the stairs when you get there. We'll see you at 2 p.m. sharp. Good day. Click.
Very well, I'm willing to... Rude? It's not the shadiest job offer I've had. Top 5 though. And I put my phone away and I unlock the door. Bex, you home?
Yes, Sebastian. What's up?
I just got a call from somebody that sounded very shady, and that's by my standards. Something about a job at 2 p.m.?
Is the name Arist?
Sorry, repeat that?
Is their name Arist? Right? By any chance?
Sorry, what did you say the office that was calling me was?
Arist and Associates.
She said that she was from Arist and Associates, which is, I think that's a law firm. I'm not sure.
Yeah, this he sent me an email from a throwaway address.
Do I know anything about who the hell Arist and Associates are?
No. I'd have you roll it, but there's no way of victory.
Okay. Ugh. Let's just hope there is not another bid to try to harvest my organs. I've had 2 this month. The city is going to hell.
The email I received said that we need to go with Lorem as well, and that 2 other people would join us.
Ugh.
And if we don't go all 5 at the same time, something bad happens.
Oh, joy, ominous threats and warnings.
Exactly.
Fine, I'm gonna go wake up Lauren and let him know, and then I'm going to crash. And I start walking towards Lauren's room to see if he's in.
Lorem is literally laying down, like, face under like a magazine on the couch.
Oh, there he is. I approach him, and what kind of magazine is it?
That's a very good question. It's definitely a magazine that, at first glance, looks like it's selling all kinds of magical tchotchkes.
Yes, I sell some crap in that one. Hey, Mall.
Feymall.
Oh no, it's Heaven Mall.
Yeah.
There we go, Heaven Mall.
I grab the magazine, I roll it, and I smack you on the top of the head. Wake up! Wake up! Off the couch! Wake up!
What the hell? This is not what we call informed consent. None of that. Norm kind of turns deeper in, like, head towards the couch cushions now.
We have a job at 2. Be sure you're awake. I'm gonna go crash. Also, sleep in your bed.
Don't want to. I bought the couch. I sleep in couch.
You bought the couch. I reupholstered the couch.
Yes. We all have claws here.
Oh yeah, we all have claws here.
Yeah, this is a very furry household.
Like, we have multiple vacuums specifically for.
Every single one of us has our own brush.
Yeah, each of you has your own brush. Each of you has your own vacuum specifically designed for your kind of dander.
our own specific products.
And a whole bunch of nail clippers.
Just make sure you don't shed on the couch again.
I don't shed. That was Bexy.
Yeah, the bald spot on your tail says otherwise.
I'm sorry, I don't shed.
There! My tail is immaculate!
Okay, look, we have a job at 2. I need to go sleep. Just make sure you're awake for it.
I have not heard how much I'm being paid, Sabby.
Neither have I, Foxy, but I know that there's weird ominous threats behind it, and whoever's calling apparently has all of our information. So show up, listen, maybe have to fight our way out if it's another scam.
So you're saying that you don't want me to, that you do want me to bring the fire?
Maybe not.
Bring the lighter, have the fire in the pocket.
Yes. But also, if we don't go, they said that the consequences would be more dire than if we don't go in together at the same time. So
right.
Why do we have to go in together?
I don't know. We're supposed to meet 2 randos there. I'm guessing it's more people for whatever the hell the job is.
This sounds like an incredibly shady job. Why don't we just move again? I hear that Democracy City is looking for new tenants. You can. I'm not answering that.
Da ding.
Or that.
Da ding. 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 Da ding.
Fucking answer
I'm
it.
fine, I'll open the door.
I think that's my phone.
That's his
Yeah.
phone.
Oh. It was the doorbell.
Do you think we can afford a doorbell?
Fair enough.
Yeah,
After
Lorm's
4
phone just
different-
going crazy.
After 4 different vacuum cleaners, I am not buying the doorbell. Also, why am I always on vacuum cleaner, dude? I don't even shed the most.
Because you're the only one that sheds in the living room. The rest of us have the decency of shedding in our own room.
Lies and slander.
You're the only redhead here.
None of us are redheads, actually.
Sorry. So what's your hair color?
Lorm has black hair.
You're the only brunette here. She has brown fur, I have light blue, and all the fur in the living room is black.
Do you understand that brunette means brown hair, yes?
Sorry, ravenette. I always thought that was a stupid term. Just pick up your phone, it's still going off.
I point at it, cast prestidigitation, and all I do is lift it into the air. It's picked up. Are you happy now?
Is it still going off?
Oh, for sure. It is slowly being lifted into the air. That is all that Lorm did.
I roll the magazine up again and I start hitting you. Bad Fox, bad.
I will eat you!
I'm faster than you.
No, you're not.
Just read the goddamn messages. I'm gonna go to sleep. See you at like 1. And I just throw the magazine on the couch while he's still laying there and go to my room to take a cat nap.
That's my garbage.
That's because you only read garbage.
Hey, this is market research. You're welcome. One of us has to make the bullshit that you sell to tourists. Lorm will eventually get around to opening their phone. Jayest of C's. I mean, I guess no one answers. I look at phone and appears that no one has messaged me.
CJ, you there?
Clearly not.
Oh, is someone on the line? Okay, I won't do that.
It would have been funny.
It would have, but if it could have also really pissed him off if he heard.
Oh, it wouldn't have.
Oh,
he would have played it off.
He's got a way thicker skin. He'd have just done something else later.
Hello. Yeah. We're calling due to say that we cannot deliver your pizza that you ordered yesterday. There's a pizza.
I
shortage.
noticed.
There's a pizza shortage, sir.
Somebody ordered too many
How can
pizzas.
How can you have a shortage of pizza?
Somebody ordered like 5 pizzas last night, and they got the last one right before they did.
Then make another.
But they also bought a lot of things that use dough, so we're out of dough.
There was no bread for the pizza.
I do not care if you have to roll it up into a pasta.
Well, we could sell you salads. We have plenty of those.
Ugh, pizza place.
Everyone in this house is an obligate carnivore.
I'm not.
I
Or
think
prey.
Wow.
I'm sorry, what?
You could put pepperoni on your salads. That's a meat.
I'm never ordering from this restaurant again.
You get hit in the back of the head, and a bag of beef jerky was just thrown from Sebastian's room at you, so you would stop screaming about pizza.
That is not the point, Sabby!
Trying to sleep.
Well, then try harder!
Anyway, if you
Hang
have I'll be in my office.
Certainly, Bexy.
Your office is a corner of the living room.
Yes. But with those room dividers for privacy.
Yeah. The divider also has what is my technically workshop table, where I make very, very minor magical trinkets to sell to tourists, convincing them that they're way more powerful than they are.
And naturally, at the other end of the place where the kitchen is and whatnot, is just 17 differently stocked first aid kits. Every single one of them has my name on it.
Yeah, we all clearly use this living as our shop and are actually kind of decent at what we do. We're also just not good roommates.
Some people divide their rooms with tape and whatnot and different dividers. We just don't. We just all choose a wall and that's ours from now on. And it's just kind of worked the last couple of years.
Look, the only 3 rules that we have is if it's not labeled, it's free game for anybody in the fridge. Pay your rent and utilities on time, you fuck with, and if you shed, you clean it.
A nice reaction to that last rule.
We're still waiting on CJ, is the thing.
Oh, yeah, no, he said work call.
Yeah, that makes
sense. There's a strange silence after you shed, you pick it up.
But at least we're not allergic to each other, so that's something.
Sorry, I'm back.
Oh, good.
Welcome back.
So, yeah, we just bickered for a little bit.
Okay.
Mostly just vamping.
Yeah.
That's fine, thank you.
Happens.
So you get a text message, several text messages.
I have, after probably a solid 5 or 10 minutes of being the most annoying person possible, actually gotten around to answering the phone.
It's in the Kitsune language. Lorem, moving will not assist you. Leaping will not assist you. Running will not assist you. Listen to your roommates and come to our offices at 2 p.m. precisely, or suffer the consequences dire. Next message. The address 666 Dr. Starling Street. Next one. Signed, Arist and Associates. Next one. Come with your party of 5. Next one. One of you will have pizza.
That motherfucker
Yeah, you missed it, but we vamped that. The call that he picked up was that he didn't get his pizza last night because somebody ordered too much pizza and bread-related stuff, so there was no bread left for his pizza.
I don't care for any of these threats, but I need to find out if this motherfucker is the one that ordered all of the pizza apparently in the whole city. Lorem proceeds to throw this burner phone out the window.
It does indeed explode and burn as the way it falls to the ground.
That's what the fox eye is for, baby. I'm gonna need a new one of those. Bexy, I need a new burner phone. Mine did the thing. Lorem, perfectly capable of getting a new burner phone on their own, has decided said to whine. Hello. Okay, make sense. Or am I not?
No,
Can you all hear me?
No.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Just told me right now.
I did order pizza, by the way.
Nice.
There's too much pizza talk, okay?
So I think we will go ahead and flash forward to 2 p.m. unless anybody has any...
All fine by me.
Alright, really nice nap. I wake up at like noon, and I make some talismans for the day in case shit goes weird.
Okay.
Anything
else wanna
fun?
do anything?
Let me check. I don't think I have any rituals, so. No, nothing worth it. Yeah, I'm good. I'm just gonna make sure I have my stealthy stuff and my healy stuff with me. This feels like it's gonna get stupid quick.
No, she's...
Not muted, she's just not talking.
Reno?
Yes, I'm here.
Do you want to do anything?
Are you?
No, I'm good.
Alright. Kaithus?
You sound like you're talking out of your shoe.
Nope. Nope, there's nothing I need to do.
I'm good too.
There
there
she
you are.
is.
Hey.
Sorry, I forgot to talk.
Did you not toggle off the mute?
Hmm?
Did you not toggle off the personal mute? Where did my fork go? There's only so many places it could be. There it is.
Have you checked the sink?
It was a plastic fork, so no.
Have you checked the trash?
I did, but that was yesterday's fork.
So, 2 o'clock comes. Does anybody choose not to go?
Lorem would have if not for the pizza thing.
I imagine when I wake up at noon after I do my stuff, I have to wake up Lauren again.
That's Lorem with an M.
Lorem again.
I take the bus to the spot.
With the pizzas?
Yes.
The pizza spot or the meetup spot?
Yes.
The meetup
The pizza
spot.
shop is the pizza shop is in building 665.
It's called Hell's Door Pizza.
I mean, I guess if Reno's driving, he could hitch a ride with the pizzas and the bread and the cheesy bread.
And the DC Cola.
Yeah, DC Cola and Monster Dew.
Like they just think they're going to like a pizza party.
Yeah, that's what I think too. I arrive and I'm like, "Yay, pizza!"
You son of a bitch! Oberon, don't kill them. We need all 5 to go in, or
do we need them alive to go in?
Well, I don't want to commit murder in the middle of the street, even in an area of town that is this stabby, but yes.
Yeah, don't worry, he's just hangry, and I shove a pizza into his mouth.
The whole thing?
No, just a slice.
What do you ask?
Which slice?
Pepperoni.
He is not happy, but he does eat the pizza.
Do you have any Hawaiian?
Yeah. Not over.
I grab a slice of Hawaiian pizza. How do we end up here?
We walked.
Ugh.
Reno gave me a drive.
And walked?
And walked. Yes.
Anyways,
And walked.
It's 1:58 p.m. I'm guessing you also got weird, shady, ominous threats on your phones about coming here.
No, I actually got quite cordial. They said, "Hey, we need some pizza. Come with pizza."
You got pizza? I got threats.
Do I get the feeling this guy is not the brightest?
I also got threats.
No, I show my phone. I didn't get threats. I just said, "Hey, come here with the pizza."
So you're saying that you are not the ones who bugged our house?
I do not think that he has the capability for that. The name's Sebastian Paw. May I ask what your name is?
I am Kithis.
Oh.
Well, pleasure to meet you, Kithis.
People also call me Kythis. It can be pronounced both ways.
And your friends is?
Hi, I'm Bex.
No, Bex, you came with me. I'm asking for his friend.
What? Oh, very good.
Yeah, he's talking to me, but not about
human.
I know. Sorry, it's a long day. It's been a long day.
Oh, wait, I just realized this party's 3 furries, a scaly, and a human.
So, I'm not a furry.
Your average
Bexy,
furry
baby.
con.
Don't.
Your name is?
Bexy, baby, don't fight the current. Just let it ride.
You need me to introduce you?
I'm not truly at this conglomeration. Probably, Kaifish walked toward, and I'm just by whatever vehicle I drove in. A Yotoda. Okay. So, I walk up casually, and I stand behind Kaifish, holding the pizzas in hand. And I go like, my name's Reno. Pleasure to meet you. Are you the, and I, with a gesture, aiming at whiting away at the free in front of me. You must be the individuals that were also contacted for this business meeting?
Business meeting, shady job, random threats. You can call it many things.
As
I
far
would
as
call
I'm
it
concerned,
meeting.
it was a business meeting.
I was told that it was a job offer.
Well, whatever it is, it probably must be something important. I'm sure we'll probably get something out of it. Again, the name is Reno. This over here is Kaifis. You can also call him Kifis, whichever you please. Who are you, fine gentleman?
The name's Sebastian Paul, master of all things mystic and spiritual.
I think I saw your ad on the internet once.
Oh, is it the one with the crystal ball or the one where I'm fighting a ghost?
The one with the ghost, I believe.
Yes, I was very proud of that one. The commission was very cheap in the artwork.
I honestly thought you weren't real, but I see you in the flesh.
Right. A lot of people confused it with an ad for a game. Well, these are my friends. And I gestured to Laura and Bex for introducing themselves.
The name is Lorem Ipsum. You are not allowed to use it.
Oh fuck, I just got that.
Wait, did you only now get the name?
I didn't get the last name before, I didn't hear it. Ugh.
And hi, I'm Bex Sasbill, private investigator.
Well, pleasure to meet you. I look at Luchagor, and I try to remember his name again.
Sebastian Paul. I really need to change the Luchagor thing. That's for a dead campaign.
I got you.
Then I look at Lily, and I also say, pleasure to meet you too.
I tip my hat.
Jess, I'm sorry?
You are. Go on.
Bex. Bex with a V or
with a B as in boy.
With a B.
Okay. And the fox boy over here.
Lauren,
that is Fox Man to you.
No, Fox boy.
No,
sorry, but names are important, and if you don't want people using yours, it's well.
No, you misunderstand. You have not earned the right. Other people can.
I won't bother
You,
asking.
Pizza Man, you may call me Lorem.
Oh, hey, hello, Lorem. Give him another pepperoni pizza.
Lorem is not mollified, but he will accept the pizza.
Anyways, now that we all acquainted ourselves, I turn to look at to where we're supposed to enter. Game Master, as I turn to look at where we're looking at, what are we looking at? A tall corporate building?
It is not a tall building. It is, well, it's a tall building. It's about 6 floors tall.
It ain't no skyscraper.
There's no skyscraper. It is very, very black with red writing on it.
In a scale of 1 to
and Associates.
On a scale of 1 to Chicago, how stabby is this part of town?
There's definitely no Chirac, but it's you don't want to be here at night.
Well, it is 1:57 p.m.
Oh,
and
we're
we're supposed to
going
be.
back in time?
I'm changing it because otherwise that entire conversation and pizza thing happened in over 2 minutes.
As I move away from the
magically
party,
it's 2 p.m.
magically.
Let's step inside. It's 2 p.m.
That is affirmative. Let us see what's in store. If this is a store.
Everyone take your DC colas.
Can I do a check to see if either of them are a narc?
Sure. Let's call that.
You have to understand how shady these guys are.
That's what the kids call them today, right?
Let's call it a. There's no insight check.
I think it's perception is what's used
Yeah,
instead for
perception. Yeah, perception check.
Can I use my feat lie to me to use my deception skill to see if any of them are lying to us?
Sure.
Sorry, first time ever playing Pathfinder 2.
They are not
Wow.
narcs.
Did you know that both of you are incredibly suspicious? Fuck, I forgot I had a spell called Read the Air. It would have helped.
They are not lying to you.
No. Yeah.
Well,
Sebby, is it just me or are they incredibly stiff?
Let me put it this way. If this was any other circumstance, I would already be trying to sell them something that's going to make their ancestors in the ever after proud of them.
But I'm just not from around here is all.
Yes, of course.
Should we go in?
Each of you, as you walk through the door. Well, again, I have to ask this. Are you all walking through the door?
Yes.
Yes.
Ward's only doing if he can hold both of his idiots' hands.
I'm literally pushing you through.
I kind of have to hold the pizza, so I can't hold anyone's hand.
I know, he's only trying to hold Sebastian and Bex's hands.
Oh, okay.
Idiots is what he calls us. It's his term of endearment.
Endearment, sure.
Everybody
Doesn't
give
sound
me
very
an
endearing
Arcana
to me.
check, please.
Ooh.
Or
Can
no,
I use...
actually, not Arcana, because I'm going back to old saves.
D&D rules.
Everybody give me a will save, please.
Ooh.
Okay.
Is this a dangerous will save?
No. Nothing seems to be dangerous to you.
Where is my
Nat
will?
20.
It's over here.
Left-hand side.
How do I click on? I
the
don't
die.
add
Click on the
anything
dice
and just roll.
Click the die, it'll roll it for you.
The RPG.
Alright. Look. Lowest roll was a 10.
Nobody rolled under a 9. Nobody rolled under a 10. Okay. Each of you, as you walk through the door, feels this kind of push, like it's trying to push you out. And you hear inside your heads 5. And pizza.
And soda.
See, this I don't like.
Yeah. Feeling that, can I do any sort of esoteric lore check to see if I can tell what the fuck just happened, or would that be Arcana?
That would actually be occultism.
Oh, occultism. I'm good at that. Let's see what happens.
Oh, gore.
16.
16? Definitely something occult is going on here. You're not quite sure what exactly, but it is something both magical and occult. Do you recognize the voice as a demonic voice? Not an evil demonic, but a...
Fiendish?
Fiendish. Yeah, there we go. Thank you.
Damn it! I just realized that there's an action called Identify Magic.
There is?
It's under the Action tab under Exploration.
Awesome.
A fiendish voice.
It takes 10 minutes though, so.
Okay. That's...
Hey, Kaifus, did you hear that too?
Okay.
Yeah, it will want the pizza.
I got the feeling that I should have predicted this based on the address literally being 666 and the building being named like a law of.
Can I cast Detect Magic?
Yeah.
I click cast. What's going on?
It describes the spell.
Yeah, describe what you do.
All right, it requires a semantic and a verbal cast, so I don't really want to be overly ostentatious about this. I'll just stand by as I am with Kaifus, and I put my hands in my pockets. I do little yin yang something mumbo jumbo with my fingers in my pants. You know, not so suspicious. And I chant the words needed to detect magic, and I pulse out that sonar. Bing!
The place lights up. And very much so, the person right in front of you, the woman, the tall, almost Amazonian woman standing in front of you who's tapping her watch.
I cast message and shoot a quick sentence to Kaithus. Is your friend masturbating in public?
And I guess
Is this normal for him?
I guess I'll send a message back. No, but it is weird.
Should I move away from him? You don't actually have to cast it back to respond. You just have to be able to see them.
No, you should join in.
What is he doing?
Do I recognize the spell he's casting?
It's basic. It's Arcane Magic 101. Yeah, it's. Well, no,
even if he
himself.
doesn't see, yes.
Roll me a stealth check, please.
Stealth? Why not deception?
Deception. Yeah. Sorry.
Excellent. Do I gain a modifier because I'm trying to put it in my pants, or?
No, that's literally why I'm letting you roll it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, are you trying to cast this spell hiddenly by shoving your hands down your pants?
Yes,
And,
because
you know,
it
swipe it up and
requires hand gestures, and I'm putting the hand gestures in my pants.
Is the hand gesture a sort of back and forth motion?
You did describe a yin yang, so he is, yes. So it does look kind of like he is making.
Looks like I'm jacking off. Yes.
You know, this is somehow even more suspicious.
For real.
Yeah.
The woman looks down at your hands, just looks up at you. I'm pleased to see you too.
By the by, Detect Magic also has a somatic component.
He said he was saying
I whisper it.
Yeah.
Oh yes, so good.
Wait, so he has his hand down his pants in a back and forth motion while whispering stuff nobody can hear.
Yeah.
Properly.
Oh gosh, yes.
With an unnatural 20, she's not trying to read what you're saying, and it's not a aggressive spell, so.
I mean, this is a very aggressive.
She just looks
Whatever
looks at
the
you and
case
goes,
may be.
I'm pleased to see you too, Mr. Reno. You recognize the voice, Sebastian.
So, you're the one that called us here.
Yes, I am As you would
No.
refer to me as an assistant to Mr. Arrest, please come with me. Quickly now.
All
Is he
right.
the, I thought, tell me, is he the one holding your contract?
I don't know what you're talking about. Please, you're already 5 hours late.
You told us to be here at 2.
Yes, and it's 7 o'clock. Come on.
What? I checked my phone.
It is definitely 7 o'clock.
I checked the pizza.
It is cold as
We were-
hell.
What?
Okay, weird time shenanigans. That's some high magic.
Yeah, be
as
lucky
we
you
fall.
didn't fail.
Oh shit. Okay, do I get the feeling we may have crossed, say, a dimensional boundary?
What did you roll in your occultism check?
I rolled a 16.
No, you do not get that reference.
Can I, like, heat the pizza somehow?
Do you have prestidigitation?
Room temperature pizza is still delicious.
Yeah.
For the record, if you have prestidigitation, you can just make the pizza be hot. You can also flavor it. So, like, if you had
like, I have produce flame that I could use, but I don't technically have produce flame. So, oh well.
So, does anybody have any idea why we lost 5 hours?
Reno shrugs.
It's probably because of the gate.
That is a fair
Yes. Well, yes, I would assume as much. I mean, whatever affected us was very much fiendish in nature. We are dealing with fiends.
No,
Are you
that
all
would
following her?
That would
Yeah.
explain why the company's name sounds like a demon's name.
I would imagine we are following her, yes, since we are so late. It would also explain why the building is shaped like a law office.
I mean, don't all law offices look that way? And seem somewhat fiendish?
Yes, that's what I'm referring to. I mean, lawyer plus mysterious magic, devil.
Hey, that's not fair. We Fae have done our share of lawyering.
Sorry, repeat that. I didn't quite hear it.
We Fae have done our share of rule lawyering. Don't take that away from us.
Tricking somebody into giving you their name is not lawyering, it's just being a shit.
First and foremost, that's just how we greet each other.
By stealing each other's names?
Well, yes, obviously. How else would you learn them?
Sorry, you keep cutting off a little bit. How else would you what?
Yes, obviously. How else would you learn them?
You know, I'm guessing that one day somebody asked you to pay attention and now you're like this.
No. Every kid learns that trick. You'd have to be some kind of human to fall for that.
Oh, yep, that's a devil.
You walk upstairs, you walk into the elevator, and it just, as you walk into the elevator, you're just instantly on the other side of it. And she continues walking. Come on, 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 come on.
Oh, I thought the elevator would go down a long time.
I think we just boarded. So is this entire place just covered in teleportation systems?
Yes, is not your home?
No. Most mortals can't afford that kind of thing. That's expensive magic.
Ugh. Don't worry. Just keep working here and you'll be able to afford it in no time.
I like my soul where it is, thank you very much.
Pathetic.
Hey, only I get to make fun of him.
Knocks on the door, which is of course room 666.
And then he turns immediately to you. Pathetic.
So we're on the 6th floor?
You're just upset because I tricked you into signing in the lease agreement that you can't try to barter for my soul.
I don't want your soul. I wanted the soles of your shoes. You really wear them down. I was going to repair them, ass. And now I can't.
Lord Eris, they're here to see you. Finally. Let them in.
Finally here to see Aristophanes.
Oh.
I do not think that's his full name.
I think Ares is probably like a pseudonym. We will go through the door.
Ah, fuck.
You okay?
Oh, I was standing up and I forgot that my headphones were on the charger. So the thing yanked out.
Yoink.
Yeah.
So, what do we see in this office?
Set a timer.
A lot.
So, you walk in and standing behind his desk is a well-dressed devil man. Smoking a cigarette with his black hair back. His suit jacket that was once buttoned up is now unbuttoned. You all got caught in the time loop, didn't you?
I don't know anything about the loop, but...
A time loop?
Only 5 hours,
I'm sorry.
impressive.
I'm sorry. The entrance to your building has a time loop in it.
Yes, it's all part of the agreement that you sign when you enter into it. Didn't you hear the voice? It said 5.
Oh, God.
And pizza?
And pizza.
It's probably the reason why you only had 5 hours, because you fed it pizza.
Oh my god, you are a demon.
Devil.
Devil, yeah. You ran that contract with an EULA. Just by entering, we've signed the contract.
It was on the door. Did you not read the door?
No one reads the door.
Did the door actually have writing?
I thought those were the opening times.
What?
The opening times were on there. I didn't feel like reading the fine print. I mean, I saw something about hours and souls, but I figured that was just, again, wearing down the amount of time you're allowed to be inside the building, you know?
Thankfully, you still have your souls.
Ugh.
Thankfully?
I'm assuming that you brought us here because you have a job that your, I'm going to say, minions can't do?
I need mortal help.
Okay, so the first thing you do... No, I'm not going to do that.
It must have hurt to say that.
I am being tracked by other mortals, and it... And I have done my due diligence, and it appears that you all, with your assorted gifts and prowesses, are the best for the job that I need.
I look around at our group. I'm
Yes,
sorry,
your
what?
motley crew.
Look at that, Kaifis. Looks like we got something of a job for you.
Yay! I'm employed.
Your martial prowesses, your spectral prowesses, your vayness.
So you're being hunted by other mortals. By some titanic cosmic joke, we are your best option for dealing with this.
You can pretty much purely blame Bex for me being able to track all of you down.
I'm sorry, blame what?
What does that mean?
Oh, why, Bexy? I told you not to download that super secure new ad blocker, but no.
Yeah, Northville antivirus is terrible.
Avast the 80s antivirus sucks.
By the way, Bex, Sir Kythus is the one you're looking for. His sister is the one who did it.
Sorry, what?
What?
I didn't know you had a sister, Kaifish. You didn't tell me.
I didn't know she was here.
I didn't have time to start investigating yet. How do you know?
He's a devil, that's how.
Wait, do I still get my cut?
There are mortals who have developed a strange technology that my people are not able to fight against.
What like guns?
It's beyond even the reach of gods.
Oh, I think she said guns.
Yes.
If there were
Beyond the
guns, I
reach
could
of
take
gods.
care of it. As he points behind
Please.
him, and you see the guns that are there.
Please tell me you're not about to tell us that somehow the internet is beyond the reach of the divine and the profane.
If you... Certain technologies are beyond our reach.
Oh my god, heaven and hell are full of boomers.
When technology goes so far, it can become akin to magic.
There's no denying that.
What I need is a group of people who are so different from one another that the group that is hunting me will never see them coming.
To be honest, working with random people at a group project when I was in school wasn't the brightest idea. What makes you be so sure that we will have, well, as they say on the street, good chemistry? Well, at least I trust Kaifas.
That's kind of what I'm going for here.
Please explain, Mr. Arist.
Your disparities, your lack of trust for one another, are glorious to behold. Your mortals and your... They're going to stab me in the back no matter what I do. It's always so fun to behold. Your two groups, your two little families. I brought you both together, and don't worry, I'll tell you your reward. In fact, I'll lay that out right here. He lays out a contract.
Oh boy.
And he lays out 5 different cards. And he holds up a symbol and places it on his head. His hand begins to glow with the symbol and he places it on his hand, or on his head. By this truth I do declare, each of these cards holds 1,500 gold.
Oh. Okay,
Please.
what are...
Pick your... Please keep your
cast
chin
detect
up the
magic.
ground.
Please cast detect magic on me.
You're embarrassing us.
You will see that this is the only magic that it is, and it is a symbol of truth.
You're giving us credit cards?
With 1,500 gold loaded Visa cards.
Oh, yeah, but these are probably work cards. Probably can only spend it on work-related things.
I think he said that this is our reward for the job.
Oh.
They're loaded to be. They are to be divided. They are to be loaded at certain times. Added up to 1,500 gold. To begin with, you will be awarded with 100. You will be rewarded with 100 gold signing bonus. To be spent on getting yourselves prepared.
What exactly do you want us to do? Do you want us to track down these devil hunters, or what?
Exactly.
And when we find them, what do you expect us to do?
Kill them. They're mortals.
Okay, at least you're straightforward about it. Why are they hunting you?
Sebi, you have the tact of a Chipotle enema.
My father is the king of the underworld.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
My father is the king of the underworld, and they want to place a ransom on my head. The symbol flares.
Is there a reason we should stop that other than money?
You understand that that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? The underworld processes dead people.
I think we're not dealing with... For reference, this is not like the son of a crime boss. It's the son of a bureaucrat. An important bureaucrat.
Exactly.
Oh.
So my father...
Mr. Aris.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt, but is there maybe another possibility for not to, other than killing them? Maybe throw them off your tail or something?
His tail whips back and forth.
Hey, no pun intended.
I want them dead. That is what the contract says.
He kind of cringes and then takes a sigh.
You do not
So
have
it
to be
is.
the one who kills them. If you choose to spend your money on hiring somebody to kill them for you, then so be it. How they end up dead is on you. The contract is for them to die, and for their organization to die with them.
Who are these? Who is this organization?
Wait. Did you just say organization?
Yes.
This is suddenly becoming more of a hassle.
What's the name of this organization?
Silverline Incorporated.
Do I know anything about Silverline Incorporated?
You know what, screw it. I'll roll a society on that.
Yeah, give me a society check. There's a chance.
I'm sorry, are we freaking getting recruited into a corpo war?
Yes.
Yes.
Read the room, Corey.
Both of you rolled a 19 with the DC of 20. You both have heard of it, but that's all that you've heard. You've probably seen some TV commercials about it, but other than that, no.
Okay,
Wait,
what we...
And to be clear, my lore skill in Ancient Empires won't help here either, right?
Wait, I remember that I have the Underworld as a law skill. Can I get anything from that?
Yeah, you can roll that.
Nice.
I only have Ancient Empires and Fae for lore skills.
26.
I have Esoteric and Catfolk.
26 on your Underworld score. Silverline Incorporated has a deep running line in the underworld. They actually are pretty much a from what you understand, of course, they are both a they are a shell corporation for a organized crime ring. If they are chasing him, that spells danger for a lot of things.
So, a crime syndicate is trying to kidnap the son of the guy that decides where souls go after death.
Exactly.
Oof.
Does Sassville share this knowledge, maybe?
Also, with that, do I get anything on Arist or his family?
That's a different kind of underworld knowledge.
Oh, okay.
Can I actually try that using my diverse class feat? It lets me use recall knowledge using the esoteric lore feat for any recall knowledge check at a -2.
Okay.
How do I get?
When you click it, you just add a circumstance modifier and name it.
Oh, it applied the -2 automatically. Great. Roll 19 again.
Nice.
And you're looking for information on Arist?
Yeah, on his family, his dad. Like, what's the deal there?
Arist is the third eldest son of the Nine Hells, of the royal family of the Nine Hells. You obviously would know this by having extensive knowledge of reading about demons and devils and underworld knowledge.
Wait, because I'm a liminal catfolk, I actually get a +1 to that because he's not native to this plane, so that's a 20.
Okay, it does change a lot. So you still know that he's the third oldest son. Well, third oldest child. The person you saw coming up there is the second oldest child, which is the first oldest daughter. Her name, Ileana Nadira. She usually stays out of the family business. She is the family timekeeper. The eldest son, Asmodeus, is currently training to become Lord of the Underworld.
All the way up there on Wall Street.
Son of the royal family. Oleana is the second born. Asmodeus is the first son I'm currently training to take over.
Mm-hmm. The eldest, the father usually keeps his family, it usually keeps his name silent. You, even with a 20, don't have his name. That is forbidden knowledge even in your circles.
He's just known as the King of the Underworld.
Exactly. Usually just referred to as the devil.
And he is a sort of neutral judge that judges souls after death.
Exactly.
He's looking to retire.
Not yet, but...
It never hurts to train up a replacement.
Exactly. The mother is known as Eve. You're not sure if that is Christian biblical Eve or if that is somebody just calling herself Eve.
And whether it's biblical Eve or not is up to debate. Your Majesty, if you would please just give us a moment to confer among ourselves.
Of course. You can. There's a sitting room right over there. As he points to another door over to the right.
I would gesture to the others. We need to talk.
Go on then.
Yeah. All right. I guess we move to the sitting room. And okay, so, and I explain everything about the royal family of Hell, by the princess of Hell, the whole thing. Of the underworld, and the possible consequences of a criminal syndicate having leverage over the Judge of Souls. So there's nothing morally objectionable about taking the job, and the pay is really good. Personally, I mean, I'm on board.
That's most of the confirmation I needed. Well, if these guys are bad and they're gonna be screwing up the natural order of things, I don't see any other reason as to not joining on this hunt.
Well, it's less screw the natural order and more blackmail the devil into letting their dead comrades come back to life to cause more trouble in the world.
And I explained everything on the corporation silver lining. They are a big underworld crime ring. And if they want the prince dead, it's really, really fucking bad news.
Well, anybody got any objections to taking this very lucrative and non-morally questionable job?
I do wish to know, is there probably a catch to this?
We're going to be single-handedly fighting what, according to my friend here, is a vast underground criminal enterprise.
Frankly, yeah, but about the contract, we are signing a contract. We haven't even looked at the paper.
We need to read it very thoroughly.
Clearly we'll read it.
Well, in my book, as long as we read the contract and, well, we steel ourselves for this mission, everything should be fine and dandy.
What were you saying, Lorem?
I was simply saying that if we're going to be needing to dismantle an entire, as you say, vast underworld organization, then 1,500 gold upon completion. No, sorry, 1,400 gold upon completion is nowhere near enough.
True. It would come with goodwill from the royal family of the Underworld, which, from what I understand, can be very helpful once you die. And an organization like the Silver Lining, they have a lot of resources that we can plunder.
I thought you had 9 lives. Why are you already preparing to die?
It's never too early. Also, I'm on life like number 5 as of last night. That poltergeist was a real asshole.
Ah. Have you considered just being immortal?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Have you considered just being immortal? I just have to work a little bit harder and I'll get a few more tails and then bam!
It is my understanding that agelessness does not equal unkillability.
Yeah, well, everything can get killed.
Given that the prince of the underworld is afraid of for his life, yes.
Just then
Say,
you hear
Caiaphas.
a massive explosion. And
Bloody!
glass shattering around you.
Fucking hell! Oh, I think our job started early. As I get up and take out my sword.
Do I smell anything like explosives, nitroglycerin, something?
You smell something that is unusual. Nothing that I'm sure you've smelled before.
I barged out through the door of the sitting room we were in back into the prince's office.
Lorem casually walks.
There's his body, but his head is gone.
Oh, fuck.
Motherfucker, there goes the contract.
His sister stands there, just looking at him.
So does he need the whole thing, or?
No, I came in here when I heard the explosion. And that's where we'll end for this afternoon.
Ooh. Our employer just got his head blown up before he could give us our signing. God damn it.
Thank you all so much for hanging out with us. Greatly appreciated. Thank you, TPK, for hosting this. Really appreciate it there as well. Third Party Con. I hope you're having a good time. Today is Monday when you're watching this. Hope it was a good convention. Hope everybody's enjoying themselves. You can watch us, twitch.tv/geekio show. We love you all. Be good to one another. Put your disembodied double head on the love button and get notified when we go live. Tuesday through Friday. Be good to one another, and we'll talk to you later. Bye, y'all.
Bye.
Bye. Farewell.
Bye, B.
Third Party Con is sponsored in part by World Anvil. Don't just settle for keeping your amazing game scattered across an endless sea of notes and tools. World Anvil is the one tool to rule them all. Whether you're a game master, writer, or world builder, World Anvil is the ultimate companion to finally bring your world to life in one centralized location. Create characters, organize adventures, and build your campaign setting like a professional developer. Give World Anvil a try today using the code TPK2023 at checkout for 40% off any yearly subscription. Your world is waiting to be built with World Anvil. Our last but certainly not least show on the first ever Third Party Con. AlberonRPG presents Mosaic Team 5, The Diner in the Drift.
Howdy folks, I'm Joe Treff, the creator of AlberonRPG Network, a whole bunch of different TTRPG games, including tonight's in-canon one-shot from our original Starfinder campaign, Mosaic Team 5. I am your GM this evening and joining me are my friends, I'm on the whole thing. The amazing Matt, who will be playing Shade, the android mechanic who seems to experience the occasional odd feeling floating through their neural cortex. The delightful Dan, who will be playing Bubs, the naive human who grew up as part of a super soldier program. The charming Kara, who will be playing Echo, the android operative who joined the team to help offset massive debt accrued over a long career as a specialty courier. And the awesome Ari, who will be playing Gibbs, the Yosoki garbage mystic, who found their powers in a huge bottle in the junkyard they called home. Thank you for checking out 3PK, and thanks to TPK for hosting. Without further ado, let me introduce you to our story, which is taking place in canon about 6 days prior to the current date in our campaign, which you can watch live every Thursday at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on twitch.tv/AlberonRPG. We are at AlberonRPG on all different social medias. We are AlberonRPG.com for more details about this campaign and our 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time D&D campaign, Courts of Everest. And without further ado, we're just going to jump right into things here. Right. This is a campaign that takes place in a galaxy very similar to our own. In fact, exactly our own. Just set in 2250. To get there from here, we'll catch you up just a little bit. In 2180, first contact with an extraterrestrial species was formed between the Jacinto Corporation and the Lashunta, a psychically gifted race that belonged to the galactic community. At once, humanity joined something far larger, the Milky Way. In 2185, the governments of the various nations and colonies formed a single government, the United Solari Republic, representing the people of the Solari system around their sun Sol. With representatives now able to effectively diplomatize with other species and governments, humanity was finally exposed to drift technology. In 2250, Mosaic, LLC, hires Shade, Bubs, Echo, Spice, who is not with us this evening, and Gibbs, to help them get out of debt as professional bounty hunters. Thus far in our campaign, they have fought drones on jungle planets, taken down rogue VIs, and slain Vesk war criminals. Briefly, you even faced an eco-terrorist and went undercover on a resort world called Aura's Bay, before blowing your cover in spectacular fashion day one. After a brief pit stop at the Pepco station, you now make your way to Akaton. But, unfortunately, your food has gone bad. Gibbs, you sneaking down into the cargo hold to examine your supplies, realize that the corpse that you had stashed right alongside that, maybe not the best for the eats meats meat pucks that are down there. So, you called Peep, your Yosoki mission coordinator, and let him know that you were having issues with food. He asked for you to hold while in the drift to stop your course to Akaton and wait for him. And it is at this point, if you just give me 1 second to change the music up here. It is at this point that you hear your communicators begin to ring. Okay.
I pick up.
Fantastic.
Pete, give me the good news.
Aboard the spaceship, you pick up and you're in the cockpit?
Yeah.
Okay. Who else is in the cockpit?
I am.
Shade's always in the cockpit. Okay. So Shade and Gibbs, the two of you, see the face of your mission coordinator pop up on the holograph. This white Yosoki. He looks a little bit nervous, but he says, Mission Coordinator Peep to Mosaic Team 5, come in.
Coming in.
Okay.
Coming in hot.
I hope not. All right. We're in luck. Gunner Intergalactic Food Services dropped off fresh food, and apologies, that isn't much better than what Gibbs already had. But there's a place nearby, relatively nearby. There's a drift beacon there, and so somewhere that not even Shade can make you take 6 days to get to. But I'm going to send some coordinates to you now. And there's a little beep. And Shade, these are navigational points very similar to Pepco. These are in the drift, which is relatively uncommon, but this is anchored very much the same way that the Eclipse Mall is. From almost anywhere, as long as you are within the drift and have this location, you can reach this spot. That being said, unlike other coordinates you have, this begins to degrade almost immediately. You haven't really seen this before, but this seems almost like a temporary access key to that drift beacon, and you would imagine it will expire after a certain amount of time. Peep says, just stop off these coordinates. There's a drift beacon here, so Shade, you'll be able to reach it easily. They're expecting you and said to park anywhere out front? Huh. Okay, well, just, this is the last stop, okay? And then straight to Akaton. This is an important bounty for all of you to take care of. Peep out. And the
love
face
you
disappears. Doesn't quite catch the love you.
Inputting
Does your
coordinates
boss.
now.
No problem.
Boop, 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 boop. That's how I put coordinates in.
Fantastic. So you beep boop boop the coordinates in, and the little timer begins to blink. 16 hours. Is there anything that all of you wish to do before arriving at this location in preparation, or we can fast forward right to this arrival?
You can fast forward it.
Okay.
Clear out the old food.
Okay.
Put it in the vacuumy thingy.
Okay.
The button.
The airlock.
The airlock thingy.
So over the course of the 16 hours, Gibbs very sadly taking all this food and almost like a Viking funeral, flushing it into the space. And then from like the outside camera angle is just silence, and then this trash just into the space.
The corpse too?
Do we need it for anything? I guess
Why
not.
would we need a corpse?
No problem.
We've needed stupider things. I put the corpse in the vacuum thingy.
Okay.
Director, I believe Gibbs would appreciate some funeral music.
Very well. The computerized voice of your ship begins to play, and all of you, from the cockpit to the armory or wherever you may be, suddenly hear this little chime, and then bagpipes begin. The meat pucks are properly disposed of in the most respectful way that meat pucks have ever been disposed of. Shade, as you direct this craft and you follow the various waypoints in your systems, you need to concentrate, because the space, the kind of intergalactic clouds that form channels here in the drift begin to get a little bit more narrow, and they begin to become harder to navigate through. There are lanes and channels here, and suddenly, a blip. Amongst all of this, there is another ship that you can sort of get sensors on, although staticky, and then another, and then another. And all of a sudden, there are 6 or so ships on your systems, although none of them currently powered up, all clustered around a singular object that just now comes across your viewport. Who else is in the cockpit?
I think at this point, I'd probably come into the cockpit.
Okay.
Hey guys, are we slowing down? Like, what's going on?
We've arrived.
Oh, I thought we were going to Akaton. What is this place?
The food was spoiled because of someone placing a corpse next to it. So we are stopping to retrieve more food at the location Pete pinged.
Oh, I ate some of that food. I mean, you guys know I can't taste things. I didn't even know it was spoiled.
Did you eat it from the mess hall, or did you eat it from the pile that was moldy?
Gibbs kind of on all fours and comes into the cockpit and then grabs the seat.
You know, I don't like any mold or fungus or anything with like gooey like tentacles or
Bubs.
Even I wouldn't have eaten those puck
Calm
mitts. Meat puck bits.
Bubs is like gonna like just do a breathe in, like kind of, and like collect himself.
Okay.
If you start to feel sick, let Gibbs know.
Okay.
I take out a flashlight. I look in his eyes.
Okay, you shine it directly in his eyes. And Bubs, you didn't feel especially sick before, but that intense bright light does kind of have that like instant photosensitivity, nauseous kind of feeling. But aside from that, you know, you do a quick body scan, do a life sciences check.
Okay.
While you're doing that, for the rest of you
That's
who
a
are
natural
watching,
one.
natural one.
Oh man, you're looking feverish.
You feel sweat begin to come down. You feel like you can maybe smell something. That's not supposed to happen. All kinds of things. And for the rest of you, you see Bubs just start to panic, and really nothing to do with his medical
Guys,
situation.
is this like when you eat gum for 7 years and it stays in your stomach and
Gibbs,
then you can't get rid of it and then you just keep eating other things and then it just gets in a big gumbo in your stomach and then...
Absolutely. Let's figure that out. Come to the med bay and I'll take a look.
Oh, Echo's in the hallway headed to the cockpit whilst they open the door to come out. Is everything all right?
Bubs ate a gumball.
Oh.
No, everything is not all right. I might have eaten spoiled food and no one...
The door shuts, and Shade, you are left for the first time in this entire campaign pretty much alone in the cockpit. In front of you, as you direct your attention forward, there's a large modular platform of an aluminum steel alloy that is marred with scorch marks and oil slicks. This is a space platform, and you've seen things like this before. There's one outside the Pepco station, although a little smaller than this. There is artificial gravity here, and you can tell that because the ships all currently level and landed. There are maybe, and I would say, Shade, these don't really mean anything to you, but Bubs, if you were here, you would see these little strips of yellow paint that are reminiscent of like old parking lot spaces in movies. And so you can see there are ships that are parked in each one. And Shade, as you kind of near this platform, you can see beyond a few different starships, a shuttle, and a freighter, you can see there is a single gleaming chrome diner car that has been appended onto the edge of a larger ovular husk of an old spacecraft. In neon above this diner car, which is really just a front that has been put on, it reads, Lola's Diner in the Drift. As you approach, Shade, you note, they said just park out front, and that's where all the spots are. Each one of these spots, very narrow. And for your craft, the only one that will accommodate it between the freighter and a fighter that has gone just a little bit over the line.
Oh, asshole.
Yeah.
Damn.
So what are you doing?
Can I still reasonably fit there?
Make a piloting check if you would like to try.
Make sure to put on your hazards.
Do you put on your hazards?
Do I have hazards to put on?
No. You do have running lights that you can put on, but not hazards.
But you could just flick them on and off, and
That's
then it
true.
becomes hazards.
29.
29. Okay. You glide the craft down, and the shape of your ship is not standard. This entire ship that you have, very unique. You guys haven't seen any kind of like maker's mark on it yet. And so it's not quite small enough to fit in, but with your mastery of piloting, you have like a weird angle. You have to get like one of the landing gear up on that, like what is essentially like a concrete block in the front. And so it's at like a little bit of an angle, but you land there. There is a very, very slight, the 29 little, as you maybe like tap the side of it. But as you like turn the camera on and you look out the right side, you didn't scratch the paint or anything. You're fine.
Oh, we're good.
No problem.
DC 30.
It was DC 30 to be perfectly clean. Yeah. But, I mean, you got a ship into a smaller spot without scratching ships.
Nice.
That's very impressive.
Oh, it was good.
I fill Bub's arms with breath mints,
Skill points for
knowing
that.
he can't do anything, and I'm like, this is what's going to help. Every time you feel nauseous, just pop one of these. You're going to go away. It'll be fine. And then I hand you an ice pack, and then I hand you a sweater, but it's like got holes in it. And I hand you a plastic bag.
Bubs is like carrying like all these things. Okay. I mean, I guess I have my prescription pills and sweater and
doctor's orders
and other things. I guess I'll take 2 of these.
No problem. And they're mint flavor, which is great.
You can't taste it though.
Yes, which gives us aware of giving you a placebo effect much more easy.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Than the average person.
No problem. So for all of you now, Shade has landed. If you wish, you can. You will need to briefly walk through space to get to the airlock.
Easy peasy.
Easy peasy for the androids. Bubs, you already have your armor that can be glamour projected over.
And he's
so
probably not going to put on the sweater. He's going to just glimmer project the sweater just to make Gibbs feel better.
Oh, that was to wipe off the sweat.
Oh, okay.
It's a sweat rag.
Yeah. Okay. Then he'll just probably take out one of his wipes and wipe off the sweat.
No problem. You set the sweater aside.
Yeah.
I get in my space suit.
Everybody has to wait for Gibbs.
Yeah.
Fishbowl.
Everything gets quiet. You have to like screw it on. It's like an old timey bathysphere, but no problem.
I think I'll glimmer project just normal white clothes, white brown pants.
Always with a brown pants.
Yeah.
So you put on your various attire, the things that you need to walk through space, and you make your way down the ramp. Here in this space, you can see just these cosmic clouds, these dark purple, kind of vaguely luminescent shapes that form almost a cavern here. And Bubs, in front of you, this is an old Earth-style diner cart. Just like in the movies, you've seen things like this before. But in front of you, there is 2 airlocks that face out. Both have windows, and above each, you can see there is a little set that says Lola's Rules.
Oh my god, guys, this is just like in those like movies I used to watch with Steel. Like there'd be like this
I'm gonna read
old,
the rules.
old like woman who would like have all these like foods to offer you, and she wouldn't even need to give you a menu because it'd be on her head, and she'd like call you these things like sugar and hun, and like and she'd like always have like the best like X thing in the world, and you'd be like, oh, can I get the best X thing? And she'd be like, oh, well, we don't have it.
The way that Bub's stories ends are always perfect. Shade.
What's on the rules?
Shade and Gibbs, the 2 of you read rules over each side of the airlock. Rule number 1, no shoes, no service. Rule number 2, no illusions. Come as you are. Rule number 3, no cash, credits only. Rule number 4, no heavy weapons. Check them with host, h.o.s.t. And then 5, no bullshit. The final little appended rule at the end is, and remember, aggression at Lola's is met with indifference. Aggression towards Lola's is met with extreme prejudice.
I love these rules. Thinking of the rules that we also just wrote on our ship, but they are much shittier.
Yeah, you like think back to the various post-it notes, most shaped like dog butts that are like on the ship rule wall.
Right.
Just like most professional bounty hunter teams.
Seeing there's no illusions, Bubs is going to turn off his glamour suit and just show his armor.
Okay. Just kind of fades back to your regular armor. Are you entering the airlocks?
Yeah.
Do any of us have what are considered heavy weapons?
I do.
Oh.
I don't think I do, actually.
I don't think I do. Just making sure.
I just have long arms and small arms.
Oh, is it
Actually, I think it's an advanced melee weapon I have.
Yeah, the hammer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But is that considered a heavy weapon?
No. So heavy weapons in terms of like a missile launcher.
Rocket.
Something that would be classed as a heavy weapon in terms of properties. So no problem. You go into this airlock, and the airlock itself is almost like a long, kind of narrow space. You've been through airlocks before. It cycles through. It fills with this kind of cleaning spray. And Gibbs, you're thankful for this suit to protect your germs from this awful sanitation.
I fart in my suit.
There you go. And it smells like you would expect. But through this space, you enter into, and it kind of opens up, and immediately, give me 1 second. Let me set a little ambience for you here.
Ambiance.
Yeah, you need a little ambience. I took a little bit from
Sirenscape, the digital toolset.
Oh, yeah. So for all of you, you enter into a little bit of a happening scene. Through this space, there is a long, narrow kind of room, and it is a diner car, although certainly a reproduction. You see a long kind of space with corrugated metal floors, although there has been some effort, probably at some point you can see like faded paint to make a checkmark pattern across them. There is, off to the left immediately, 2 bathrooms. You can see there is a holographic jukebox between both of those, with several selections that are scrolling through. Ahead of you, you can see there is a counter, kind of brushed steel, and then in a blue checkered dress with white collar and white apron is a massive serpent-like humanoid that has, in place of hair, about 20 individual snake-like appendages that move and twitch behind their head. Several other customers sit in booths, and a few at the counter as well. And as you like walk through the airlock and it opens to your right, you can see there's an elderly like space dwarf who is sitting there hooked up to this like massive wheeled contraption. They have like a gas mask on. It's like this super intense piece of medical equipment, maybe. And actually, Gibbs, you notice a logo on it. This is his Codicus brand, and so very similar to the little pistol that you have. That is mostly what you see, although there are a number of people both at the counter and at the tables. What would you like to do?
And I hang it up on one of those like with the like coat rack
Yeah,
thingy.
yeah, it's exactly like a coat rack, but already you can see that there is like a little portable grenade launcher that has been hung there.
Nice.
Does this old space dwarf seem like the eponymous Lola?
Make a sense motive check.
Trying to see who I
Based
get
on
in
Bob's
touch with about
description?
the like the delivery that we have. Is this sense motive, you said?
Yes.
Oh, great. That's 6 -2 if they're the DC or whatever.
Yeah, sure. It just looks like an old dwarf, and probably most dwarves are not named Lola, although you have not met all dwarves. So
then I'm gonna go to the counter.
I
where
also
people are.
scramble up.
There's no hostess.
So before, as you like take a step towards the counter and you like drop to all fours, getting ready to scramble up, suddenly the jukebox, the little cycling song, stop, and a face appears, and you can hear this voice appears. It's very similar to like, I don't know how many of you use Movie Phone as like as kids. It's dating me, but it's a voice that's like very mechanical and filtered through, and it says, "Hello and welcome to Lola's Diner. How many are your party? Do you have any dietary restrictions? And would you like sparkling, tap, or worm?"
For all the water types, please. And no dietary restrictions, but quantity over quality, please.
Please find your way to the lit beacon. And then you see there's only one spare table right now, but above the lamp just turns green.
And we have an appointment with Lola.
We don't have an appointment with Lola. We're here to pick up a delivery from Gunner Intergalactic Foods.
Ah, you are Mosaic Team 5.
Yes.
Please be seated. Lola will inform you of all of your options.
And I use my Heelys on the corrugated thing, so it's just like as I excitedly make my way to our booth.
Sure.
As we all sit down in the booth, I'm gonna just like feel around, make sure there's like no crayons under the seat, or like everything's a little bit neat. I'm like organize the ketchup packets and like all the other stuff. And
Sure.
As I do it, I feel under the table and I feel like a little bit of like wetness.
It's not a little bit. It's a lot. The table underneath has a texture, and you're like, oh, is this some kind of a wood? And looking underneath, there's gum, certainly, but there are many species. And looking around here already, there is a very diverse group here. You already saw this strange serpent-like person behind the counter. You can see there's a contemplative, this floating brain-like person that you will actually see in a couple days as well. There is a Sharen. You can see there is a Kasatha that is actually sitting with the contemplative. Gibbs, as you like wheelie by, the brain kind of like shifts and follows you. And there's like a group of what look like little like slime-like creatures that are all sitting around a table as well.
I see what Bubs is looking at, and I'm like, oh, neat gum!
Yeah.
And
It's
just
actually
start,
like a chicken bone that's stuck into what looks like black gum up and into the actual table itself.
And I'm just going to try and get my claws between, like, the veneer and the gum and try and, like, peel as much off in one piece.
Yeah, make an athletics check. This is a strength-based task. It's been here for some time.
What? Why is this strength, Joe? Be nice. Do the 6 minus 1.
So interesting. You get your little like Yosoki fingernails. Then you're good at finding purchase, and as you pull away, you can't. Make a life sciences check. Bubs, you grab your seat. You begin to organize little ketchup packets.
17.
17. This is not gum. This is a creature. There are what are called drift barnacles. And at some point, probably like a little polyp or something on somebody's spacesuit came in and just attached itself. And as you turn, there's several of them that are there. And you can see they do have like little openings. And
hello!
When people stick gum under the table, these things probably feed on that. But no problem. You sit down at this table and you can see this snake lady looks over, the hair like all over. And then she begins to like pick up some menus, and she looks like she's going to walk over in your direction. Is there anything that you're doing before the waitress or host makes their way over?
Echo would just be sitting very straight at the edge of their booth and just like staring at what they think is Lola, and just waiting for Lola to appear.
No problem.
Is there like
Android's
any
gonna
menus?
Android.
She's coming with them.
Yeah, and so you can see in her hands there's like a cream and red colored menu, and she like moves over, and as she gets around the counter, she is fully of snake body, no legs, no limbs aside from the arms, just this serpent that glides across the steel. And you can see probably the reason that the paint didn't really work here is because she just would scrape it off as she goes. But she makes her way over to your table, and she just says, "I'm Lola. Welcome to my diner in the Drift. I understand you're Mosaic Team 5. Wonderful. We have some food for you, but it's about 30 minutes from being packaged. Would you like anything while you wait?"
One of everything?
No.
We unfortunately cannot afford one of everything.
How much is everything?
Let me give you some menus and time to decide. You can see she dishes out.
Menus!
Oh my goodness!
Oh wait, this is the wrong piece of paper. I have a lot of pieces of paper this week. Menu for you.
Yeah, one of everything. I can afford one of everything.
And interestingly, as you kind of look across this menu, and if somebody wants to put it under that combat camera, I'm going to do a close-up real quick. Look at that, Dine in the Drive. It's tough to see this stuff on the camera, so check us out AlberonRPG on Instagram. One thing that you will notice as you look over here, everything is marked in credits, and the menu itself, each of these options looks like it's tappable, and so you could probably order by touching the menu. Okay, what are you tapping?
I can afford one of everything.
So you're gonna order one of everything?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Mrs. Lola.
Just Lola's fine.
Okay. Well, I have like a thing where I can't like taste food, and I was wondering maybe like if you had anything that has like a good like mouth feel. Like,
sure.
Do you have like any like Well, one time my kind of father, he gave me these things called like Pop Rocks, and they like explode in your mouth. Do you have like any things that explode in your mouth?
Oh yeah.
Okay, yeah.
What about the rest of you?
I shall have the cheesy eats beefs nachos, please.
Oh, good choice. You hear in the kitchen, ding, 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 just go off and off and off.
And a cup of coffee, please.
I wouldn't recommend the coffee.
Can you make it with the worm water?
I would recommend that. Turns around, and also, actually, of note, at this, from her belt, pulls off what is like a military-style canteen, fills up one little carafe of regular water, another that is like fizzy, and then another that is just a little bit of water, almost entirely a liquid volume of worms. And they still kind of twitch and move, but, puts that back away.
Slide that close to me.
And you...
I'll have the eel rice.
All right. I'll be right back.
Where are the bathrooms?
She kind of like jerks a finger over, and you can see. Actually, you've seen these are almost identical to the ones that were at Waystation El Paso. These are Jacinto Sani booths. They are modular bathrooms that are kind of throughout the galaxy, and in a way, Bubs, kind of comforting.
Okay.
You even though they probably aren't the cleanest, you know what to expect going in.
Bubs is gonna go to the bathroom and he's gonna see if he can find any sort of what gas stations and diners, they have those look, put a quarter in and you can turn it and get some medicine or something.
A tampon?
He's gonna look for something like that because he doesn't believe what Gibbs gave him will help his stomach.
Okay, so you go into the bathroom, and the bathroom is really small. Would a visual reference for this be helpful? Okay, let me put up our camera. I will go grab that. This is kind of large. So the diner itself is not large, but this is what I have to put it on.
I love this menu item. Wumpumpus gonads.
Side.
Wumpumpus gonads?
Yes.
Is that gluten-free?
They're a delicacy.
It is actually, in the year 2250, gluten has been eliminated.
Ah, finally.
Yeah. We won the war on gluten, finally.
Yeah. The war on gluten has been won.
So, Bubs, you can see the two bathrooms are all the way, right on the left side of the airlock when you come in. You can actually see Lola. She is behind the counter. And things are pretty much laid out exactly as they are.
Do I see one of those coin machines or
so
cred machines?
Looking at the size of the bathroom, imagine trying to get a little vending machine in there. It'd be tough. In there is a thing that you put your hands in, and it evaporates the water off of them, which is very standard. That's what has replaced the fans that don't do anything. There is just a very, very... it's called water gel. It also exists in a lot of places. It's for cleaning your hands, and it doesn't, 0G get everywhere. There's a couple of things in there that are very basic, but nothing that you can buy.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's just gonna wash his hands and kind of throw some water on himself and clean himself up. He has a whole system of cleaning himself, so he's probably gonna be in there for a little bit.
Can you guys give me the menus back too, just because I need? Or I just need one. Really.
Here, you can have ours.
Leave this one here.
Okay, so Lola makes her way back while Bubs is in the restroom. Is there anything that all of you're doing?
I take the worm juice, worm water, and I just my cork on my bottle, and I just pour the worms into my bottle and recork it.
Behind you, you hear a little giggle, and turning, you can see there is in this booth a huge red slime, and then several small little slime creatures, which maybe it's kids. And you see this one green slime leaning over. There's no face, there's no facial features, but you still hear the laughter. And then it just kind of ducks down out of sight. And the red slime turns over and just goes, "Oh, really sorry about my kids. Hey, Dustin, stop that." And just you hear a little squelch as it pushes them down. But what else are you doing? Sorry.
Feeding worms to my thing and waiting for food.
So you begin to drop worms into your bottle, one by one. They just steam and evaporate and dissolve. And slowly your bottle shifts from purple to a little bit more of a red hue. But no problem. You feed your bottle. Anything else that you wish to do before your food arrives?
Echo's just going to kind of turn around and survey the crowd.
Yeah, make a perception check.
Yeah, Shade's just taking stock of everyone in the place, keeping eyes out for any threats.
Oh, we're rolling crap today.
That's a 15.
Okay. So you turn around and you do see there is this old dwarf that you kind of pass through on your way. Sitting at the bar, you had passed by them. There are two what look like Lashunta. You don't get a real good look at them from this distance. They seem to be keeping mostly to themselves. You can see a Shiren who was at the counter and is now kind of just like over near where that locker is, sitting in the far corner seat. You see the slime family having a little dinner, and the slimes are kind of arguing now. And this other slime is like, Dustin, stop it. There is the contemplative and this, Kasatha having a quiet conversation, and then this group, this pair, and I would say you recognize they're androids, both of them that are in the corner, and they seem to be similar to you, just kind of waiting for something. At that moment, as you begin to like try to look at them a little bit more, Lola just comes in with this big tray. So nachos is kind of a generous term. It looks a little bit like, like when you open ramen noodles, how they look in the package. It looks like one very large, like XL ramen noodle brick. Thank you. And then just like a single large slice of cheese has been laid across and then melted. But it slaps on the table and like the plate clatters and wobbles. All right. Anything else in the meantime? I'm still working on the mains. They're in the microwave.
I'm all set.
All right.
So our food's getting packaged, you said? Do you need help?
I mean, it's all automated, just like the food I'm making for you. Well, except for the human lasagna, but it's that'll be the last thing to come out. Sorry about that. About 20 minutes, we can package all of your product aboard your ship. You can bring it aboard yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Turns around, heads back to the counter. Your little ding, you imagine the next dish is coming.
I understand why this is indeed the cheapest thing on the menu.
Yeah, probably for a reason.
It looks great.
Echo just kind of stares at the brick and like pokes at it a little bit.
Gibbs Lola returns now holding another plate of cheesy eats beef nachos. Also, these skewers you can see almost have these long, almost fillets of eel that are doused in barbecue sauce, and they steam. They actually do smell pretty good. The chips that come out, you can see the bag has been opened, and it's just a bag of cricket chips. You can get them in vending machines, but they're there. And then also at the same time, she brings out for you pancakes.
Nice.
Pancakes come at the same time. And these pancakes, just 6 large pancakes, very normal looking pancakes. Syrup, butter. Shockingly, from everything else that you'd seen, like the barnacles and everything, the most normal thing that has been at this diner.
Cool. I grab one of the skewers of eels and then sort of like bend my body parallel, and we'll go, Dustin, psst.
The little kid turns around, slimes over. What?
Where are you traveling from?
I can't talk to you.
Why not?
Because you're a stranger.
Oh yeah, stranger danger. That's where are you coming from?
Hey, Dustin. And you can see the dad turns and just goes, I'm really sorry.
No. I love children.
Really?
Yeah. Why not? They're great.
The whole slime like turns around and regards all of you. I mean, you just don't really seem like the kid types. What are you all doing here?
Well, we're just traveling.
We're picking up a food delivery.
At a diner?
Yes.
I don't know they did deliveries. That's pretty cool.
Well, we're picking it up, so they don't really do deliveries.
No. I mean, we'd never been here before. We just kind of came across it. We've never seen a diner in the Drift before.
Me
it seemed
neither.
like a cool place to stop. But,
where are you coming from?
Oh, we're coming from... Give me 1 second.
At this point, Bubs is going to come out of the bathroom and like make his way back to the group.
It's been years. We're coming from the Fane Horizon. Just pretty far out in the edge of space, but that's where we slimes come from. And then you can see the other slime who's been left unattended is like slowly making their way over the seat, like towards the old man and his machine. And without even looking, this slime, like a tendril, goes and just grabs him back.
You are most skilled at corralling your small children.
Oh, thank you. They're not really my children. I subdivide, and so I'm Dustin, this is Dustin, and that's Dustin. And you can see the 2 little slimes just go, hi, in unison.
That's really cool.
A most interesting method of reproduction.
Yeah. Hey, do you understand why the rules are kind of the way they are? I mean, we don't have any weapons. We're just slimes, and you guys seem pretty nice.
Yeah, but you gotta understand, a diner can have anybody come through.
Anybody?
Why not?
Given the nature.
The head, or the sort of top part of the slime rises up a little bit, and it doesn't have eyes, but you get the sense it's kind of like surveying all the different people. And then it gets kind of close to you, Gibbs, and just goes, yeah, I don't know about, no offense, not about being androids, but the androids that are in the corner.
I squint. What are they talking about?
Make a perception check.
Echo just looks over and waves.
To the other androids? Okay.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
Androids.
Oh, okay. You look over and you can just see two androids. They're almost staring straight ahead. You've seen Shade do this before. It's almost like this, they're waiting for whatever is going to happen next. They don't have anything really to do, and so they're just going to wait. There is no food in front of them. You can see there's a duffel bag by one of their foot. The lady's wearing a cool jacket. That's the first thing that really pops out. It looks like from behind it has this mechanical an electronic fabric. So it's like a fabric LED. So it has almost like a fire pattern that shifts and moves along the bottom.
Whoa.
So that's pretty cool. That does catch your eyes. However, I mean, they're just androids. You have certain thoughts about androids, but
the duffel bag, is it moving? Is there anything cool in it?
Okay. With your perception check, kind of sniffing, and you do have a very good sense of smell, you don't smell food, and you kind of are overwhelmed by the other smells of food that are around. And at this point, Lola also comes back with your Eats Meats specialty salmon burger.
Bubs is probably gonna sit down right as Lola's coming in and see everyone staring in the direction of the android.
Yeah.
And he's gonna think they're staring at him, and he goes,
Oh, did I do I have something on my face? Am I clean?
You look great. Sit down.
All right.
You wanna?
One of the two little slime just goes, "Where's your hair?"
Oh, well, I don't have hair. I mean, it's.
I don't have any hair too. Are you a Dustin?
No, I don't believe I'm a Dustin, but I think there's a lot of people who don't have hair who aren't Dustins.
Guess who else doesn't have hair? And I point to the brain guy.
Okay.
And I wink at one of the littler Dustins.
You can see you point to the brain guy and wink, and the Dustin just goes, "Hey, how can I do that?" And then you just see it just kind of folds itself a little bit. But
Guys,
no problem.
You gotta stop pointing at people that you're not supposed to you're supposed to just be casual and eat your food. You're not supposed to look at people and make a spectacle.
That was not in the rules.
Yeah. I didn't read that.
Echo, Shade, please make sense motive checks.
I am a spectacle. And I start.
Just in the movies, everyone's they're minding their own business. You guys are embarrassing me.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20?
That's the best sense motive I'm ever going to get.
18.
Okay. That's a 25 and a 23 with a plus 5 conditional modifier. You turn your attention to these androids as everybody points at them, and so far, your time with Mosaic Team 5 has had interesting effects in terms of how you perceive other people's perceptions of androids. Maybe not the best sample size, but you turn your attention to them a little concerned that there may be an event brewing, and certainly the sort of female-looking android does look a little bit anxious. To the two of you, they're just staring straight ahead, but to you get the sense that they are being made very uncomfortable by the attention of the entire left side of the diner now being directed towards them. And at this point, the Shiren also kind of gets off the counter and walks over and is just kind of goes, "What are we looking at?"
Echo's gonna stand up from their spot and kind of make their way over to the other two androids and just lean down. I do apologize. My crew is not the most used to interacting with androids, despite having two of us.
Make a diplomacy check.
I feel bullied.
Shady's staying at the table, but making note of the anxious nature.
10. So you walk over and you just go, "Sorry," and at that moment, the female android, who you had kind of gotten the sense a little bit nervous, jumps on the table. And from their side, you can see from underneath the arms, these compartments open, and just weapons in both arms.
Combat
Immediately. Okay. And everybody can roll for initiative. As you came over and you made a very nervous android significantly more nervous. Wow, that's starting off a lot quicker than I thought.
Why?
I rolled a nat 1.
A nat
I
one?
also rolled a nat 1. These are the dice I bought for Echo.
Oh man, you guys didn't make really well. I guess you made the worst possible friends to make out of everybody here.
What?
I don't know, the slime
The
seem
slime
pretty
I mean,
kids.
if we're talking about
Dustin's-
a combat scenario,
Dustin,
the allies
Dustin,
that
and
you
Dustin
have
seem
made
pretty cool.
Probably, aside from
Dustin
the
and
old
Dustin
man,
are not the ones to go with?
Isn't if it's slime, it's dust eyes?
It would be, no, that's only if it's a Latin
Dustinis.
base.
Dusties.
Dustines. So they can evolve with the slime stone. All right, so anybody in natural 20? Okay, love that.
This is Mosaic
25 to 20 for initiative. Ooh, that's unfortunate. 20 to 15.
18.
16.
For Shade.
Thank goodness.
18 for Shade. 16 for Bubs. All right, 15 to 10. Ooh.
We both rolled nat 1s.
Not one.
Yeah, we both rolled nat 1s for this initiative start. And so Echo will go first, and I will go at the very last. Because my dex is not good.
Real,
No,
real
that
good.
is rough.
Yeah.
Good timing.
Okay.
Guys, at least it's out there. The nat 1's done.
Oh, no.
Yeah, but like,
We still need one from Bubs. Oh no, wait, you did roll a nat
Oh,
one right
yeah,
at the
for the
beginning.
lifetime.
So
I
you need
haven't
one from
gotten one.
Shade.
Okay, so the way that this is going to work out, the androids that you have startled are going first.
Of course.
They have 26.
Damn.
Then Shade, then Bubs, then all of the rest of the folks in the diners, just to make things a little bit more simple. Then Echo, and then Gibbs. So we're starting with these androids. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna cycle out, and we're going to use a different battle music. Okay. So,
And sorry, in the minis, is the yellow coated one the female android?
yes.
Okay.
Yes. And realistically, the only reason that they're female looking is because that helps the two of you, like everybody on the board, differentiate.
Right.
Realistically, when we're talking about their description, there is no hair. It is like a bald humanoid form that is maybe slightly more feminine, but both
It's
are
like Echo.
yeah. I would say they're slightly less androgynous than Echo. All right, so first, these androids. The one that jumped up on the table. Oh boy. Okay. So, in their hands. Oh no, my attacks didn't load. That's so sad. Okay, no problem. In their hands, you are going to see these pistols appear. Both of them seem to be integrated into the body itself, and for some of you might recognize these have a quick draw attachment to them, but they both just appear in her hands. And as you go up, Echo, you say, sorry. She jumps on the table and just says, this is a robbery, and begins to fire. Echo, you're going to take 2 attacks.
No.
That is going to be a 29
Yes.
and a 19.
Also yes.
That is unfortunate. Okay.
Yes.
So this pistol that emerges, you can see it's faceted and it almost looks like it has scales to it. It's green, this dark green. And as it kicks open, give me 1 second here, 7. You are going to be taking 22 points of fire damage.
Ow.
This burns into you again and again, and as it shoots, this it has these explosions that come out, and at first you mistake it for muzzle blast, but it's just fire. These are fire weapons for sure.
Oh, and the Shiren's with us?
The Shren's right behind Bubs. That is going to be her attack. I'm going to say that her movement was going to be jumping up on the table just to be nice. So the other person, they're going to stand up and they're going to take 5 steps so that they are toe-to-toe with Bubs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They get out, and Bubs, as they stand up, they are about your height, but then the knees, they unlock, and you can see they fold out almost like they are bending in the opposite direction, and he stands a good 1.5 feet taller than you.
Bubs like looks up as he goes higher.
Yeah, he gets higher and higher, and as he like shifts and gets ready to fight, there is something very similar to his fighting style as your own. He is going to go ahead and he clenches his fists, and you watch as those two grow larger, the mechanisms within seeming to expand and contract, and then suddenly begin to glow with power. These are powered weapons. This is only one attack, however. That is going to be a 33 to hit.
KAC or EAC?
This is KAC.
That's a hit.
All right. Hitting Bubs. Always a hard thing to do. That is going... Wow, that is lucky.
Oh.
Out of a potential 36 rolled points of damage, you took 6.
Wow.
Plus
that is lucky.
25 points of burn damage.
Ooh.
This slams into you, and in the moment as it impacts, that electricity seems to concentrate right on the tip and then into fire. He hits you hard right in the chest. Bubs, if you can go ahead and make a fortitude saving throw, please. Thank you.
It's a 13.
A 13?
Plus 9.
Okay.
22.
So this hits you and you feel your whole body almost knocked. You are almost laid out. But as you sort of shift yourself forward, your armor is enough to kind of grind together. The joints harden and you're able to not be knocked prone.
Imagine I fall back a little bit into the booth. I'm like holding both arms onto the booth.
Yeah, no problem. You hold on. You kind of begin to make your way back up. But that is the android's turn. That is going to bring us... Oh man, where did I put my initiative order? That is going to bring us to Shade. Shade, you see one of these androids up on the table firing with these fire-breathing pistols. This other android is now punching Bubs with electricity or fire-based attacks. What do you want to do?
Where is the jukebox?
Between the
The jukebox is between those two bathrooms.
Oh, okay. It's all the way over there.
Yes.
Are there any like wireless like menus or computer panels?
Interestingly,
range here.
Right, because it's 30 feet.
20 feet.
Nothing really in that you can see within range here. No.
Okay. Then I am going to use my move action to do my adaptive fighting.
Okay.
Give myself double tap.
Okay.
And then I'm going to use my standard action to fire my pistol under the table at the one that I have.
All right, yeah. So go ahead and roll your attack. That whole time, as soon as Echo got up and you shifted your attention over, you kind of had the weapon ready to draw. But as your exocortex shifts behind the eye patch, acquiring information and beginning to triangulate this attack, what was that roll?
That was the one that we were looking at.
Is that natural one?
Yeah.
We passed it around the table.
Wow.
Love it. Bubs and Echo, please roll a d20.
It's still
4?
It's still
4.
technically,
So 4, roll
technically
d20
a
again.
15.
It's a miss.
Yeah.
18.
13.
13. Roll damage on Bubs.
Sorry, Bubs.
Underneath the table, you pull out this weapon, and this feels so cool. But then Bubs is pushed back by this attack right as you pull the
Let me see
trigger,
what the
and you basically shoot Bubs right in the small of the back.
So that's gonna be sorry about this one. That's gonna be a total of 10 points.
10 points, nice.
Of pistol.
So Bubs, you get socked right in the face, and as you stumble backwards, you get shot right in the back.
Sorry.
Things are going great for you. Anything else, Shade?
Nope, that's it for
Bubs,
me.
you get shot in the back by your friend. What would you like to do?
Bubs is thrown back against the booth, and then he feels a little sharp pain in his back, and he pushes forward. And at this point, he's kind of right up against the guy, the mechanical android in front of him. And usually when Bubs is ready to fight, he says something inspirational, bringing him up, nothing is impossible, or posture is perfect. But this time he notices in the corner of an eye a sign that says, "The customer is always right."
Yeah.
And for some reason that gives him, yes, I am right in this moment.
I am the customer.
Yes.
I am right.
And he takes his hammer and he starts swinging it, and he tries to go right up to the face of this android. Kind of a big hit right up to his...
Make an attack roll.
And that's going to be a standard attack. It's a 9
Mm-hmm.
plus Plus, I believe.
Plus 10, right?
Yeah, 10. No, plus 11 now. So it is 21.
Against?
I believe it's just a melee attack, so it's KC.
Yeah.
You bring this hammer up, but in this tight space, as you're shot in the back, as you're shot in the back, it throws you off, and you slam the hammer into the ground. Clang! Off the metal. Too narrow is the space. That is a miss. Anything else, Bubs?
That's my turn.
Starting off strong in this combat.
That brings us to everybody else. So first, you can hear the big Dustin just go, "Oh, Dustins, let's get out of here." The two little Dustins can move 15 feet forward. Big Dustin is going to stay right behind them, even though Big Dustin can move faster. Big Dustin's protecting little Dustin.
Does he just like scooch out from under the table?
Technically, they kind of like split and move over and around the table,
Okay.
but yeah, they just kind of get into the aisle and begin to run. The Contemplative is going to float 30 feet towards the door and then another 30 feet into the airlock, along with the Kasatha. You watch at the counter as Lola just kind of shakes her head and presses a button, and these steel slats come up, and just seal the entire bar off from the rest of this area, and you can see painted onto it, you can see back in 10 minutes.
Sharon?
I'm going to get to the Sharon in a second. The old man, you can see begin to get up, and this like machine that's next to him suddenly just goes danger and unfolds into this robotic companion. It holds what looks like an energy shield and begins to escort the guy towards the far back airlock. Yeah, he can only move 10 feet. He's really not doing good. And then this couple at the bar, they're going to follow the older guy in that robot. Interestingly, both of them draw weapons. They keep them leveled in the direction of this kind of scrum, but they're not going to fire yet.
Okay.
And then very finally, the jukebox in the very back. Interestingly, Shade, in this brief moment as it begins to turn, this is not a jukebox. This is an android. And as it separates itself from the wall and turns around, the whole back half of it, heavily armored, very much like a turtle, and it just into the wall and just seems to almost disappear. There you go.
Big and glittery dice.
Perfect. So that is the sort of rest of the group and brings us to the Sharon.
Oh, okay. Sharen's in on it.
The Sharon is in others, but the Sharon came over at just enough of a time so that it might get a little involved. However, it's not really sure what's happening. Okay.
A robbery. Didn't he hear the android?
Where's Was?
Was?
All right. So at this point, with this robbery occurring, Was pulls from their side this little mechanical knife. It looks small, almost like a paring knife, but they touch the grommet on it, and you can see it begins to shimmer, and then this heat wave emerges from it, such that you cannot see the metal behind it. This is a mirage dagger. And they are going to leap over the individual that is attacking Bubs to flank them with Bubs. And they're going to try to stab this guy in the back.
Nice.
They're going to roll a 4.
Not nice.
For a total of 15, that is not going to hit. And so they swing this dagger, but this individual is able to shift underneath. They plant a foot onto the seat and push themselves away. This foot is huge. This individual taller than you, Bubs. This is like just a larger you almost, if you were an android. However, that is the Sharen's turn. That is going to bring us to you, Echo. Or Gibbs, you're on deck.
Echo's still like guarding their face from the onslaught of flames.
Yeah.
And tries to very stealthily and subtly reach for their hail pistol.
Okay.
And they're going to use that stealth for a trick attack. Stealth check.
Okay.
Attack
Fantastic.
with pistol. Please be good. Damn it!
Oh my gosh.
What was that roll?
That's a 19 for the stealth.
Okay.
And a 10 for the actual attack.
Have we hit these guys once?
No. But to be fair, you haven't rolled great. What was the total of that, though, for the attack?
10.
10 total.
Yes.
Oh, okay. so stealthy is this that you are unable to draw your weapon. It kind of gets caught, and as you try to do this sneak attack, it just snags in your coveralls, and you have to kind of dodge out of the way. Still a little bit on fire, but no problem. Gibbs or Echo, is there anything else?
Echo's going. Can Echo move without drawing too much fire?
So, Echo, if you were to move, you imagine you would provoke an attack from the android that Bubs is fighting.
Okay, Echo's gonna stay where they are.
Okay, no problem. That is Echo's turn. That brings us to Gibbs.
Gibbs is pissed because her meal got interrupted.
Yeah.
So she will scramble over the table, sending plates scattering as she will position herself, obviously because she likes children, between the danger and the fleeing civilians.
Okay, no problem.
Is there an exit on this end of the car, or are they?
No, so they all have to go back to those two airlocks that everybody uses.
Perfect. So she's gonna be an imposing figure in this hallway, and then stand up on her two legs and rake through her skin, grabbing some of the bugs and smushing them. Does the marionettes of their gunk, and will divert the spirit of these dead bugs to haunt the big old guy's armor.
Okay, fantastic. So what kind of a save is that?
No save.
No save.
You divert him, and it's a level 2 spell.
Nice.
But they're wearing a suit of armor, correct?
Correct.
All right. So the armor becomes cumbersome, reduces the wearer's speed by 10 feet and AC by 1.
Nice.
It also imposes a penalty on stealth checks, should that be applicable.
In this very stealth applicable situation of a diner fight.
And this will last 1 round per level. My level is 4. It's 5. What level are we? 6.
6.
So 6 rounds. And it's not concentration.
Very, very nice. So you take the bugs, and as you pull them across, it's almost like this goo becomes tendrils that fling out and get into this individual's joints and their armor. The armor itself becomes heavier and becomes almost attached to them. And as they move and try to swing at Bubs, there is this of sticks that then right back. You certainly a little bit encumbered.
Dustins, run!
Ah! And they're just like beginning to...
But stay exactly.
Anything else, Gibbs? You're slow.
No, I just being mindful of civilians.
No problem. That brings us to the top of the round.
No.
The androids. So first, the one that is on the table. Yeah. They are going to use a combat maneuver to attempt to go basically through Echo's space without provoking an attack. Echo, can you make a sense motive check, please?
One of my gutter skills, isn't it?
Yes!
Oh, of course. Now I have a good roll.
That's good.
25.
25? Okay. So this android begins to shift off to the right, and this is kind of one of those moments where they go right and you go right, and they go left and you go left.
Which way
And so they go right, and in their mind, this is going to fool you. Their entire torso pivots around 365 degrees before going left, but you just shift left too fast for this android, almost like 2 steps ahead.
There's just a slow blink from Echo.
Yeah, but there's this brief, and then they just are going to move through your space, provoking an attack of opportunity, ending up on the other side.
Over here?
Yes.
Coming to me.
They're trying to.
Oh!
Very nice. Make your damage roll.
Yes. I prepared the wrong dice. 10 plus 3. Cold and piercing damage. So 13.
Right. 13. Hey, that's pretty good. Okay, no problem. So you tag her as she goes by, and she's going to turn around as a result. And though she was aiming for Shade, she is now going to pivot her attention back to you. That is only 1 shot with this pistol.
Does that provoke an opportunity attack from me?
It
because
does,
shooting
certainly,
within range?
That
we
is
have
going
not
to be
finished our conversation.
a 23 to hit.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay. D4s are so dumb.
It's a 23 to hit her with
23?
my opportunity attack.
And it's 23 against?
I believe it's against KAC.
And she has a negative
That is a hit.
1.
That
do you
is
wanna hit
extra
me?
hit. Oh yeah, go for it.
Perfect. Just so we know.
Oh.
Oh, that's not her.
Do I have to confirm the crit for the
There's no
bleed?
confirming crits in Starfinder.
Oh, I also
Yeah.
have bleed damage to roll.
You what?
Bleed.
Oh, okay. Nice.
5 points.
5 points of bleed damage. All right. That's pretty good.
Can you tell I've never crit before?
Oh, that's kind of sad.
Isn't it?
Yeah. We're 41 sessions into our main campaign. So,
I also got 11 points of shooting at her damage.
Shooting at her damage. Yeah.
I think it's piercing. P piercing, because I pierced with a bullet. Because she turned around and got
interestingly,
shot in the back.
as you are doing piercing damage, this seems to do a little bit less than you were expecting. Almost 5 less.
Oh no.
So it looks like 5 less damage visually to you.
My telemetry tells me.
She did hit me.
She hit
being
you?
honest.
Okay. In that case, that is 2, 4. That is 17 points of fire damage.
Ow! Are you bleeding?
I am bleeding.
Ooh. That is her turn. That is going to bring us to the other guy. He engaged with Bubs, kind of one-on-one.
And the Shiren, who's flanking.
You watch some of the organic parts on Echo as they begin to start to char.
Okay. So he is going to attempt to smash through Bubs to get to Shade.
Yeah.
Bubs, go ahead and make a fortitude saving throw.
I'm really good at those. 11 plus 9, 20.
Okay. As this happens, there's this brief moment where time slows, and you can see as he's about to try to like smash through you to get to Shade, you see everything happening, and you're just like smooth like water, and you try to like move, and it's like he slows down time again. Reroll that save as he uses an entropic effect.
4 plus 9, 13.
13. So this time, as he seems to slow time, you see his eyes move faster than they should, as he seems to be existing in like a slightly different flow of time. And he around you. Shade, you're going to be taking an attack.
Yeah.
This fist, it glows as he shifts around Bubs, and that seems to almost generate more momentum. Does a 28 against your KAC hit?
Yeah, that's going to go ahead and hit pretty bad.
Where are my D12s?
Oh no. I don't like any of the things that you're saying right now, Joe.
Yeah, this is way worse than the last one. For you.
No.
That is going to be 40 points
of
bludgeoning damage as he slams into you with an uppercut. As Bubs is almost able to stop him, he has to dodge to the side, and that seems to almost generate an additional amount of momentum as he leaps, that secondary knee uncoiling with his legs, and he slams into you.
Really
the air is driven from your body. I have plans for that, don't worry. So, no problem, slams into you. That is his turn, however. That brings us to Shade. Shade, this individual now directly in front of you. You're now sort of behind both androids.
Are you bleeding?
Cool. Not yet. Okay. I'm going to... I believe I'm going to, take off my combat tracking and going to use my overload as the exocortex move action, or exocortex action, to overload this guy's magic punchy power fists.
Okay.
So for 1 round, they're non-functional.
And they don't get a save. They do get a save against that. I think we've done that before.
Yes. Okay. It's a reflex saving throw.
That's not great. And who is it against?
It's against 10 plus half my mechanic level plus my int modifier, which is against the power fist guy.
Okay.
Yeah. And so it's going to be... let me just give you the DC here.
I don't think he's going to make it.
Yeah, DC is going to be 18.
18. Ooh, that was close, but no, he did not make it.
Cool.
So, as he goes by and he slams into you, you grab onto the fist as it like lifts you from the seat, and you overload the fist, and it just sparks out.
Cool. And then using...
That's 1 round?
Yes, for 1 round. It's non-functional, and I can't use it again on that item.
Very nice.
And then for my move action, I'm going to draw the my Vest Curve Blade, and then make a melee attack against this guy that just punched me.
Make your attack.
And he has a -1 to his AC.
Yes, he does.
All right. And let me just see. Yeah.
I got that recorded.
Does a Math. 15 hit?
It does not.
Damn.
And so you bring out this sword, clang, right off the metallic body, unable to, maybe just trying to draw the sword and hit with the same movement, not quite enough power. Anything else, Shade?
That's gonna be it for me.
All right, so Shade, you're sword fighting with an android in basically like a phone booth. Bubs, this android kind of shoulders his way past you. You watch as he pauses time almost and slips by you. There's something a little different. The fighting style is there. You recognize this armor blitz kind of style, but there is something else happening here as well.
Bubs is going to jump on the table with him and try to like reposition so he's facing him.
Okay.
And he's going to say to him,
so that is going to provoke an attack of opportunity from the other android.
Okay, can I reposition this way?
Yeah. Then you're not leaving her melee.
Yeah. And Bubs is going to say, look, you don't still have to do this. No one's been killed. You can still walk away, pay your bill, leave a 15% tip. And then he's going to like look like
at least 20.
He's going to like look down and like look at the place and like see maybe like a barnacle on his foot. Maybe 5. And we can end this now and just walk away. And with that, he's gonna see his reaction. Is he?
To make a sense
So, are you, as your action, trying to make a diplomacy check?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, make a diplomacy check. Oh, yeah.
That is 2.
You can't tell.
Yeah.
Anything else, Bubs?
I can't attack, right? That was my action.
That was your action.
Yeah, that's my turn.
All right. So, Bubs, you're like, we can still do it. You looked at it, you're shooting. As you do, they're like beginning to attack you again. So you get the sense that it probably didn't work. However, this is going to bring us to everybody else's turn. So starting with the Dustins. The Dustins make their way 15 feet, and then the bigger one is going to stay behind them. And that Dustin's like, hurry, come on, we got to get out of here. And the other Dustins are like, this is so much fun. The final Dustin is still trying to blink, and they're just the whole way as they go. That is closed. The Mr. and Mrs. Smythe are going to go with the old man into the airlock. And so you hear as both of those sets of airlocks now have closed, which means the Dustins are going to have to wait for one full cycle. That brings us to the Shuren. The Shuren.
Oh, it would have provoked an opportunity attack from.
They're always going to save their reaction unless they're threatened. Yeah.
Fair.
So they're still holding this knife in the seat. They're going to throw the knife at the really tall one that's threatening Shade. Yeah. So they reverse the grip on it and they fling this knife. And so far, this knife looks really cool and they clearly know how to use it. But this is just a rough space to be fighting in. And it's too crowded. They can't quite get this. And it clack, 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 clack onto something. And you hear immediately the seat cushion begin to like burn a little bit. That is, however, going to be their attack. They're going to move 15 feet forward and kind of squeeze the they're gonna like get right there. Perfect. Right.
Oh, they're staying in it. Nice.
Oh yeah.
Cool.
Well, he has to get his knife back.
Okay.
Does he? I mean, he certainly feels like he needs to. Echo, what would you like to do? Gibbs, you're on deck.
Echo's gonna turn and try to zip behind one of the table here to get a little bit of cover.
So again, provoking attack of opportunity? Okay.
But because this is part of my trick attack movement, I'm going to attempt to stealthily crouch and shoot from under the table.
Okay.
Happy dice.
Nice.
Is the stealth. Echo dice is the attack.
Nice.
This isn't the echo dice. This is the
snake eyes.
Better not be.
Don't jinx it. Not bad.
It's not the worst I've ever rolled.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a math 22 for the stealth check.
Okay. What was it? What is? Sorry, it's their. It's their.
It's the DC is 20 plus their
20
CR.
Plus. That is going to be a failure, unfortunately.
And then the attack is 19.
Against?
They're E, A, and K, I see, because it's cold and piercing damage.
So cold and piercing, that is going to be, that is meets it beats it.
Yes.
Nice.
Something.
No, but it's piercing. It's a bummer.
It's still
something.
Something.
Yeah.
That's going to be a 10 total.
Okay, so there's a little bit less damage than you were hoping for, but that's still damage. No problem. Anything else, Echo?
That's it for Echo.
Okay, as you scoot by, you watch, you kind of saw this before. In this single moment, they drop one of their pistols, and you see the compartment, and this weapon appears as a little bit unfamiliar to you, although you imagine this would be something that would be really interesting to you. It looks in ways almost like a wing of light that just emerges at once, and it strikes out, and it is a 27 hit.
Why do you ask?
It's fun for me.
Wait, is that a reaction they got to do?
It's an attack of opportunity.
It's an attack of opportunity, and they have a weapon fusion on this weapon.
Oh, man.
This is Joe subtly hinting. We also need weapon fusions.
We know this.
6 points of fire damage as they just get this little attack off against you. Anything else, Echo?
No.
Alrighty, Gibbs, what would you like to do?
As I see Echo take damage, the gooey lifeline that's usually invisible between us lights up real quick, and I take 6 of your damage, and you heal for 6.
Nice.
And that's just a free thing I get to do, always. Seeing that my compatriots are still having a tough time hitting this person,
yeah, they are.
I just lean my head back, and I'm gonna spit a loogie at Beastie Boy over here.
Okay.
And cast my Wisp ally to do Herring Fire, which allows an ally to gain a +2 circumstance bonus to their attack when they hit that guy.
Nice. And they don't get a save against it, right?
Nope, Wisp ally.
Oh,
It's just
man.
none of my shit saves.
Nice. That's.
Hey, how long does that last?
So that one lasts 1 round per level as well. So that's 6 rounds, and it stacks with my other thing, which
so
will.
it's +3 now on him.
So it was.
Essentially.
Yeah, it's plus. Yeah, it's 2 separate effects, but yeah, basically.
-1 AC, +2.
So when his hand overloads, it just kind of powers down. He pulls up his other hand as he's about to swing that one. This loogie just over top of it, and as he hits you, Shade, it's just kind of like it's like getting hit with one of those
like
big inflatable boxing gloves. Yeah, Sock and Bopper, not a sponsor. Just boom, right into your stomach, and it kind of tickles, but no problem. Great Wisp ally, and it just kind of seeps into their joints and their mechanical parts.
And it lights them up the color of maple syrup.
There you go. Like sticky maple syrup. All right. That is your turn, Gibbs?
Yep.
That brings us to the top of the rounds and the androids. So this android, his fist is still not functional, correct? This is the turn that it's not functional for?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Can't punch me to death.
I mean, he can.
But hopefully won't do.
Really quickly, the
40
burning
points
of the
damage
guy's
again.
blade, does that look dangerous or?
Which blade?
So the blade that this guy threw.
Yeah, with time, certainly.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
It's not immediately dangerous, but yes, with time, once you're at an initiative, you definitely want to pay attention to it if it lasts that long.
Cool.
So this individual, both of his hands now kind of incapacitated. Shade, he begins to bend back and the legs unfold again, that secondary knee. And he just, with his full body momentum, those knees snap shut and he headbutts you as hard as he can using basically like a 6 feet of steel to whip himself into you.
Damn.
That is going to be a 31 to hit.
Oh, that
However,
one.
it's not a ton of damage, as cool as it sounds, because his weapons are pretty much disabled. That is going to be 10 points of bludgeoning damage. As he headbutts you directly in the chest. He pulls the hand back, he squeezes, and suddenly it just glows to life again. But that is the end of his turn. That brings us to the second android. Well, she's kind of cut off from you now, Shade. So
Thankfully.
with this Shiren right here, she is going to level the... She does more damage. Okay, she's just going to fire with the pistol. Oh, she only has 1. Never mind.
Is it a disadvantage because it's a range attack at melee?
It's not, because disadvantage doesn't exist in Starfinder, but it would have a negative to it. But it doesn't matter because it's a big miss anyways. So they pull their weapon out, and this Shiren just pulls to the side, and there is a fire It washes across the Shuren, and this dark jacket that they're wearing catches, it burns, but you can see underneath these dark plates of armor. They're okay.
Do I get an attack opportunity against her?
You do.
All right. That is a 14 plus 10.
14 plus 10, that is going to hit.
All right. As Bubs does this, Bubs goes, noticing how they didn't respond to him, he goes,
That's it. Orders up. Who ordered the hot hammer special with extra magma?
and he's gonna turn on his magma hammer and like just thrust it like a sword right
Make an
at.
attack roll. Phenomenal. Extra magma.
That is a 7.
That is extra magma.
Come on, super soldier.
14. That
Damn.
is
21, 22.
That hits.
Yes.
No
Yeah,
problem.
boy.
Yeah, so you slam this into them. Wait, sorry. This is against who?
The girl.
The girl? Yes, this does hit.
That's the damage, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's the damage.
That was the damage.
21 damage.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Okay. What was the roll to hit?
23.
23? Okay, yeah,
23.
no problem. So 21 points of damage, and it's bludgeoning.
Yes.
And fire, because you did the
Yes.
magma, right?
Seems to do the full amount of damage, the
No, it
bludgeoning.
doesn't do magma.
Oh.
And with that hit, it seems to crumple components within her. She's like turned around. She's fighting with the Shuren, and you just slam into the
Right into the
shoulder.
side, yeah.
You can hear this kind of as the metal bends in. That is a damaging blow. Anything else, Bubs?
That was
That's
the
it.
reaction.
Oh, that's my reaction.
Oh, right.
That
Sorry.
was the opportunity.
That was the
attack
end of
after.
their turn, which brings us to Shade.
Cool. I'm going to full action attack the one that is on top of me with first thematically gonna like push off of the stool or off of the booth, like kick him in the chest, I guess.
Okay.
And then try to slash him. So first attack.
You get a +2.
Right. But it's I have the -4 for the full action. That's not gonna hit. That's poopies. So the first one misses.
Okay. You kick them back, and as you swing, it just clang right off the mechanical body.
Now. Second one. Okay, that one's probably gonna hit. That's gonna be a 30.
A 30 against?
Oh, sorry.
that hits.
30 -4 plus 2, so 28.
28 hits.
Cool. All right. That's gonna be the math. The math die. There it is. That's gonna be a cool and awesome 6 points of slashing damage.
6 points of slashing damage.
Every little bit counts. Woo!
Across them, they look down, barely a little scrape of the metal along their torso.
Cool. That's it for me.
Nice shade. Bubs, what do you want to do?
I'm going to see how I just slammed her with her hammer, and like as I stabbed her, I'm gonna kind of jump off the booth I'm on and try to like elbow check her with a bull rush.
Okay, yeah.
Which is her KAC +8. And I'm just gonna like kind of go for it. That's a 19.
Cocked.
That's cocked. You gotta reroll that.
That's a 5.
That's not as good.
Plus 11, so 16.
Unfortunately, that is not enough. And so you lower your shoulder and you slam into her. She's looking hurt.
Yeah.
And with that last hit that you did, kind of crumpled over. In this moment, as you spring the hammer over, this other android reaches around, and it's like there is something almost installed in their body. And I would say, Shade, maybe you've seen bodyguard modules before, but it's almost like they're able to help this individual, and they reach out and just slam their elbow into your hand, knocking the hammer off, and it just glances in a blow.
Ooh.
Anything else, Bubs?
That's it, my turn.
All right, that brings us to the others. The Dustins kind of against the airlock, and you see the light begin to go as it cycles, and Big Dustin just goes, "Oh man!" And the two other little Dustins are like kind of beginning to try to squirm into the airlock itself, but it's obviously airtight.
Is it slime tight though?
It is slime tight, unfortunately. That brings us to the Shuren. Well, they're not getting their knife back this turn, so.
Punch?
No. Shade, as this android kind of rears back, there's like this booger on one hand, the other hand is now glowing bright. The Shuren, you see these two bug hands grab the ankles, and they're going to try to yank them down.
Yeah! Thanks, buddy.
That would be really helpful.
They rolled a 5.
Oh, never mind.
So with a total of 10, they grab and it's just and this bug-like creature unable to knock
Appreciate
over
the
this
try.
8-foot-tall android monstrosity. So unfortunately, that is the Shiren. They are going to probably provoking attack of opportunity. They're gonna go back and go behind you, Gibbs. And as they go by, they're just gonna go, sorry, this is a little bit much for me. And they're gonna begin to kind of like walk back. This attack of opportunity is only gonna be, oh, that's gonna hit.
Damn. Wow, this is too much for me. But shot in the face.
So
You gotta
the
take
player
slash on
wants
the
the
side.
Shiren to die so that I can get the knife.
Well, he's abandoning his knife right now.
He's gonna go back for it.
Yeah.
He's making his way out of there at the moment. So that is the Shiren's turn. Echo,
No,
what
sorry,
would you
he
like to
started
do?
there, so he goes by me.
My turn?
Yeah.
Okay. I will get a trick attack off for this game. I will.
I believe in you.
Because Spice is not here, I'm going to roll my chonk.
Okay. Do you mean this campaign?
What?
Do you mean this campaign?
I had one.
Their biggest one.
Don't curse my dice, Joe.
Go for it.
This is for the attack.
Okay.
This is for the stealth. As Echo's going to change targets from Flamey Jacket Crumple Android to the one that's currently on top of Shade.
Sure.
Because
I'm getting pummeled.
Shade's getting pummeled and he's lit up like maple syrup.
Not yet, but
Yeah, he is lit up like
Okay, so my stealth was not great.
Okay.
It was a 19, so that fails.
That does.
But I do actually get to hit him, so that's good because
was-
that's a 27.
Against?
His whatever cold and piercing is.
Okay. Against KAC, yes, that does it.
Cool.
And so standing on top of a table alone on that side of the diner with everybody else in like a 5-foot radius, it's hard to be stealthy, but you do make that attack. How much damage?
8. It's 8.
8. And that's piercing, right?
And cold.
Okay. So it doesn't do quite as much damage as you would like it to. And
All
though
my
that
weapons
does land, it's almost like there's some kind of kinetic dampening effect to the armor that they wear. Anything else, Echo?
Echo is going to. Can Echo move because they've already attacked?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You just can't
You
split
just
up your
can't split your
movement.
movement.
Echo's going to. Echo's going to move behind. Here.
Just for fun, make an acrobatics check, because it does mean that you're diving over 3 different kind of booths.
Echo's acrobatic.
Yeah, just for fun.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
no
gonna
problem.
Be 20. That's gonna be 31. Excuse me.
So as you shoot this shot off and you're able to finally get one home, you take this, like the flash of the gun muzzle as a distraction and you're able to move yourself out of range. You go over one of these booths, you roll into the other. There's no table here. This is just like a little seating area. So you're able to spring to your feet, full running speed, and move to where you want to go.
Imagine someone's birthday cake that they have right there, and the flame just goes right out as she's moving fast.
Yeah, sure, no problem. So, yeah, it's the contemplative's birthday.
Yeah.
That is your turn. Echo Gibbs, what would you like to do?
As the kind of the rush of moving past, like of people kind of going past me, I'm gonna kind of stand still, rock in the river, and lock eyes with this female-ish android, and just, you must be destitute to rob this place. And I will cast Mind Thrust at the 2nd level.
Okay.
So can I get a will saving throw?
You can.
It is true. Not even we are robbing this place.
So that is, you said will?
Yes.
That is going to be a 19.
Okay. So it halves my damage, but that's okay because it's still a lot. 10, 18, 3. So 10 plus, so 18 plus 7 is 25.
Okay.
Divided by 2 is
12.
12 damage.
Okay.
And psychic damage, and then I'm gonna sort of straighten up and just take 5 steps forward to be an imposing, intimidating figure to try and get her to not attack my
Okay,
friends.
so you rise up on your tippy toes and your soaky paws, and you bare your teeth and covered in bugs and goop. I mean, you are a little imposing. And on top of that, that psychic thrust, as you push it forwards through the space, it hits her. And this is an android. It does have a consciousness, and you've interacted with androids before. But their systems already seem kind of damaged, a little bit frenetic, and this seems to almost overload them. They're pretty hurt. Anything else, Gibbs?
No one took damage last round that would have caused them to bleed, right?
Nope.
Okay, no, we're good.
All
I'm
right.
good.
So, the android's turn. This android that you just mind thrust into, and you said they must be destitute and everything, they're beginning to look a little bit hurt. You can see the hand like over the area that's crumpled in from Bubs' attack. They are going to turn over and just go, Jimmy, it's not going good. She's going to turn back, and she's going to attempt to run through you, Gibbs. Go ahead and make a athletics check, please.
And I get an attack opportunity as well.
You will, yes.
Yep.
Nice.
10.
Okay, she beat you with a 13.
Ah,
and so
dang.
this is, she gets over and she like clashes hands with you. You're like holding each other's hands. She's pushing and you're pushing, and she is just able to push you to the side. She almost trips over your bottle, not really expecting something almost the same size as you on your back, but manages to like pinwheel over. She lands on the other side, continues to move,
I get
and
an attack
because she
opportunity.
cannot break up her opportunity, yes, you get your attack of opportunity. Did you make your attack?
Yep, I got a 19 plus 10, 29.
That hits.
I'm going to reach out my hammer, and as she's running, she's going to clip it. I'm going to pull it back.
Okay.
And I'm going to try to do like a kind of like a
Here's a doggy
old-timey at the Apollo Theater, kind of like hook, kind of grab her.
And then just like pull the legs
yeah,
out.
it kind of like grabs her. I'm going to say, where you going, trying to dine and dash?
All right, roll damage for that.
Do I also get an attack of opportunity, or just is it negated because she saved?
You do get an attack of opportunity. No, because that was an attempt just to be able to push past you.
Yeah, 22.
22.
22? Very nice. Oh, she is in rough shape.
Yeah.
And as she is like moving forward, she leaps, almost trips over Gibbs's bottle, and you see the foot like fly out. Time slows down. You take the end of the hammer, you get it right around the foot, and you yank. This pulls her flat, and her chin slams into the floor with the entire weight of her body.
I imagine a bunch of plates fall everywhere.
The teeth, the mechanical teeth, bite through the lip, going almost up, and you hear like as the jaw breaks. But she is still alive. She gets to her feet. She's standing right in front of the Shiren, and because she cannot break up her movement, continues to move 10 feet more forwards and takes an attack of opportunity against the Shiren's fists.
Nice.
Which, not okay, no. And the Shiren misses, kind of hitting this like mechanical body, but she continues to move. That is her turn. Or actually, I guess if she's not going to attack, she can move another 30 feet. So she is going to get behind that couch.
This way?
No, other one.
This one?
And Echo, you can make your attack of opportunity.
Nice.
That's gonna be 24.
24, that hits.
I also missed my attack of opportunity. I don't think I'll ever hit one.
That's gonna be a 12 cold and piercing.
Echo, tell us how it happened.
Yes!
That was a lot of damage on her way out.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
As she's running towards the couch, like something just like clicks and starts whirring behind one of Echo's eyes, and they just like mechanically turn around, and they have a clear shot for once in their life, and they just let off a shot go directly into her back, and she just kind of like falls over to the floor.
As she's running, she almost dives over the couch, and this shot clips her in the back, and it goes from this like she's gonna dive, plant her arm, and swing around and take a shot. To she dives and just poof onto the ground, skids, and then just goes into the bathroom halfway. Yeah, down. That is
Occupied.
Her turn. Yeah, she actually goes, slams in the door. Ching, dun. It was occupied, no problem. I love that. That is the other android. So as she goes down and slams into the bathroom, you could see the face turns, and the joints that unhinge when the other knees go up, just the steam, as you hear the mechanical voice just go, no. The joints like tense up, and he is going to leap. As he leaps, Shade, Bubs, and Gibbs, are you within 10 feet?
I am within 10 feet.
Make a reflex save, please.
I'm not within 10 feet.
Oh, never mind.
No, I'm totally kidding.
28.
Okay.
6.
Shade, you get the sense that something's going to happen, and as you're like fighting with the sword, you take the carbon steel blade, plant it into the tip of the table, and tilt the table up to try to shield yourself from something. You feel like something is going to happen, and in this moment, as he tenses and begins to like move up, you feel the time again almost suck in. The same feeling like when a wave comes in and begins to pull out. It is what's the word? It is the feeling of inevitability. And in this moment, you feel like you almost get like sucked into place. Bubs and Gibbs, your movement is halved next turn.
Okay.
Not good.
The two of you are unable to take attacks of opportunity, although I believe you've already used yours.
Yes.
Yep.
However, you can, if you wish, as they leap 30 feet. And they're going to land, I believe, just behind the Shiren and right next to Echo. Nope,
Behind
other
the
side. Yeah.
All right. And
And
attack of
Echo,
opportunity.
you can see this glowing fist.
Natural 20.
Nice.
Yes.
Roll damage.
All right.
Is this with your radiation gun or your?
No, it's with my curve blade.
You know what? Hang on. He's going to use his last resolve point. Go ahead and re-roll that.
No.
As time slows
Why
down
must you do
and he
this?
leaps forwards.
Natural 20.
All
Thanks.
right. Roll damage on that. Holy fuck.
Inevitability is shade.
Vanguards are so cool.
Those dice. Oh, it's a vanguard.
Yes, yeah. So this is so yeah. Vanguards
So
are so
that's that, and then the crit damage. All right, so it's 12 points of slashing.
Okay.
And then another 2 points of bleed.
And you doubled the slashing already?
No, 24 points of slashing.
Very nice.
And then do you double the bleed, the crit damage
you double
too?
dice damage. So if you
okay,
roll
yeah,
on the
so then
dice,
it's 4
yes.
points of bleed.
Very nice.
Nice.
So as he leaps, you lash out with the blade, he slows time and moves beyond it, and so you take this last kind of moment to fling the blade forwards, and it cleaves, it goes down the heel, and you can see the metal split such that what would be like a mechanical version of the Achilles just unravels.
Nice.
As the foot goes completely limp, that whole leg just extends, and as he lands, that leg does not compress the way the other one does back to normal. That definitely lasting damage on this individual.
Nice.
But they sag, and as they do, Echo, directly in front of you, they have this like power glove. You watch as it begins to glow even brighter as they take an attack against you.
Echo just kind of steals themselves.
Yeah, that is going to be a 34 to hit.
Looks like it's more like
And that's
yourself.
hit a 40 before. That it's been,
I know.
That damage is tough.
That is going to be. You got fairly lucky on that.
Oh, I'm so happy.
32 points
God.
of bludgeoning damage as it slams into you, but he has to stop his momentum there. He turns and his eyes begin to like burn as he gazes across you. That is, however, going to be their turn. That brings us to you, Shade. What do you want to do? Bubs, you're on deck.
Echo's winded and looks hurt.
Gonna move action, take out once again the pit. Actually, this time I'm gonna take out the rifle.
Okay.
Because last time I noticed that it didn't do much damage against this husk.
Because of
a
haunted armor,
human.
the wearer's speed would have been reduced by 10 feet.
It doesn't matter. They could have moved an additional 10 feet, but they
Okay.
were only trying to leap over to hit Echo because they wanted to take Echo out before
And
the
then I'm gonna make an attack at the only one left that's running away.
Yeah.
You get a +2.
+2, -1 AC, plus my double tap stuff. Oh, actually no, because it's the rifle, so it's not double tapped. Yeah, I should have used the rifle, the pistol again. Oh well.
Damn it.
Easy come, easy go.
What was that?
That's a 1.
Oh, very unfortunate. Weapon jams. As you begin to pull the trigger, that last hit, like a perfect strike that unraveled the entire leg, slicing through mechanisms. This, as you pull the trigger, you just hear a little and it doesn't go off.
Damn.
Is that the same one that rolled 2 20s in a row?
Yeah. I mean, that kind of makes sense.
The orange
That's
gods,
crazy. though.
yeah.
That's so cool. Okay. Anything else, Shade?
Nope. That's gonna be it for me.
Bubs, you watch as the first android crumples. The other one leaps away after yelling no. They begin to make their way towards the exit. What do you want to
I
do?
still have that 15 movement speed because it's half now?
Correct.
Okay. So Bubs is going to...
Just for this turn.
Okay, Bubs is going to move 15 feet as much as he can, and as he's doing, he's dragging his hammer, making like a bunch of sparks, and
Yeah.
like, just as much momentum he can get from it. He's going to scream out, "Excuse me, sir, you forgot your coat!" And he's going to throw his hammer straight forward, right at his face.
Yeah, make an attack roll.
Oh, the shred, yeah. Oh, God.
Just roll low.
That is a 14.
Total?
Yes.
That is unfortunately not enough. And so as you fling your hammer over, it would hit, but Shay's strike unravels the entire leg. And so when they land, they almost fall to their knee, and your hammer just goes right over top, and it slams into the bathroom. The entire bathroom door crumples in. You can see like the part of the android body still crumpled within the bathroom as well. Anything else, Bubs?
That is my turn.
Alrighty. That brings us to this Shiren. So all of this just chaos unfolds around them. This android leaps over. One of them just gets flung across into the bathroom. They like have to duck underneath and move around. Now they're kind of like pinned back in. They're going to turn. They look over. They see their knife and they begin to run backwards. They're going to hold on to the attack of opportunity because you're right there, Echo. But yeah, so he runs back. You can see Shade. This Shiren runs over and goes, "Sorry," and just grabs this knife off, which you can see like there is like a little bit of a fire now smoldering across this pleather cushion. But that is the Shiren. Echo, what would you like to do? Gibbs, you're on deck.
How's he looking?
He's looking rough. There was a point where that last kind of round really took a toll on him.
Is one of the menus nearby? And would that be a computerized object?
Yes. And so there's a menu on each table. So
Echo's
10
going
feet away.
to like, just kind of like.
Do the Dustins leave? And do they
The
occupy?
Dustins are stuck outside of the airlock because it's cycling.
They're kind of bump the menu so that it starts like dinging in the kitchen.
Okay.
And it's just very, very loud. That's gonna be their computer's check.
Yeah.
Their trick attack.
Okay, go for it.
Attack.
Yep. Stealth.
Computers.
Oh my fucking God.
Serious. So the unfazed completely by whatever Echo's doing with the computers, but that's a dirty 20 to attack.
A dirty 20 is going to be a miss.
Of course it is.
And that little ding, you can't even hear it as the kitchen is cut off by solid steel. So unfortunately, anything else, Echo?
Just gonna put this dice back into the cauldron
There
to
you
cook
go.
a little bit longer.
Gibbs.
The lifelink between Echo and I again flares for a brief second as I take 6 of your damage and you heal 6 damage. Alright, I will mind thrust this guy at the 2nd level.
Alrighty.
Because there's not much else I can do.
Did they get a save?
Yes, I need a will saving throw, please.
That is going to be a 14.
That's lower than my DC. So they take full damage.
And because Pink Eye is down, I will tell you, Pink Eye had a special. Well, that's the other android. Pink Eye had a special ability against spells, and I was waiting for a save to come up that she could use it against, and she never got to.
Good.
26 psychic damage.
26 psychic damage.
Because it's 2nd level.
Second.
Get him, Gibbs.
Okay. That damage ripples through and already hurt. They're kind of limping along, their eyes flaring angrily. This strikes into their head. And Echo, you can see, and you see the teeth grit together hard enough to create sparks. They're in a lot of pain, but they're still up.
I'm going to use my movement to move the 50. I only have half movement,
Yep.
so I'll move there.
Okay.
And just sort of like reach out to Echo, but just like my hand is just too short, but preparing if she should go down.
You run over and you're about to reach out to Echo, and your bottle is just a little bit too big where it hooks onto the end of the table, and you're like, boom, boom, and you just kind of get wobbled back into the seat. But you're ready. That is your turn, Gibbs. That brings us to the top of the round and to this android.
Help. Yeah, I see it. I'm there.
So this android Ooh. This android is going to turn, and you can see they reach to their side and they disconnect what looks like a metal brick. They're going to look at you, Echo, because you're right in front of them, and they're just going to say, "Nobody stops Jimmy 12 Toes."
No!
Thrust the brick past you. The brick boom, just magnetized to this. Echo, make a dexterity or a reflex saving throw. All the Dustins are making reflex saves. Not
Natural
a single
20.
Don't kill Jimmy, no.
And it's on the cam.
No, this
Look
whole
at it right there.
Look at
this
that.
whole campaign I've been wanting to meet
Echo,
this guy and we're gonna
with
kill
a
him.
natural 20.
Yeah.
As
We're
this
fucking bounty
brick
hunters.
of this breaching charge explodes, you see in slow motion these two little Dustins. One of them like is just like trying to get into a seam. The other one is just going in slow motion, trying to blink like Gibbs. You are so fast. This is like the scene with that X-Men that's really fast, where you are able to accelerate forwards. It's a weird sensation. You grab onto like the scruff of these slimes and fling them. And as you do, like their mass goes forward and the back part boom, forward, and they like end over end. And you just hear whee! And, and you hear as it like goos out. Big Dustin, you can see it turns, just goes, "Hey," and then there's this explosion. If everybody can make a reflex saving throw against the vacuum of space. Gibbs, do you have your helmet on?
No, I purposely hung it up on the coat rack on the door.
We'll get to that in a second.
Damn.
And I failed.
30, 20?
10.
10?
17.
8.
17.
It was a 5.
Okay. Yours was?
10.
10.
I have my helmet on.
Bubs, you are yanked 30 feet towards that the opening that is right behind Echo.
Yep.
And so if there is more than 30 feet, you are now
There.
outside. And Gibbs, you are yanked 30 feet out and into the void of space. You can see the Contemplative and the Kasatha are heading towards one of the fighters. They're about 50 feet away. You can see the Smites and this old man and this robot. The old man and the robot are way far away. This robot definitely helped the old man. The other two heading towards their ship. And you are just... And it is silent and it is cold. Your eyes instantly ice over. We'll talk about that in a second. Jimmy is going to purposely fail the save so he can get sucked 30 feet out. And then he is going to use his movement to move 80 feet towards his ship.
Do I get an attack of opportunity?
No, not when you are suffocating in
Did you
space.
use your reaction?
One other
Did I
thing.
use my reaction? No.
You can, if you would like, to make an attack of opportunity. Although I would say you're taking a conditional modifier because he's being sucked
I
with
was
the
gonna
vacuum
say,
of space, and it's risky.
yeah, no, for fear of like hitting any innocent
There's a lot of people in this
bystanders.
little area.
No.
So he's sucked out into space and fired. Basically, he uses this to cannon himself to his ship.
Do I get an attack of opportunity?
Yeah, you would absolutely.
Nice. Punch him to death.
That's a natural 20.
Natural 20. Roll damage. This is gonna
Punch
be.
your hero.
This is going to be so close.
Go, Bubs.
And also, for what it's worth, the ship that he's going to is the one that you landed right next to. Shade.
Heck yes.
The crit damage too.
Oh, I get crit
and
damage?
you double it.
It's 1 plus 14, and then my crit damage, my fist.
Double that, so 15, right?
Yeah.
So
15.
30, because you doubled the
Okay.
15.
So 30
plus
damage.
the crit damage.
Okay. So do I roll again, or what do I do?
Double
What's
the
your-
dice,
what's
not
the
the
crit?
modifiers, right?
It's
Oh
for
yeah,
my.
so it's
It's
17. No,
it's for my. It's
16.
my armor fist, so I don't know what
16.
that is. I think it's just normal.
Yeah, it might not have a crit.
Yeah, it doesn't have a
effect.
crit.
So 16 total.
16 total. All right. Unfortunately, not enough to knock him out. But as he goes by, you slam into him, and he does like pin a couple ways, and he has to like steady himself over. And you see these glowing red eyes glare, and you look. He points as he like fades into the darkness towards this ship. The hatch pops open, and you watch. Still pointing, he just like drifts in, and it shuts. You would imagine you have not seen the last of Jimmy 12 Toes.
I wanted to see how many toes he has.
You did see his. I mentioned specifically his boots are broad.
Yeah.
So he
This
now
whole
in his
campaign,
craft
I want to find this guy.
For all of you, I will say this is the very last moment. You can see this ship powering up. Is there anything else that you wish to do to try to stop him before he leaves?
Echo's not going to try to stop him, but wants to do something else.
What do you want to do?
Echo wants to run out and grab Gibbs and Bubs because they're just in the vacuum of
Okay.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
grab Gibbs because Bubs is fine because he has his
Seeing
helmet
that
on.
Echo is doing the Gibbs saving,
yeah,
I'm gonna try to chase after this dude.
Okay, he's about 80 feet away, so you have a turn to do something.
I'm gonna go and try to shoot him. I'm
Can you
gonna-
shoot? Is there windows there? Could you just shoot through the window?
There is no windows.
I'm gonna
in this,
run to
space.
the hole here.
Okay.
And then use my rifle.
Okay. I'll say with the suction of that, it's less that you run over there and more that you just are like pulled in that direction.
Yeah.
You take that and kind of shift your body, and as you are like slingshotted away, you have like a moment where you're passing this hole in the wall, and you can take your shot.
That's gonna be 19 to hit.
19 against the starship, unfortunately, does not hit. And
it's not against
you can
him.
see it just
Oh.
goes and off and into the darkness. Probably not going to work so well. However, that's great. As you rush forwards, you can see Gibbs is being propelled out. There's not a ton of space.
This is very
before.
familiar.
Oh yeah. And so Gibbs, like in this moment, in this weird panic where like though things are happening so quickly, you only have time for this one thought of like, I didn't even get to eat. And you're like about to drift away.
The second
Would Echo have had enough time to run and grab the helmet and get Gibbs?
Probably not.
Okay, well, just gonna get Gibbs.
No
Most
problem.
important.
So go ahead. What I will say is make an athletics check.
Athletics?
Athletics or acrobatics, your choice.
If
Acrobatics, and Echo's speedy.
Yes.
If Echo is able to touch me, the second our fingers touch, I will heal her
Okay.
as I can.
That's a 22 for Echo.
A 22. So Gibbs, as you are about to rocket out forwards, you can see Echo, you take the two Dustins, you hurl them forwards. They kind of like gum to the metal slats that have come up to separate the counter.
Save the children, as Echo always does.
You fire yourself forwards and you grab Gibbs, your fingertips touch, and you lose Gibbs's fingertips.
But you get 14 points of damage as my crystalline tears tinkle around you.
And Gibbs, shoo, you feel your bottle change. The cork kind of popping out in space, with a 22 being 2 over what you needed. The tendril of gross garbage juice, as you lose Gibbs's fingertips, comes out and grabs onto your hand. And a disgusting sensation, but it pulls Gibbs just far enough that you're able to grab onto Gibbs.
The unseen by Gibbs because android, but definitely noticed by Shade and 12 toes. Echo's like grimace of like exertion becomes a grimace of like okay.
Yeah. If I could vomit, I would.
My jars never saved me before like this.
But you have grabbed onto Gibbs. Gibbs, you are yanked back into this space. And as you are now all out of combat, I'm going to roll us out of initiative. Give me 1 second here. Suddenly, the wall, there's this little beep, and you can see like a little green light turn on. And there is a opening that is like a little bit set off to the side of where the counter is that opens, and you see these gelatin kind of release and get sucked up. It hardens and becomes vaguely clear like glass, although you can still see some like crystalline structure within, more of like a foam or a gelatin. But in that moment, the green light goes off, and you can see, though they had shut off when the vacuum opened, the little ribbons in front of the ventilation system begin to go on as air is pumped back in. Gibbs, the ice shatters off your eyes. You see your bottle, you cork it as it's open. You did not see what happened, but you felt the bottle shift. You felt something. And because we are an hour and 50 minutes into this session, this is where we're going to end for the evening. However, what I will say is the slats open up, and Lola, smoking a cigarette with all these little like snakes, like little bits of like smoke out of each of their individual mouths, lets it out, and she goes, "That was pretty good. You have to pay for the damages, of course, but you did stop a robbery, so I'm gonna cut you some slack. We're gonna take everything that they left behind, and the android body, but why don't you come back to Lola's in a week? Your ship is a piece of shit, and we have a starship salesperson coming through. They have some upgrades that you could definitely use. We'll get you one for free. From Lola. Don't say I never did anything for you.
Did she give us an expired coupon for one meal?
No, but she is going to reach back and she's going to pull out a small, what looks like a credit chip at first. But she's going to look at all of you and just say, who's the pilot amongst all of you? Goes over to Gibbs and hands you this little stick. And you have no idea what it is. Jade, as Gibbs passes it over to you, this is a permanent drift beacon identification chip. And using this, you can now return to Lola's Diner in the Drift in one day from any location in space.
Nice.
Thank you for joining us for this session of Mosaic Team 5. If you like this, please join us every Thursday at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on twitch.tv/AlberonRPG. But please stay safe until then. We'll see you later. Goodbye.
Bye. Pew, 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 pew.